Is it? Yeah, what time did it go to?
5:30ish. Probably close like around 6.
I'm just checking delivery cards right now.
Okay.
That's
Also the audio is not muted on the live on the stream.
no, it's not. It's not. You were just testing the sound, make sure it works.
Hello, everybody. My name is Darun Asimoglu. I couldn't be there in person, but the topic is very important to my heart because through a period of twin
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. All right, it's time to take your seats. We're going to start. General Banta is en route, or very close. So, good morning again. I'm Barry Lynn. I'm the Executive Director of the Open Markets Institute, and welcome to all of you on this beautiful summer morning. The name of this event is The Next American Revolution, breaking oligarchy and making a new democracy. We have a great collection of people today, true heroes, and an amazing conversation. And it takes place almost 250 years to the day of the Declaration of Independence. 250 years. It takes place at a time when America again faces a crisis of democracy and liberty. This includes direct attacks on our right to vote and on freedom of the press and speech, and the corruption of the very laws that we established to distribute power safely. Today's crisis also includes an absolutely unprecedented concentration of corporate power and wealth in the hands of a few oligarchs who control communications and commerce and AI technologies, who use their corporations to wield increasingly direct control over what we read and watch and buy and do, and the lives and souls of our children. Pope Leo, in his encyclical, Magnificat Humanitas, on safeguarding the human person in the era of AI, wrote, "Ultimate power today resides not in the state, but with economic and technological actors that exercise de facto power over the conditions of everyday life. These platforms," he wrote, "monopolize expertise and decision-making authority. They control the architecture of visibility of information. What is amplified or rendered invisible, what is rewarded or penalized. Ultimately," Pope Leo wrote, "they have the power to shape opinions and choices. Such power, concentrated in the hands of a few," he wrote, "gives rise to new dependencies, exclusions, manipulations, and inequalities. It undermines social justice and solidarity among people. And if anything, the crisis that Pope Leo describes, thanks to AI, is accelerating at a fantastic speed. Our challenge today is the same it was 250 years ago. It is to win, not some partial, conditional liberty, but our absolute liberty. And so today, in this conference, we have three specific aims. First, to recognize the magnitude of the crisis we face. Second, to recognize the magnitude and the magnificence of the opportunity we enjoy once we win to remake the world as we want it. And third, to recognize that we have already created the foundation for ultimate victory in what we have already achieved the last 10 years. The American people today are in a revolutionary mood, as we will hear more about over the course of the day. And as we have learned time and again since the Tea Party in 2010, when we ignore the people's fear, when we ignore the people's anger, bad things happen. And that's why we will focus so much of our discussion today on the task of learning how to speak about these threats, how to relearn not merely the tools for addressing concentrated power, but the stories and the language that in the past kept us fighting to victory. The stories and the language that will empower us again today to convince our fellow citizens that we understand the crisis and convince ourselves that we have the courage to finish the job. We have with us today one of the very best people to start this conversation, California Attorney General Rob Bonta. President Trump has turned law enforcement into an instrument of personal power, deploying it to punish enemies, to gain leverage over news, and reward those who support him financially. Nowhere has this been more obvious than with entertainment and the free press. Media corporations have bowed to political pressure over coverage. CBS canceled The Late Show and gutted 60 Minutes. Paramount pledged sweeping changes if it takes over CNN. Here in Washington, liberals have few tools to slow these efforts. The president fired FTC Commissioners Rebecca Slaughter and Alvaro Bedoya and has moved to take direct control of that agency that was established to be independent from the executive. He even fired his own DOJ antitrust appointees when they balked his demands. But one major check on autocratic power remains. Both Democratic and Republican states' attorneys general have stepped up to take on cases the DOJ has abandoned and to bring new strategic actions. In recent years, General Bonta has emerged as one of the most aggressive enforcers, standing up to the administration's anti-democratic actions and taking on Amazon, Google, Nexstar, and media consolidation generally. General Bonta is a defender of American democracy and American liberty. And it is a great honor to have him here with us today. After General Bonta speaks, he will answer a few questions from Julia Angwin. Julia is one of the leading data scientists of this generation and one of the leading storytellers of this generation. She's done truly groundbreaking work for the Wall Street Journal, ProPublica, The Markup, and now is a contributing opinion writer for the New York Times. Her new book, On Courage, How to Be a Dissident in an Age of Fear, will be published next week. General Bonta, it is a great honor to have you, and please join us.
Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Good to see you. Thanks for having me. I wanted to say thank you to Barry for the kind introduction. Thank you to everyone at Open Markets for welcoming me today. I am grateful and thrilled to have the opportunity to talk about the work my team at California DOJ and I are leading to enforce our antitrust and consumer protection laws. And ultimately, in doing so, protect our democracy and tackle the affordability crisis strangling so many families across the country. I don't think it'll shock anyone to hear that Americans across the country are angry. They're fed up that while consumer prices are at a high, most people's incomes can't keep up with rising inflation. They're fed up with giant corporations and billionaire CEOs that continue to amass both influence and wealth while they're struggling just to make ends meet. That while everyday families are pinching pennies, Elon Musk has become the world's first trillionaire, and the typical CEO of a major corporation took home $17.7 million last year. That CEOs are jetting around the globe with our president, hobnobbing at the cage fight on the South Lawn, and bending the knee in White House meetings. Americans, even some of Trump's most loyal followers, are fed up with the way the president isn't handling the economy or the cost of living. Fed up with his unlawful tariffs that drove up costs, astronomical gas prices worsened by his war in Iran, his reluctance to hold corporations that abuse their power accountable, and his unabashed declaration that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situations, that he loves the inflation. Americans are angry, and I don't blame them. As this country's affordability crisis worsens, as the Trump administration pursues policies that will only exacerbate it and increasingly abdicates its role to stop monopolies and protect consumers, it's critical that state attorneys general continue to exercise the concurrent power we have to stand up for consumers, safeguard competition, and prevent big corporations from breaking the law and ripping off consumers. Let me emphasize that again. State AGs have a big role here, with or without federal partnership. We have concurrent jurisdiction. Different watchdogs, but the same block. The feds may be content to step to the side, but we're not. Antitrust enforcement is democracy's check on oligarchy. A check on wealthy businesses seeking to game the system and cheating to knock out competition, trampling over consumers and workers and our free market as they go. A check on billionaires currying favor with the president so he'll do their bidding. A check on a president who's trying to handpick winners and losers, bypassing the law and the meritocracy that makes our economy thrive. A check on the elite few who think they're above the law when they're not. No one is. Antitrust enforcement protects businesses that follow the law. It levels the playing field for businesses to grow and thrive based on what they put out in the market. And it helps ensure that all Americans can participate in and benefit from a vibrant economy, not just well-connected businesses, shareholders, and those who have means to participate in the stock market. That's exactly what I'm seeking to do. Together, our bipartisan coalition of more than 30 attorneys general pushed forward in our case against Live Nation and Ticketmaster after the US DOJ abruptly jumped ship and settled just days into trial. A slap on the wrist, sweetheart deal settlement. As our case showed, Live Nation and Ticketmaster's unlawful anti-competitive domination over ticketing and promotion hurt fans, hurt artists, and hurt businesses nationwide. We stayed in the fight without our federal counterparts, made our case, and secured a historic and resounding victory on all of our claims. Thank you. Thank you. California is also in court litigating our case against Amazon over its unlawful price-fixing scheme that stifles competition and artificially drives up prices on countless products Californians buy online every day, including clothes and pet supplies, eye drops, and plant fertilizer. We've got black and white smoking gun evidence that Amazon bullied vendors to hike up the price of their products sold at other online shops, or secured the removal of those products altogether to ensure that Amazon was the cheapest place consumers could find products online. They would not allow for lower prices to be provided on other platforms elsewhere, and in doing so, raise the prices for all consumers. We secured a key win in the case in April, marking a significant defeat in Amazon's continuing efforts to convince the court that California's antitrust laws don't apply to its anti-competitive conduct. We look forward to holding Amazon fully accountable at our upcoming trial in January. Then there's the unlawful merger between local broadcast TV giants Nexstar and Tegna, a deal that gives a single massive company outsized ownership and influence over 265 TV stations across 44 states and the District of Columbia. 80% of American TV households. It'd give one behemoth the power to raise prices for consumers and control, degrade, and reduce local news coverage. It would result in fewer journalists, keeping a check on powerful institutions and keeping local communities informed, fewer choices for consumers, and fewer jobs. It also happens to violate the Clayton Act. Despite all that, President Trump and FCC Chairman Brendan Carr pushed for the merger to go through, as Trump said, to, quote, knock out the fake news. We sued, and we blocked the merger from moving forward while we make our case in court. We have a preliminary injunction as we speak. Then there's the Hollywood hot topic, the Paramount-Warner Brothers merger. I am not here to break news, so put your pens down. But I will underscore our commitment to our ongoing investigation. Paramount-Warner Brothers is not a done deal. The companies haven't cleared antitrust scrutiny, and we intend to be vigorous in our review. This proposal has been met with widespread concern from legal experts to creatives to journalists and beyond. Concern that it could harm competition, drive down wages, jack up prices, hurt content quality, and reduce the number of shows and films produced every year. The film and entertainment industry not only has historical importance to our state, it's also a critical sector that buoys the state's economy and touches the lives of Americans daily. You've got my word, the merger will receive a full and robust review, and we're committed to fighting market consolidation that we find unlawful. We need to be very clear about what's happening when we talk about mergers like Nexstar and Tegna and Paramount Warner Brothers. These mergers will mean fewer voices calling truth to power, fewer journalists informing our electorate, fewer documentaries and creatives shedding light on a diversity of important stories that too often go untold. They mean limited opportunities for people to speak their mind, limited opportunities for Americans to hear the full breadth of information and opinions on a subject and then come to their own conclusions. That's a death knell for a functioning, healthy democracy. Across our antitrust litigation, from Ticketmaster Live Nation to Amazon to Nexstar Tegna, and everything in between, we see giant corporations acting as if they're immune to the law, prioritizing impossible profits over the American people, prioritizing power grabs over playing by the rules. We see corporations abandoning the rule of law and in turn destabilizing the free and fair markets that are a linchpin to a thriving economy and a strong democracy. Trump may be fine with that, but I'm not. Democratic AGs, and in many cases our Republican counterparts, are not. Let me be very clear. Our work is pro-business. It's just pro-businesses that follow the law. We're not out to take down corporations or hurt progress. Quite the opposite. We're here to enforce our laws to ensure a competitive, fair, level playing field where all businesses have the chance to grow and thrive based on what they put in the market, the quality of their products and their services, not because they cozied up to the president, ushered through backdoor deals, or engaged in monopolistic or other anti-competitive conduct. If you need proof that antitrust enforcement works, just look at California. We've got some of the strongest antitrust and consumer protections on the books. Protections we're not afraid to uphold and enforce. And we're the fourth largest economy in the world, home to more Fortune 500 companies than any other state, and home to nearly 2/3 of all U.S. venture capital investment. That's no accident. We've seen this story before. We know that further consolidation in markets at the center of American economic life doesn't serve our economy, competition, law-abiding companies, or the public well. We know that allowing big corporations to unlawfully raise prices and push competitors out of the marketplace with impunity will only worsen the affordability crisis, cut out choices, limit access to information, and hurt businesses lawfully trying to make a name for themselves. I refuse to allow that to happen. Americans deserve better. They deserve fair prices and a fair market, fair pay and good benefits for a hard day's work. They deserve to know that they're not being cheated by corporations that break the law and take advantage of workers and consumers to fill their coffers. They deserve a federal government that's willing to fight for them, not one that's all too eager to roll over for billionaire donors and big corporations. That may not come any day soon, but Californians can count on me to be in their corner. My office has stopped mergers in the grocery, airline, and in healthcare industries, and have no qualms about stepping in and stopping deals we deem to be illegal. We've got a full tank of gas. Being from California, I might also say we have a 100% charged battery, and we are ready to continue this important work. We're fighting for free and fair markets, not rigged markets, because America has no kings in our government or our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. You saved me from having to start with Paramount as my first question. So thank you all so much. I want to put some of what General Bonta has said into a context. I've spent the past year writing a book about how to fight authoritarianism, just a random topic I'm interested in. It's right here. It's coming out next week, by the way. And one of the things I learned about this is that, we need to sort of imagine where we are in the world, right? 3 out of 4 people on Earth live under an authoritarian regime, and authoritarianism looks different than it used to. It used to be a coup, and the police rode in, and there was military. Now it's this soft erosion through elections and the dismantling of institutions through things that sound boring, like antitrust rules, etc. And the way you stop authoritarianism, what I have learned from studying all of the movements, is that you have to throw sand in the gears at every turn, every one of these little encroachments, right? And what you are seeing here is sand. Okay, this is a guy who is the sand in the gears. Everything he just told you is all the different ways that he's throwing sand. And I just thought it would be worth just pointing out like the magnitude of what you're doing. I think you put out a release saying just in 2025 you filed 54 lawsuits against the federal administration. 135.
72.
Oh, 72. Yeah, I wanted the latest count. Okay, so give us your stats.
California has filed 72 different lawsuits against the Trump administration. Our position is if Trump breaks the law and hurts California, we'll take him to court to hold him accountable. If he doesn't break the law, we won't. Pretty simple. We think it's a very unremarkable position to say that the President of the United States should follow the law and comply with the Constitution. So the number of lawsuits that we bring is based on him. He determines how many lawsuits we bring. He decides if he's going to break the law or not. And so it's been 72 lawsuits. We've won 80% of the time, either securing temporary restraining orders, preliminary injunctions, or final judgments, or more and more Trump, when we sue him, he stops doing the unlawful thing and comes into compliance. He waves the white flag and throws in the towel and comes back in compliance. So 80% success rate is pretty darn good. We have secured $200 billion in funding that Trump, trying to be Congress, when he's not, has tried to withhold from California. So that's B, billions with a B. We've protected incredibly important constitutional rights like voting rights, birthright citizenship. We think there's a U.S. Supreme Court case ruling about to come down, any day in the coming days to finalize that win that we've had in every lower court so far. We pushed the unlawfully deployed and unlawfully deployed and federalized National Guard out of our state. When they came into LA and other parts of the state, we struck down unlawful tariffs that were raising costs for Americans. We protected in front of the U.S. Supreme Court our Prop 50, our fully compliant and lawful partisan redistricting measure. That was a clapback to what Trump did in Texas when we created, through redistricting, 5 additional seats. So those are some of the overall stats, and unfortunately there seems to be no sign of slowing down from the Trump administration with respect to lawlessness. It's been brazen, it's been blatant, it's been consistent, it's been frequent, and we're not slowing down either.
Yeah, and another thing that's worth noting about authoritarianism, or I would call it wannabe authoritarianism, is that it's really about corruption. Like, in the end, the really simple thing is it's about taking money out of your pocket and putting it into the hands of the oligarchs, the friends of the autocrat and the autocrat's family. And so what that means is there's also a bunch of things that are happening where the government is supposed to be doing its job, antitrust enforcement, cracking down on corporate impunity, and you've had to step in, right? And you gave a bunch of those examples, right? The Tegna Nexstar merger, Live Nation Ticketmaster, Paramount, which we're just waiting for the news break from you on. But for those who are not aware, he's been hinting heavily for a long time. There may be a lawsuit there. taking Amazon to trial next year. What is it that we can learn about how to stop corruption beyond just these lawsuits? Because you have 33 people doing antitrust cases. You have the biggest office in the country, but still, the corruption is rampant, right? And I think it's really important to think about how can we fight it, all of us.
Yeah, well, first I'll say that we anticipated that there'll be multiple areas where the Trump administration would abdicate its traditional responsibility and no longer enforce important protections for Americans, whether it be civil rights enforcement, consumer protection enforcement, or antitrust enforcement. And we're not shocked to see that that's all come true. We're disappointed that it has. So it's an important time for states who have concurrent jurisdiction to enforce similar laws or the same laws to engage. And so you're seeing across the country states doing more, stepping up, asking their legislature and their governor for additional resources and funding. We just got multiple millions of dollars more from our legislature and our governor, Governor Newsom, to do more antitrust work. The job needs to get done. And if the federal government's not going to do it, we need to do it. And I think it's important to speak truth and speak up and speak out. Journalists and the press, such a critical role in holding the powerful accountable, speaking truth, and not allowing myths and misinformation and disinformation to take root. And going after the Trump administration for the different corrupt deals that they're involved in. One of the things I didn't mention yet was the HPE Juniper merger, which we think is basically corrupt, which was put together by lobbyists from and at the White House that overstepped what was happening with the attorneys in the antitrust division. So making sure we just reveal and shed light and put sunlight on what's going on. And the people of the United States of America are smart. They'll see what's happening. And people will have the final word, the first and last word. People power is the most potent power that there is in a democracy. You're seeing that in elections across the country. I think you'll see it again in November. There's a complete rejection of Trump's corruption, collusion, and abuse of power. And there's going to be a balancing. And a accountability, and the people will determine that.
I mean, I think one thing I want to pick up on as a journalist watching my industry crumble around me and be taken over by consolidated corporate power that has made clear it's aligned with the state. That one thing about authoritarianism, when I started researching this book, that I didn't quite understand. I thought a lot of it was gulags, right? I mean, it definitely has a gulag aspect to it, but it turns out that like 90% of the game is controlling the information space. Because if the people don't know about all the things that you're shedding sunlight on, if they can't get that information out there, if journalists can't tell those stories, then the population can be confused. And so you have talked a little bit about how you see the problem of the information crisis is a problem of power, not about content. And I was wondering if you could just tell us what is your theory there of how we change that?
Control of information?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to your point about sand in the gears, I just want to sort of say we don't necessarily see ourselves as sand in the gears. I'll leave that to others to opine on what our role, impact is, and determine what imagery they want to use. We're just straight up enforcing the law. The law needs to be enforced. It's being broken. We enforce it. Our job is not to be sand. That's not our goal. That's not our intent. We're not trying to delay. We're trying to support the rule of law. It is critical to a healthy democracy that we have a rule of law, that we have rules, that people follow them, that all people follow them, and no one is above them, certainly including the President of the United States. So when the law is not being enforced and when some corporations see an opportunity to do things that they normally wouldn't be able to do, we remind them that we're here and that there are other enforcers. And if the federal government is going to abdicate its responsibility, we're not. We're going to fulfill our responsibility. So when it comes to information, we look at antitrust law and we apply it to the cases that we're in. Information becomes a part of some of these cases, depending on the case, whether it be Nexstar, Tegna, where you have broadcast giants, Nexstar and Tegna, that will, through the consolidation, there will be jobs cut, there'll be different perspectives that won't be shared. You'll have less information, less views, less perspectives, less opportunity as a American to make decisions for yourself that are fully informed. We see it in our AgriStats case when information is being shared across competitors who are meat producers and meat processors. That leads to higher prices and weakening competition. That's a sharing across competitors of information in a way that harms consumers. And it's certainly part of the narrative of some of our cases. I just mentioned some of the impacts that less information, less stories, less perspectives. Those results from a Nexstar-Tegna merger and from a Paramount-Warner Brothers merger. But our goal, and it's our responsibility and our duty, is to just straight up apply antitrust law to a case. And if we see that a merger or a price-fixing practice or a tying arrangement or other anti-competitive conduct is illegal, then we sue.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the sand in the gears is what a way to describe trying to uphold and block things that are illegal, right? Because often that's what a dissident movement is about, is actually, it's described as a negative thing, but it's actually usually about like, hey, we all agreed to this constitution, why don't we uphold it, right? And so thank you for your part in doing that. And I'm gonna introduce our next panel, which is what popular vision could unite Americans behind challenging oligarchy and winning. We have Osita Nwanebu, contributing editor of The New Republic and columnist at The Guardian, speaking with Chris Griswold, Sabeel Rahman, and Zephyr Teachout. Thank you.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. It is great to be here in this city, at this gathering of people who know and understand that we're in a moment that ought to be revolutionary, and who know that America's anti-monopoly movement actually began at our country's very founding. And because it's our 250th anniversary, we're going to talk in this panel a little bit about both what our history teaches us about confronting concentrations of power, and also what it'll take to fulfill the promise of American democracy in the present. So to do that, I'm very pleased to be joined this morning by Chris Griswold, Policy Director at American Compass, Sabeel Rahman, Professor of Law at Cornell Law School, and Zephyr Teachout, Law Professor at Fordham. Good morning to you all. So let's start at the very beginning then. What parallels do each of you see between the concerns of the anti-monopoly movement at this moment in our history and the concerns and anxieties that motivated the American founding? We might start with you, Zephyr, because I think that you wrote a piece on this very subject pretty recently.
Hello? Good morning. Yes. One of the things that clearly motivated the Declaration and the revolutionary moment, what was called at the time, is the spirit of monopoly, which they saw as corrupting Britain. And the particular parallels that seem the closest to me are the parallels between the British East India Tea Company, this enormous corporate charter that has been, among other things, causing famine around the world through manipulating markets. It was actually given through public contracts the authority to use a police state. And then in the US is controlling the tea industry, among others. And so what you see there is a corporate form, but deeply entangled with public power. And so when I see companies like Amazon or Google, and I think what sometimes people miss about these companies is how profoundly, we're no longer missing it after that, the inauguration perhaps, but how all of them are profoundly entangled with public power. That when Amazon web servers go down, Medicaid services go down. That I think 2/3 of United Healthcare's funding is from the government. So that when we think of this moment, and it is a revolutionary moment. I'm from New York City. We had a revolutionary light last night. The old guard is definitely breaking apart. The question is, what's going to fill it, right? And I think there's growing clarity around a new vision around foreign policy, around our relationship to Israel. But the question about what's going to fill that economically, there's so much anger about Google, United Healthcare. It shows up in different ways. But to me, that's the closest parallel. And during between 1776 and 89, in the discussion of what a new constitution would be, one of the questions was, do we need an anti-monopoly clause? And a few state constitutions have anti-monopoly clauses. And the ultimate conclusion is we didn't need one because anti-monopoly was so embedded in a vision of liberty that freedom from a governing power had to include freedom from any governing power, whether that be corporate or official government work.
Wonderful. Chris, Seville, any parallels you see between our moment in the founding or history since?
No, I just pick up right where you left off. To me, I think the most profound parallel is, for lack of a better word, a spiritual one, or one of like the American ethos and character of resistance to tyranny. And our 250th birthday, I think, is a wonderful time to reflect on that. I mean, we all quite rightly, I think, first remember in the Declaration of Independence the beginning about us all being created equal and being endowed with unalienable rights. But when you go down a couple lines further, there's that wonderful phrase that says, when a long train of abuses and usurpations, invents a design to reduce a people to absolute despotism, then it's their right and their duty to throw off this. That's the actual pivot of the document.
I think 11 of the 27 grievances are economic.
Yeah, and there's this fundamental feature of the American character that is defiance in the face of tyranny, that has always been part of our DNA and is in fact what constituted us as a nation in 1776. That I think is entirely consistent with what we are dealing with now. I mean, two books come to mind. One is Elizabeth Anderson's great book, Private Government, from the social democratic left, and then Sohar Bomari's great book, Tyranny, Inc., from the populist right, both pointing in the same direction, which is that we have abdicated enormous swaths of our personal lives to the dictation and direction of private companies that we would never allow there would be riots in the streets if the government tried to do half of what we allow private companies to dictate over our lives. And there's something deeply immoral about that. There's something corrosive to a healthy society, and there's also something specifically and uniquely un-American about that I think it's valuable to reflect on the ethos of the founding, and exactly as you said, that tyranny in any form is unacceptable. To me, that's the most kind of potent and timely lesson, and it's an important one too. Especially, I think, I work on the right of center, which is traditionally seen like a free market as a bulwark against an oppressive state, and I think it's incredibly encouraging that there has been on the left, but also the right, this growing awareness that no, like concentrated private power is just as big a problem, and arguably at the moment is much bigger problem in terms of the quality of life of average Americans, and that is just as much a violation of the spirit of '76 as public tyranny is.
Yeah, maybe, I'll jump in here. So this is great. I appreciate a ton what Zephyr and Chris just laid out, like sort of the moral force, right, of this idea of responding to concentrated, unaccountable power. And I guess the thing that I would add to that is, although it doesn't map as neatly to the 250th anniversary, but just that propulsive moral force carries us forward in all kinds of ways that were not actually true even in the founding moment, right? So it's like, so we go back to those words, but not necessarily that frozen in time, I think. And so for all of us, right, like what I think of when I think about the propulsive force of that claim to freedom and that identification of tyranny, unaccountable power, whether it's the unaccountable power of the monarch or the unaccountable power of the monopolist, where you carry that forward to, I think of like the 1892 populists, their second Declaration of Independence, styled on Jefferson's one, targeting the monopolists and corporate power of the time. I think of, 1868, the first Reconstruction, and, building on the Republican Party's understanding that the tyranny of slavery was connected to political economy, the slavocracy, right? It was a combination of economic power and racial hierarchy and anti-democracy. And so the work of democracy actually was also the work of securing that equal moral dignity for all persons, right? And you can kind of walk through Seneca Falls, you can walk through the Second Reconstruction of 1965. To my mind, it's this long arc that has that through line, that tradition, that is a tradition about the kind of core value of freedom, the core hostility to any kind of concentrated power that would strip us of our freedom, economic, social, or political.
So building off of that, and moving beyond the very real theoretical through lines there, when it comes to concrete lessons for organizing and movement construction, are there things that you think we should take from movements against corporate power or organized power in the past, or maybe political movements in general, that ought to be applied to the anti-monopoly movement now as you try to actually build an apparatus for these ideas?
I'm happy to start, though I'm looking to Zephyr having actually run campaigns, but no, just happy to say a few words. So I think there are a couple things that I would say about this. One, and this already come up this morning. One is that we're in a policy arena, and I'm a policy nerd. I'm a law professor. I've served in government, yes, but really it's ultimately about power, the power of like a mass movement that is driving the energy for big structural change, and also the narrative power. So I'm glad we started with the kind of moral force, right? That the moral narrative force and power that comes with these types of ideas. I think that at a more like concrete level, what I would push to is, I think that we have a lot of conversations about, well, how do you bring people along in a big tent, but how do you also make that big tent be meaningful and not a least common denominator that, kind of fades away, right? And I think these past movements are really instructive in that regard, right? So if you go back to progressive era, populist era, right? In a sense, those are big tent movements in that they were new coalitions, new bedfellows, people who were coming to a shared critique of concentrated power from different angles. The Colored Farmers Alliance and the White Farmers Alliance. You had the small business owners, you had rural folks, you had urban parts of this movement. But what united it was a very specific and clear, crisp critique of power and a sense of who the villains of the story are. So I think we like to think of Big Tent as, well, like, what can everybody agree on? And yeah, that's true, but I think it's more true to think about in terms of what is the shared source of our unfreedom. We may have radically different views about what the good life is, about our positionality in it, but it turns out that like the cartoonish villainy of the moment today and the cartoonish villainy of the early 20th century, turn of the century, it's many of the same oppressors actually, right? And uncovering that and using that to forge a big tent that actually has moral content to it, right? I think that's where I would focus.
I mean, when we're talking about the anniversary, and one of the greatest critics of corporate power and greatest organizers, Frederick Douglass's What to the Slave is the 4th of July, where there's a demand to say, okay, you put this idea out there, freedom from tyranny, let us really slow down and take that idea seriously and live up to that demand. And that speaks to your moral force argument, is so using our history and our ideas more seriously, a non-cynical approach to to the vision of equality and freedom. And then another thing that I take so much, I learn so much from, and I think about all the time, you mentioned the 1892, but is the 40,000 lecturers from the Knights of Labor and the Farmers Alliance, 40,000 lecturers, pre-internet, who are then going around town to town, city to city, to describe what grain elevators are doing and how they're discriminating, how railroads are working. So, I take from Gandhi and from King, first tell the truth. The incredible power of describing power as it operates, and then using that as a leverage. And then finally, maybe I'm partly to blame for this, but I want to be really clear about something here on this oligarchy conference. There's sometimes a tendency. We have as many tools as we want to use to take on United Healthcare. United Healthcare should not exist as it currently does today. It's a tyrannical institution, right? But we don't want to focus just on antitrust or one area, but recognize that the anti-monopoly, anti-oligarchy tradition is about taking on tyranny, and not move straight to those tools while we start describing a different future where people are actually free.
Yeah, Zephyr used the term non-cynical, which I appreciate deeply, and if I had to reflect on where I see perhaps the most cynicism in American politics at the moment, it's in the highly polarizing and partisan nature of American politics, where we have this assumption, I think, that Team Red or Team Blue are the good and or bad guys, and the solution is to destroy the other. And that's simply not reflective, I think, of the reality of the diverse country we live in. And if the question, and you've given us permission to seek, lessons from our founding era, I think you can make a case that the most important, one of the most important, at least, inflection points of that period was the election of 1800, which was perhaps the nastiest and most partisan election in American history, but was also the real test case of whether power would peaceably transfer from one party to another. That is a test I think we are failing in all kinds of ways. That specific test has been a test we failed in recent years, but more broadly, I think there's an incredible danger of seeing anti-monopoly specifically, or anti-oligarchy generally, as primarily or fundamentally a partisan exercise. Because if it becomes the case, I think it's doomed to fail. The real goal, and I see promising green shoots on this front, I think is for it to be a transpartisan impulse that will get expressed perhaps differently in the details depending on who's in power, but that can survive the transition between parties. That's not the current reality. I think we saw that now in the last year, where there were hopeful moves at the beginning, hopeful appointments at DOJ and FTC. I think that signaled some openness to real commitment to antitrust enforcement on the part of the Trump administration. And of course, the DOJ's antitrust chief, Gail Slater, left. I'm delighted to say she now works with us at American Compass as our chair of competition policy. But that was, in my opinion, an instance of the plutocrats winning over the genuine populists in DOJ. So I recognize that there is tremendous work to do, but there are serious people across the political spectrum who care about this, and I think one of the lessons of our founding is that these big principles that kind of have the moral force and impetus that we're describing won't survive if they are perceived to be the property of a particular political party.
So moving closer to the present, although Chris has kind of brought us there already, thinking back to the last decade or so of doing this work in each of your capacities, are there stories that really stick with you in organizing or teaching, and it seems especially instructive for how these issues grab people and how they matter directly in people's lives?
Yeah, I was at an event about a year and a half ago with a bunch of Uber and Lyft drivers. And when you can feel somebody's emotion? So there's this man just a few seats away from me. He's in his late 50s. And I can tell he's shaking. And all the drivers are going up, taking turns, speaking to the regulator, Commissioner Bedoya, former commissioner, FTC Commissioner Bedoya. And then eventually he goes up and he explains that, and he's sort of alternating between shouting and crying, and he explains that he's bought his car, he has a mortgage on his car, his wife has just died, and he wants to bury his wife. And Uber has been randomly taking him off the app. So he has to get up at 6 in the morning and sit in his car and wait until Uber lets him back on the app so that he can drive to be able to pay off his mortgage and bury his wife. Turns out Uber and Lyft had been, and Bloomberg widely reported this, had been trying to get around a city rule that said that they have to pay at least a minimum wage for anybody who's on app. But this experience, and that driver's testimony, that driver testified, he works with the New York Taxi Workers Alliance. They testified. They ended up passing a New York City law that you cannot kick people off arbitrarily without notice and reason. And that to me is a declaration moment, freedom from tyranny. Uber does not get to govern you. But Google's doing the same thing with people who are sharing videos on Palestine. It took down 700 videos of people without notice or warning, that videos are taken of people who were getting killed on the beach. Amazon's doing the same thing with book publishers that it does not like. United Healthcare is doing the same thing. That moment, to me, epitomized just how subject we are if we cannot bury our family in dignity without just waiting for a corporation to make a decision for us.
I appreciate the question, and I appreciate you kind of taking us to the human level, because that's where the rubber really hits the road on all of this. I think we can think about antitrust in terms of big lawsuits on multinational mergers or whatever, but it's the particular human story that matters at the end of the day. Two things come to mind. One, that I think it's important not to overlook the way in which something like non-compete agreements, I think, fall under this umbrella of tyrannical impediments to free competition at the individual level of a worker. And I have met with workers whose lives have been destroyed because they were not able to, they lost a given job and were not able to seek or accept a job in their same field and region, and had to accept half the wages they were making before, and still have not fully recovered from that financial setback. I mean, that's incredibly real. And if you think that there's somehow a case to be made that like an $11 an hour security guard shouldn't be able to go make $12 an hour at a different parking garage, then something's like morally wrong with you. I mean, that's like if you can't see why that's wrong. I don't know what. And one of the other examples that comes to mind that's maybe less crushing, but maybe all the more potent for being so normal, is this case of private equity taking over youth sports and telling you you're not allowed to film your own child's hockey game, because what you actually have to do is pay them $50 a month for the subscription service to watch your own child. There's nothing illegal about that. There's nothing about that that's contrary to the principle that we should think of ourselves primarily as atomized market, actors. There's nothing unlawful about that, but there is something transparently gross about that and immoral about that. It violates our sense of what family life should look like, what community life should look like. And I think if we don't expand our vocabulary beyond this like neoliberal set of terms that we can only think of ourselves as consumers, not only does that not maximize our welfare, which is what we were promised it would do, but it gives permission to these types of bad actors to do these completely lawful things that are destructive to our financial and economic well-being, to our family and community life. We need a better vocabulary if we're going to handle this. But those are some of the stories that come to mind for me, where at a very personal level in your day-to-day life, this stuff really does matter.
So I'll add to that. I love those examples. and having worked with students who they'll come to you quietly in office hours, and then they'll slowly, after time, it will sort of kind of reveal itself that actually their families have experienced exactly these kinds of hardships and kind of they're trying to, part of why they're in law schools, right? Is they want to understand, well, how does that happen? How do we allow that to happen? I'll maybe add a different set of stories, because I think part of the theme here is the unmasking of villains, right? And making it clear. Teaching constitutional and administrative law these last 2 years, one of the great villains that I think for many of my students is being unmasked is the Supreme Court. And the number of people who I meet, just in my law capacity, whose family members are civil servants, not necessarily in DC, right, in their hometown, in their home state, who now don't have a job or now are terrified to, post on their social media or what have you. And then who are kind of trying to wrap their heads around, well, wait a minute, who is this Musk guy? Why was he there? Why did all these people get fired in the first place? Why is the Supreme Court letting this stuff happen? I don't really, I don't know about for-cause removal and, the Cook and Slaughter case, I'm sure we'll talk about that. But this feels not right. And to this theme of being governed by people who are not us, the way in which it is sort of, I think, revealing to a lot of these folks that, the way we have a democratic government in part is a government that is staffed by we the people, not just the people we elect, but in fact, people from our communities who are then going in to serve our communities. And I don't understand why that, I'm kind of coming to grips with the fact that we have these private actors who, for their own interests, have hijacked existing institutions, be it the Supreme Court or the Office of Management and Budget, to then take the regulators off the beat. And it's been really interesting to see very wonky technical domains of policy start to feel very real, right, in a very kind of bread and butter way.
Yeah. So there was a little bit of talk about this administration. I'm sure there'll be more of that as the day continues. But reflecting on the last administration, we had people in the anti-monopoly movement who are aligned, at least with its principles. We're working really, really hard to utilize a lot of laws that are already on the books to promote fair competition, protect consumers, and promote open markets. What do all of you make of that policy record, and what does it suggest about the necessity of wholly new laws and reforms? There were allusions to things that are perfectly legal. Let's maybe start making some things illegal.
Ban some stuff.
Let's ban some stuff. And maybe we start with you, Bill, because not only were you in the Biden administration, I understand you have a book coming out soon called Remaking the State, A Blueprint for American Democracy. So it sounds to me like you're about to solve everything. So maybe we should tap your insights there.
This all collective effort here. Nothing that won't be new to this group, but I love this idea of we should ban some stuff. So let me say a couple of things. One is Attorney General Bonta, I think in his remarks talked about we're enforcing the law as it's written. I do think there is a lot to that, right? In part because a lot of these laws were written in earlier moments in time during which bottom-up social movements pushed for very different legal structures for our economy, right? So the Sherman Antitrust Act is just one of many examples. But I do think that we need to be much more explicit and robust. Chris mentioned the non-compete rule. That's one of my favorite rules to talk about, to teach. And what's nice about that is it's very explicit about things that we will not accept, right? So the things that, but I do think we need a lot more, right? I think I'm proud of a lot of the work that colleagues did in the last administration, and I think that it also sort of shows an upper bound to what is possible just through kind of regulatory moves and the things that you can do without a ton of additional political support and leverage. So I would like to see Congress legislate more. I would like to see Congress provide stronger tools and teeth to future FTCs and future FCCs, future agencies. I would like to see the Supreme Court pulled out of its de facto role as our editor-in-chief of our laws, right? They get to have the final word of what happens. All of that's going to require legislation.
So in terms of the effectiveness, I just defer to the Wall Street Journal, which wrote a negative op-ed about Lena Khan every 10 days that she was in office. I think that's the best evidence that she was extremely effective if big finance cared that much. I totally disagree with you that it's the upper bound about what can be done with existing laws. One of the biggest issues with existing laws, however, and I do not hold the First Continental Congress on some kind of pedestal, but I still think we can learn from it, is that we're absolutely not enforcing them. And one of the reasons we're not enforcing them is because our AGs have a staff of 10. You know, we just saw the biggest AG staff. And we have destroyed the ability of private people to sue through arbitration, through not having new laws have a private right of action. And we need to actually restore the open courthouse. Half of the First Continental Congress's laws had qui tam, where somebody could sue on behalf of a violation, because they knew that government might get corrupted, right? So when we think about particular things, it's not just the content of the laws, we're not enforcing them. When I was at the New York AG's office, we picked like 2 price gouging cases out of 250 we could have brought. And the other thing is, I want to ban things with Chris. We gotta be banning things at the local level. We should ban surveillance wages. We should ban surveillance prices. We've got to ban a lot of the surveillance state. We've got to deal with private equity. And then in Congress, it's not all just about the laws. One of the most effective things that happened in Congress recently was the 8-month investigation into big tech. That led to then real change. Not just individual hearings, go deep. Let's get into the bowels of Google's contracts with everybody, with our school districts and everywhere. So I just think there's so much more muscular action, and it's all of the above, because I think that the tyranny that we are experiencing is quite real.
Yeah, Lena Khan really did live rent-free in the Wall Street Journal's head. Ironic, given how much they hate rent stabilization and rent freeze. As by the way, Josh Hawley now also lives rent-free in the Wall Street Journal's head because of his labor reform work with Cory Booker and the Teamsters, but that's another panel. I agree deeply that Congress needs to legislate more. I mean, we've seen non-competes as a great case study where both this administration's FTC and the last FTC have taken action on that front, but what is needed is just a congressional ban, a federal ban, on the application of non-compete agreement. That we should just do that, and I agree with that, and I think that's true across a whole host of areas. One thing I will say that doesn't specifically answer your question of like what new laws do we need, but maybe just to draw our attention out of the federal realm entirely. I really appreciate that the prior discussion was with a state AG, because the states have been stepping up in all kinds of ways, and that's how it's supposed to be. I mean, the alternative to concentrated power is distributed power, and our antitrust system reflects that. There is a role it's a deeply federalist system. There's a role for the states. They have stepped up on the Live Nation case. They've stepped up on all kinds of fronts on protecting kids online and dealing with the abuses of big tech's monopoly over our attention and our psychological lives. A great piece that we published recently by Gail Slater was called "The Feds Don't Have a Monopoly on Antitrust," and I think that's an important thing to recall, because we can, especially we're here in DC, it can be easy to over-index on federal action, and there are some things only the feds can do, and we should be doing that, and we're not. That's true. But I also think it's incredibly valuable to remember the role of the state. We've got 50. We don't just have one shot at this, we also have 50 state shots where we can make progress in really important ways.
Awesome. Well, I think that's going to do it for the panel, but thank you guys so much for your talk this morning, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the day.
Everyone, please take your seats for Congressman Kassar.
Okay, hey everyone, good morning. Good morning. We're going to get this thing kicked off. So grateful to be here with you this morning. I have some hopeful parts of my remarks. I hate to start with the bad news, but we're going to get it out of the way here at the beginning. But first of all, for those of you who I haven't gotten the chance to meet yet, I'm Greg Kassar. I represent the heart of Texas in Congress. I'm also chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and really, really grateful for the work each of you do here every single day. But like I said, I want to start off with the bad news. Bad news that much of you guys already know, but that I think we need to internalize and reckon with, especially within my party, the Democratic Party, that today, once again, our country is controlled by an unholy alliance between corrupt corporations and corrupt government. Our economy, our politics, even the newspapers we read and the TV stations we watch are controlled by a small number of giant corporations and billionaires, and soon perhaps a few trillionaires. Those billionaires and corporations donate money to campaigns and to ballroom funds, and in return, the party that controls the White House, the Congress, and the Supreme Court gives them ever more power and control. As a result, working people are making less and paying more. And the problem is not just that these billionaires have all the money. It's that they use that money to create huge monopolies and then buy policies to protect themselves at the expense of the rest of us. And here is the most dangerous part. A growing number of Americans have lost faith in the ability of any political party, any politician, anyone at all, to fix it. Many Americans feel it no longer matters who they vote for or whether they vote at all, because they know correctly that a small number of very wealthy people end up running the country no matter what. And that creates room for con men like Donald Trump to turn people against their neighbors, for they themselves, like Donald Trump and his allies, to take power. If the Epstein class runs our country no matter what, why bother? I hear that question time and time again, whether I'm in my home city of Austin, Texas, or in San Antonio, where I represent, or in red rural areas in Texas, or in the over half dozen Republican-controlled congressional districts where I've gone and done town halls. The crisis facing our democracy is the crisis facing our economy, and they are tied together one and the same. Which means that if we care about saving immigrant rights or civil rights or women's rights or reproductive rights, we have to run straight at the monopoly crisis that is undermining our democracy. So that's the bad news. Here's the good news. I know that we can fix it. Since the 2024 election, many of us have spent time asking ourselves not just what the policy agenda would be to break the unholy alliance, but what kind of political movement would be strong enough to get it done. And that's what I want us to focus on this morning and in the coming months and years. For inspiration, I often turn back to a president who also confronted a broken economy, powerful special interests, a world on fire, and growing uncertainty about whether or not we could fix it together. My first introduction to the Progressive Caucus when I was elected chair was going back to a speech that FDR gave during his first re-election campaign. It's my favorite, in which he talks about, quote, economic tyranny, in which a small group of economic royalists concentrated into their own hands almost complete control over other people's property, other people's money, and other people's labor. I think something has gone very wrong in this country when Democrats stopped talking like that. I didn't know that was an applause line, but I appreciate it. When Donald Trump first ran for president, leading Democrats said that the plan was to lose one working class voter to pick up two wealthier voters in the suburbs. That was disastrously wrong. I believe that President Biden did many great things for workers in America, but he also told wealthy donors, quote, that nothing would fundamentally change. I think that was a huge mistake. But not FDR. Of the wealthy and powerful people who opposed him, he said simply, and I quote, "I welcome their hatred." That is the Democratic Party that ended the Depression, built Social Security and the minimum wage, passed overtime laws, the right to form a union, and the New Deal. That is the Democratic Party that won the war, defeated fascism around the globe, and made the world safe for democracy. I'll also add for you here at Open Markets that it was FDR's Democratic Party that created the SEC, the Antitrust Division at the DOJ, and the Robinson-Patman Act. And that's an applause line for this Open Markets group. And that is the Democratic Party that went on to pass the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, Medicaid, Medicare, and Head Start in just one term under LBJ. And that is the Democratic Party we can be again. It is time to bury the theory that Democrats can win in the Trump era by cozying up to wealth and power. We must be willing to not only say who and what we are for, which we definitely need to do, but also the corporate interests and special interests that we are against. Now that Republicans and Democrats both say that they are for working people, Democrats have to show that we are by picking big fights. We have to be willing to get uninvited from some fancy dinner parties in order to earn the trust of the voters. I think we should all accept getting uninvited from some dinners and then winning the elections. But let me give you a real example of this so you know it's not just talk. When Donald Trump handed Elon Musk virtual total control of the White House after his election, behind closed doors, Democratic strategists and elected officials argued to me and to folks like Chris Deluzio over here, argued that we should not oppose Musk too vigorously because we could be caricatured as anti-success Democrats. Fortunately, they lost that debate, and forcing Elon Musk out of government was a key part of how Democrats got off the mat and got back into the ring in this cycle. But too few people have learned that lesson, that we have to be an unapologetically pro-worker party, and that means being an anti-corruption party, an anti-billionaire party, and an anti-monopoly party. And I also want to be clear that embracing the spirit of FDR's Democratic Party is not about just changing our message or our quote-unquote brand. It's about changing our identity. It's not just about changing the words that we say. It's about changing who we are and how we govern. That means making sure that affordability is not just a campaign slogan. It's a real agenda with teeth that cuts into the astronomical profits of the very wealthy to make things cheaper for everyone else. Changing who we are means breaking up the monopolies who control our economy, our politics, and our information systems, not courting them for donations to our party. It means the ultra-wealthy aren't allowed to skip paying their taxes and that they have to finally pay a fair tax rate. No small group of people should be allowed to hoard all the power and money in this country. And changing who we are means actually delivering bold, transformative change so that when people know that they voted, they know that things actually changed in their lives right away. Let me give you one example of what I think is probably the most urgent conflict within the Democratic Party, our approach to artificial intelligence. Generative AI is likely to be the most economically, socially, and politically transformative technology of our lifetimes. And let's be clear about the status quo. The government is doing nothing to prevent AI-induced mass unemployment, nothing to prevent AI child exploitation, nothing to prevent AI from enabling massive cybersecurity attacks or bioweapons development, nothing to prevent a loneliness crisis or a misinformation crisis. The path we are on is this. AI will make a few billionaires into trillionaires, but it could leave millions unemployed, lonely, disconnected, and far less safe. But because the AI industry has promised to spend hundreds of millions of dollars going after its critics, many Democrats are told by their campaign consultants to stay quiet on this issue, to avoid offending anyone, to not seem anti-innovation or anti-success. Yet again, we see billionaires and big corporations using their size to make themselves richer and insulated from any policy change. Companies using algorithms to avoid competing on price, from real estate to healthcare. Google telling companies that if its AI can't train on your website for free, you get dropped from the search. A small number of companies that seek control of every aspect of our lives, from how we work to how we buy things to how we use our downtime to how we select our healthcare. So far, no action from government to ensure a level playing field, fair competition. It's the perfect example of the choice we face. Will we cozy up to the power of our new AI economic royalists, or will we follow FDR's example? Build a movement, take them on, rebuild the working class coalition that governed this country for half a century, welcome their hatred, but then win over the voters by standing up for our constituents, no matter who they are or where they come from. In that same speech that I started with this morning, FDR observed that his generation had a, quote, rendezvous with destiny. He spoke of a war for the survival of our democracy, a fight to save a great and precious form of government for ourselves and for the world. Like him, we must be enlisted for the duration of this war in this time. They were able to do it, and so can we. And so I'm grateful for the work you do every day. I'm grateful for the new champions in our Congress for an anti-corruption and anti-monopoly agenda, and you're going to get to hear from them just now and throughout the day. A great member of our progressive caucus, Chris DeLuzio, who's back here, maybe help me with that applause line, and with an incoming champion, because we need this kind of reinforcements, Congressman-elect Chris Rabb from the city of Philadelphia. Thank you for what you do every day. Courage inspires courage, and so let's go get this thing done. I believe in us. Thank you all very much.
Chris, won't mess it up.
I was going to, right. Represent. I'm Perry Bacon. I'm a writer at the New Republic. Chris Rabb is a state representative from Pennsylvania who just won a very competitive primary. Chris DeLuzio is a congressman from Pennsylvania. Has talked a lot about economic populism and economic nationalism, and I think most people in the audience know who these guys are, so we will get started with the panel of Chris's from Pennsylvania right now. So with that, I guess my first question is, I know we're going to talk about Philadelphia and Pittsburgh later, but I want to talk about London and New York City first. So we had two big things in politics happen. Starmer's government sort of collapsing in Britain, and then the New York primaries last night where the sort of more insurgent candidates won. So I want to talk to you guys about what you see about one. Maybe you haven't studied Britain that much, but one or both. What do those things mean? What do they tell you about politics? I'll start with Chris from Pittsburgh first.
Great to be here. Look forward to having you join us in the House, Chris. Look, far be it from me to understand British politics, but I do think there's a lesson there. Folks expect you to do something when the trajectory of the country has gone like this. And tinkering and incremental change, it isn't going to do it. If you're looking to attack the little symptoms of consolidated power without addressing that power, you aren't going to fundamentally turn the ship around. And again, I'm not some expert on what's gone on with the Tories and Labour and all the rest, but I sense that the Prime Minister's approach was milquetoast. It was weak. It didn't address what I think has been decline in much of the western part of Europe and our country to fundamentally change that if you're working hard, that pays off, that you can afford your life, that there has been consolidation and globalization has gutted out a lot of the industrial base in England, in our country. I think that's a big part of the story there. I know there are some nuances of their system, but I think that's a big part of it, and it says something about our own politics.
Anything else about New York?
Oh, New York, my gosh, yeah. Look, I see the mayor go 3-0 last night in a big way. I mean, Chris, your race, I think you probably have some insights on what's gone on in Philadelphia there too. I won't speak for you. But look, I think there is a reckoning on whether you are someone who is willing to really fight hard about that big substantial change, that structural change taking on the power in this country that has really ripped people off. I think Israel politics are certainly a part of that too. But those results weren't even close, really. I think they tell us a lot.
Well,
I was in New York yesterday. I was there supporting the two women who were running. I had Claire Valdez and Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. And we were all endorsed by Justice Democrats. And so we had built up a rapport over months, and we were helping each other, kind of like a support, like therapy, essentially. Because we were being brutalized for months. So we built up this rapport, and leading up to New York, we had some real defeats in Illinois, North Carolina, close one in North Carolina, and mine was the next one, the big one, May 19th, because I was running in the bluest congressional district in the entire nation. And it was a majority black district, and I was running against two establishment candidates. And so everyone was looking to my race. And we pulled it off. We won by 15 points, and it was a collaborative effort. It was grassroots. 90% of my donors were small donors. And that helped kind of create this momentum that really helped these other candidates feel, oh yeah, we can do this too. So I went back, I went to help other candidates, and I went to New York. And I went back on Tuesday, and I told Dari and Claire, there is no, you can't buy enthusiasm. You can't do it. Elon Musk's billions cannot buy enthusiasm. When you have that type of outpouring of volunteer support in the rain, that is telling you something. Breathe. That's what I told them. And then they won. And when I was leaving, there was something called Gen Z for Change. They had this big rally for them, and Brad Lander was there, and he's great. And as I was leaving, this woman said, I really appreciated what you said on the stage. I said, where are you from? She goes, I'm from London. Right? So connecting the dots here. And I said, wow. She goes, yeah, we're following all of your races. And we're so inspired. We need this in London. We're not feeling the love, but we are feeling what you all are doing in the States, particularly those of you who are running with a bold, progressive vision, for society. And that really moved me. And it reminded me that these candidates and campaigns are truly rooted in movement that transcend traditional boundaries, geography, even ideology to some extent, because there's a lot of people who are feeling numb. And when they see people who are speaking truth to power, but it's not poll tested, they're speaking their truth, they're speaking out of lived experience, it resonates with people in ways that I have not seen, having been in politics for a long time now. And that is something that really has to be cultivated in non-cynical ways. And figuring out what that looks like, is the next step, because it's great that many of these progressive candidates have won their primaries and will likely win in the general. In my district, we have more raccoons than Republicans, so I think I'm safe. But the question is how to govern as a progressive. It's one thing to campaign. It's much harder to govern, and I've been in the legislature 10 years, and it has been a tricky, challenging job.
I'm going to come to governing in a second. Let me ask one more political-ish question. So Kamala Harris probably won both your districts, but lost Pennsylvania. So talk about why you won and why you won your district and why Kamala Harris lost. And I'll start with you, Chris.
Well, in my legislative district, so I serve in the largest full-time state legislature in the country. In my district of 70,000 people, 4 neighborhoods in Northwest Philly, had the highest voter turnout for Kamala Harris. It's a majority black, mixed income district. And generally speaking, the black electorate is pretty darn wise. And it was a pretty easy choice. And because we're closest to the pain. And the electorate
in my district is disproportionately older and female within the African American community, which is the highest voter turnout, Americans, right? So there was no surprise there. I did not endorse her, although she didn't ask me to, but I made sure that people came out. And I made a choice to say, look, I know there's a lot of progressives and young people who are very challenged in this moment. They do not like Trump. But the argument I tried to make was, sometimes there's people on the ballots who you just love, you vibe with. Most times, not so much. And when you have a choice between what some may call the lesser of two evils, then the opportunity is to say, who do you think you can hold to account? And that was clearly Kamala Harris. She would take your meeting. Donald Trump, not so much. And so I think that narrative and that way to understand one's power, individual and collective electoral power, facilitated better choices.
This is a great discussion because you're going to get the insights from two different parts of the states and two different districts. And I think some parts of the story will be similar. So background, my district, part of Allegheny County, I don't have the city of Pittsburgh, all of Beaver County. I mean, the partisan voter index, I think in 2024, my district was even. It's now maybe D plus 2 or 3. Kamala Harris narrowly won it, but did worse than Joe Biden did in 2020. And in the Beaver... I'm sorry? I ran ahead of her, especially in Beaver County part of my district, where Donald Trump had swung it more his direction. And so, you saw slippage in my district, similar to what I think happened statewide in Pennsylvania. And I got a bunch of theories, but one of them, which I think maybe comes back even to your first question, and is about what I think a lot of the discussion is today, what lessons should the establishment be taking from 24, from the elections we just saw? I keep seeing a lot of Democrats who would love for our party's solution to everything just be to point out how bad Donald Trump is. And I say that, I say that as a guy who, he called for my arrest and hanging and tried to throw me in prison. And it is clear to me that just being opposed to Donald Trump is not enough. You have to have a strong and bold and clear vision for what you're going to do to make people's lives better. I talk about it through the frame of the American dream. Right? That you can afford more than just getting by. You can buy that first house. You can take your kids to a vacation or a ball game. You can go to the doctor when you're sick, for crying out loud. I think you're going to support Medicare for all with me. You can retire with dignity. I mean, there is so much more than just affording your life. And I think to accomplish those things, you're going to be willing to take on the consolidated power in this country. And that's where I think you see folks who maybe aren't so comfortable, and why it's easier just to be opposed to Donald Trump. And that is just not meeting the moment. And by the way, that is not going to meet the moment to win back the White House and the House and the Senate in 2028, even if we win it in 26.
So, leads me to my next question, which is I guess I like what I read about the Chris's policy views before I came here. I like what you guys are saying. But ultimately, my concern, I'll just say it bluntly, is Congress is dominated by the leadership. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, and eventually there might be a Democratic president, and it might be I was going to name your governor, but we'll name somebody else who maybe is not necessarily fully on the populist train or the anti-oligarchy train right now. I'll leave the fill in the blank for which presidential candidate might fill that block. So I'm going to be blunt and ask, does it matter what the average member of the House thinks about oligarchy and corporate consolidation if the leadership isn't there? And I guess I want to be clear, I think the leadership isn't there because I read this piece before I came over here. Economic populism is not just for the left anymore. And it shows Zoran Mondani and Abigail Spanberger. I can tell you the people in Virginia do not think Abigail Spanberger and Zoran Mondani are on the same place in economic policy issues. So I want to just press that we can't continue to suggest the Spanbergers and the Zorans are in the same place, or that the Shapiros and you guys are in the same place right now. So how do you move the power in the party toward the point of views we're going to hear today?
Well, look, I think part of it is who the members of Congress are.
Does that matter?
It does matter. It absolutely matters. It matters to who sits on committees. It matters who wins leadership elections. It matters to what kind of strength the respective caucuses have. You just heard from the Progressive Caucus Chair and Greg Casar, who I came in with last term, okay? We're second-term members. He has been a strong leader of our caucus. And I think as setting the agenda, he threw out from the Progressive Caucus, the affordability agenda that could be a launching off point for, a day one big Democratic caucus agenda. That matters. That is setting terms of debate, that is engaging in that debate that's going to have to be decided in our caucus around elections of who will lead committees. So the members matter. And maybe even in another part of this, Chris, your seat was going to be a Democrat. The question was, what kind of Democrat?
Well said.
But we're having fights also in competitive seats that Democrats can win. I in the caucus endorsed Bob Brooks in the Lehigh Valley, not too far up the road from Philadelphia, as a seat that I think we're going to flip, but is one that is one of the most competitive in the country. And I think we're going to have an economic populist and labor leader in that seat as a Democrat. And so we're having these skirmishes in all kinds of districts across the country.
So one of the things that I've said repeatedly, well, for years, but certainly during the campaign trail, is there is a really important distinction between public servants and politicians. And generally speaking, politicians are folks in elective office who serve themselves and moneyed interests. And public servants serve the people and the public good. And that's a really important distinction to make. The best elected officials listen to the people. And it's easiest to listen to the people when they're screaming outside your window. So if you have thousands of people organizing, reminding elected officials, we're looking for public servants to do their job, that does influence. Maybe not as much or as quickly or as consistently as we would like, but that absolutely influences the choices of people who walk the halls of power. It's real. I would like it to be more influential, this grassroots organizing, but it has always been influential. The best elected officials are those who listen to people who have organized, who are closest to the pain. So we mentioned the New Deal and FDR earlier. It wasn't as though that came out of nowhere, right? All of this was born out of movement. I use the example of my ancestors. I'm a family historian and genealogist. So I have 16 great-great-grandparents who were born into states where slavery was the state law, and all 16 of them died free, which is an extraordinary thing. That whole generation of my grandparents' grandparents, they all died free. Most of them were owned by other people. They didn't wait for Abraham Lincoln to free them. They were organizing, they were rebelling for decades. So by the time these elected officials rose to power, they already had folks on the ground who they had to listen to for one reason or another. So part of this is, how do we use our own power as individual citizens, and collectively, how do we organize to understand the strategic inroads to make the type of change to convince even the politicians, because politicians will do the right thing, perhaps for the wrong reason, maybe just to get reelected, but they will vote the right way if there's enough political pressure for them to do so. And I believe for those of us who are coming in off of this progressive movement, we will have collective power based on the enduring nature of those who organize on the ground. And that's the type of power that may not be as much as corporate-backed folks, perhaps, maybe more, we'll see.
So I have two more questions, then we'll move to the audience, so get your questions ready as well. So I want to ask, particularly in 2025, there was three terms that I heard a lot from left-leaning people, officials, et cetera: affordability, oligarchy, abundance. So Chris, perhaps start with you. Talk about those three. Are those words connected? Are they contradictory? Is there one of those that really resonates with you? Just take any of those three terms. Talk about
what was the first one?
Affordability.
Affordability, yes.
Oligarchy. Yes. Abundance.
So I've talked about abundance a lot because I wrote a book called Invisible Capital: How Unseen Forces Shape Entrepreneurial Opportunity. And it's basically about how we need to look at our entrepreneurial class in this country and look at through the lens of abundance and also structural inequality, and not through the lens of scarcity. So that's a term I've used consistently for quite some time. Affordability is the catchword now. But the challenge with that is, it's like love. Everyone has their own definition, like, what do you do with it? And so, because it's popular now, everybody's using it, so it becomes less meaningful. If you're a corporatist or a traditional Democrat, affordability means we want you to get more money in your pocket so that you can afford the health care insurance that I don't believe we even need. We should just have health care because I'm a radical, right? So how about making the hamster wheel obsolete as opposed to slowing it down, right? You can look at affordability through multiple lenses. But if you don't talk about the structural nature of why everything is so expensive and why do we even need to pay bills that should not actually exist, then affordability is just another catchword, right? And then oligarchy I don't use much because most people don't know the word. And I don't like to use language that confuses or distracts people. I use more colorful language that I'm not sure I'm allowed to say here, but I'm going to say it anyway because I like to say fuckery. Everyone understands that. I mean, I'm just being authentic. This is just me. But I say that because...
I was in the Navy. You're not going to offend me with swear.
You're not a delicate flower. Okay. So I say fuckery because everyone knows what that is, and what it is to you is different than what it is to you is what it is to you. But oligarchy, they're like, huh? Like, it's fine in certain audiences, but I want to connect authentically with folk, not talk down to them, but meet them where they are. And when you're an elected and a candidate, I have gotten better responses from people who don't necessarily agree with my politics because I'm speaking plainly and with candor. And I've made calls to folks to raise money who voted for Trump and Mondani because they're looking for folks to shake things up. And they want different, they want novel. I think that's kind of how we got the F word in the Senate in Pennsylvania. Novelty at the expense of substance. You saw what I did there? All right. So.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. It's funny. You can't say Chris. I mean, we're just going to vote. Okay.
Yes, and I want to be respectful to
I rallied with Senator Sanders a few of the Fighting Oligarchy rallies in Harrisburg and Bethlehem and northeastern Ohio, and got this question at some point of, well, oligarchy. And I ended up having this as a line when I would talk about it, and I answered some question from the press about it. Whether you are using the word oligarchy or robber barons, or I'd say corporate jagoffs, whatever it is, people know exactly what we are talking about when you explain the problem and you say something about it, right? The title or the term, and I actually agree with you, but they know the problem. And it's not just folks in super blue districts, it is people all over the country who understand there is a consolidation of power that has wrecked the American dream and has hurt people and corrupted our politics. They know it. They know it deeply. And whatever this debate is amongst people with big brains online about the various schools of thought, the public has already decided it. They want us to take bold action to break that power and break the corruption in Washington. Not even close. When you look at any poll or you look at the results of these elections where there's some competition between these two ideas. They don't want us tinkering on the edges. And God help us if Democrats are lucky enough to take power in 2028 and don't fundamentally change things. I think people expect us to fix it and turn it around, and that's not going to happen if you're just doing some, non-refundable tax credits here and there. It's not enough.
What are two policy ideas, and I know we could name hundreds, what are two policy ideas the Democratic caucus should unify around that you want to tell this audience? I particularly love one about AI, because that's my other question I want to ask about, but I don't have time. But two policy ideas, whether it's AI or not, that we should make sure everybody watching this hears and that hopefully the Democratic Party will adopt. Chris Ram.
I'm not even in office yet. A lot of pressure here.
You just campaigned. Hopefully you had,
Oh, I guess
I'll go to your website later. But,
There was that whole 10-month campaign. So it doesn't have to be a novel, right? It just has to be something.
Something's important more than whether it's new or not. Yeah.
Well, I think so much is being talked about with Medicare for All. And it is something that's bigger than just healthcare. It's something that represents a greater promise and an expansive policy that impacts everything else. So I think Medicare for All is definitely one thing. But since we're talking about anti-monopoly stuff, whatever we can do to destroy media conglomerates, as someone who's connected to a family who's owned a paper for 135 years,
Which paper?
it's the Baltimore Afro-American newspaper. It's the oldest black family-owned newspaper in the country. My great-great-grandfather founded it. And understanding the importance of independent media and understanding that whatever it is that we talk about, whatever the policy is, the framing of that issue is going to be impacted by corporate media. And it impacts our very democracy, or what's left of it. So destroying these media conglomerates and moving towards media democracy and justice absolutely has to be a top priority, because it will, like Medicare for All, impact so many other things.
Pick up on that thread. I mean, I think in general, right, this anti-monopoly fight is one that should be pretty central for us, because it touches labor markets, it touches whether small businesses can compete, it touches the price we pay for goods and services. So I think it should be a pretty central part of this. We kicked off our Monopoly Busters caucus this Congress. And on the healthcare beat, or on the healthcare side of things, you know, we're gonna have this big debate on the payer side of it, right? Of a public option, a Medicare for all, and that's an important debate, and you know where we stand. We should also be exploring, on the provider side, public options there too, to have the government, you know, competing. And by the way, in lots of the country, in districts all over, healthcare is declining because of these stupid cuts Republicans did, and they've made a trend worse. And so, you know, I'm a veteran, I use the VA. We have models of public options on healthcare that can compete and fill gaps, and we should be thinking about public investment on the provider side, in addition to this important debate we got to fix on the payer side.
Do we have mics for the audience, or do we need that? Okay, so people raise their hands, and if we have thousands of questions, we may have to have a different plan, but how many questions? So, okay, we'll just have 2 right now, so.
Hi, Cole Cahill, reporter.
Hold on one second, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm Cole Cahill, I'm a reporter with Capitol Forum. I've been following and covering monopoly problems and antitrust enforcement for almost 2 years. When I started, we were looking all the time at the DOJ antitrust division and the FTC. These days, we're spending most of our time, or a lot of our time, looking at state attorneys general. Throughout all of that time, in terms of concrete enforcement work and direct action, a lot of the attention hasn't been as much on Congress. So I'm curious to hear from both of you, Chris Rabb, as you're entering Congress, and Representative Deluzio, as you've been in and looking ahead to this coming term and in the future, what your intentions with a seat, from your seat in Congress, on enforcement work and you know, actions as specific as possible would be really interesting. How you see that role in taking shape.
Yeah. So I mentioned our Monopoly Busters caucus, which I launched with colleagues kind of across the ideological caucus spectrum. Pat Ryan, Angie Craig, Pramila Jayapal, which tells you something about where the broader Democratic caucus is going on the question of anti-monopoly. I think it's in the right direction. I'll give you some examples of some concrete things that, you know, we and I have taken on there. Youth sports. Anyone here who has kids who play any kind of youth sports know exactly what I'm talking about. Private equity has rolled up a lot of youth sports, and when they roll it up, they jack up the cost for people. They lock people in. They do stay-to-play schemes. They layer on junk fees. They raise the price. They push out rec leagues from facilities when they rolled them up. So Senator Chris Murphy and I, along with our Monopoly Co-Busters, or Monopoly Busters caucus folks, have a bill basically getting them out of youth sports. And I should come back to the fact that we have laws on the books that have been around for a long time. Clayton Act, Sherman Antitrust Act. The courts have neutered them. And so the Congress does have to step in. I'm working on legislation to deal with the consolidation around the meat packers, which, by the way, is a big problem for why we are spending so much on beef in this country. And what the administration just did in resolving some of that litigation, I think was very weak and inadequate to address the power imbalance there. So again, there are good laws on the books, but they're meaningless if these courts have neutered them as they think they have. And so we will continue to find places in the caucus and beyond, and we'll welcome you to help us, to take on these problems, to not be at such the whim of both enforcers who seem unwilling in this administration to continue some of the decent work that was started, or courts that won't stand up, frankly, when enforcement actions come in front of them.
So, not having taken office yet, I think my perspective on this, and I take this very seriously, is how do I help increase the literacy of those folks who I represent on why these issues are so important? Because in this society, we have this false notion that we have so much choice. And then we look and it's all owned by the same family. Right? Like, it's nuts, but people are distracted, they're concerned, and they don't know. So I think for me, part of being a public servant is being someone who is not just good at legislation and advocacy, but also connecting the dots for busy, distracted, desperate people. And I don't like blaming, why don't you know this? That's not reasonable or decent. I like to say, this is the context in which we're struggling. This is why we're seeing these consistent narratives that push against our beliefs and our abilities to move forward, and then share information that empowers them to say, oh, this makes more sense. Now I understand why things are so expensive, why things are so hard, because people tend to individuate problems and say, it's my fault. Oh, I should have done more research, or I should have this and that. It's like, no, it's systemic. So one of the things I seek to do before I join your caucus is to make sure that the folks who I will be representing have a better understanding and context for their struggles. And it's meat, it's airlines, it's healthcare, it's media, it's so many of these things that impact people's lives every day. And being able to create spaces where these conversations can happen is equally important, and that's something that can be done in partnership with other organizations on the ground who can facilitate those conversations as well.
Other questions? 2, 3, 4. Why don't we have all 4 people ask their question, and we'll sort of reach, everybody give their question, and we'll collectively answer them in some way.
Hi. Since I've got the mic, my name is Rebecca McKinnon. I work various roles in tech policy and media policy, but my question, Chris Rabb, you talked about the importance of destroying media conglomerates and the importance of independent media. It feels that politically, this is, as you were talking about, do we talk about oligarchy or fuckery, right? That this is one of those issues, yeah, I know, among friends here. This is, the media independence, anti-monopoly also sort of has a wonk problem, getting people to really catch on to that issue and for voters to care about that issue. And I just wonder, has anybody tried using the phrase just freedom of thought when it comes to sort of this issue of breaking down monopoly power over media, and whether you think that might be a way to get beyond the wonkery?
Yeah, right in the back there. What's your question?
Hello, farmer from rural America, and my question is about affordability. And could you talk a little bit about the other issues of affordability, not just the prices that consumers have paid? Because I think there's solidarity in the farmers and the workers in what our share of the consumer dollar has been, as well as the share of the GDP that the worker gets, and also the choices, or the illusion, I should say, of choices that the consumer has in the marketplace. And I would like to see you address some of those other issues.
All right, let's probably we have 5 minutes. We'll take these two for now. So freedom of thought and affordability and prices. Either one of you have any?
I'll talk a little bit on agriculture and what's going on in rural America, and the way you teed it up makes a lot of sense. And look, I know in different parts of the country it's different. In my part of Pennsylvania, the farmers in my district and my part of the western part of Pennsylvania, they tend to be small businesses. These are not consolidated big agri corporations in the way they are in other parts of the country. These are more family farms, not exclusively, but they're more small business farms in my part of the world. And I hear complaints that sound pretty similar to other ones outside of agriculture about the trade war and what that has meant for costs and their ability to pass on increases. I mean, they're not selling to consumers so much directly, but their ability to pass on those increases, which they have very limited power to do it. That meat processor, meat packer issue, I've heard about from my farmers for years, that the smaller ranchers, for instance, they get screwed. They get terms dictated to them of when their product can come in, what prices are set for them. They don't have power to negotiate. They don't have options. I've heard complaints about how hard it is to get USDA certification to do butchery and processing. That affects smaller farmers more than others because of the cost and complexity and those requirements. And that may be a different flavor of the same, or a different flavor, but it's a similar problem of size and scale and power. And the farm bill that passed out of the House that I didn't support, I think was not written for those farmers. It was written for big multinational agri corporations. And that's what that farm bill reflected. And so we should be making very different decisions and choices about our food supply and, frankly, the small businesses who there in agriculture, I think, are getting squeezed every single day.
So freedom of thought or the farms that build up. I'm sure there are. I'm sorry.
Well, look, I'm big on urban farming and sustainable farming, and I was on the ag committee for 5 terms. So even though I'm a city guy, I have great respect for agriculture and farmers. And to your point, like they're the big guys, and then there's the majority of folks who have very few workers, are small scale, but have a huge impact on our economy and on communities across our Commonwealth and beyond. I find the conservative talking points around this is that government shouldn't pick winners or losers. But that happens all the time. Those industries and businesses that we subsidize generously with our taxpayer dollars, and those we disregard. And I believe that when we talk about farmers, the vast majority of them are family farms, are small scale, but huge impact. Those are the ones that need the most resources and opportunities to flourish, because when they flourish, we all flourish. With regard to the kind of conceptual framework of freedom of thought, but it's freedom of expression, right? In the previous panel, we're talking about what things are banned or targeted by media companies, social media, what in terms of the algorithms, and what videos are highlighted and what are muted. All of those things are forms of expression that people have, that they want to engage with other folks and perhaps the public, that they don't realize they're being targeted for and discriminated against, and don't realize that. And that's an extension of our what many people would think are our inalienable rights. So if you maybe connect those dots, there may be some value there, because we're connecting it to bigger kind of national ideas of what does it mean to be a citizen, a resident of this country, and then connected to the very deleterious and cynical choices that corporations are making to reduce our freedoms.
That concludes the Chris's from Pennsylvania panel. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Barry.
That was a great conversation, and that's the future of the Democratic Party there. Actually, it's the present of the Democratic Party. Just a quick note on logistics. We will be serving lunch. We also we'll have a coffee break right after this next video, and we have one in the mid-afternoon. And we do have cocktails at the end of the day for attendees. We can't serve those virtually, unfortunately. I do want to make one quick note, which is that we have to change the title of this conference midstream here. It is now the Next American Revolution, Breaking Fuckery and Making a New Democracy. And I'm going to introduce a short video by Daron Acemoglu. In economics for the last 150 years, there's been a fight between people who prioritize theory, especially mathematical theory, and those who focus on structure and actual behavior, on the actual facts of how corporations and other institutions concentrate and wield power, a question that is always political in nature. Many progressives and liberals tend to defer to economists, much in the way that we defer to doctors and scientists. And that's what we were taught for much of the last 40 years in school and by mainstream journalists. Unfortunately, this has proven to be a very dangerous mistake because for the last 40 years, since Ronald Reagan, economics has been all but entirely dominated by theorists and mathematicians whose work is designed to hide power and hide risk. And the failures of that economics, the economics of theory rather than fact, is one of the main reasons we face so many crises in our society today and why we have such a hard time understanding what corporations actually do to us. In recent years, I've had the pleasure of becoming friends with Daron Acemoglu. He is the Institute Professor at MIT and a 2024 Nobel Laureate in Economics. Daron was recognized, along with Simon Johnson and James Robinson, for groundbreaking research showing that societies with poor rule of law and extractive institutions tend to fail politically. Think oligarchic America today. Daron could not be here in person due to long-standing commitments, but because his teachings that structure is what matters most, that standing up to dangerous concentrations of power is nothing more than simple, common sense, because his teachings are revolutionizing economics today, and the more we pay attention to this revolution in economics, the faster our political revolution will go, we thought we would allow Daron Acemoglu a few words. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Daron Acemoglu, and I'm very happy to be able to address you, but unfortunately from afar. I couldn't be there in person. But the topic is very important and close to my heart because I think we live through a period of twin existential challenges. One for liberal democracy, which is in decline everywhere around the world, especially in the United States, and the other one is because of AI and what it will imply for our future. Liberalism is partly in decline because what it promised, shared prosperity, hasn't materialized over the last 4 decades. This has many causes, but at its heart, it's about the fact that we haven't looked after workers and consumers. Having the right kind of technologies for workers to flourish is not a luxury, but a necessity for any society to achieve both shared prosperity and social peace. And any discussion of this topic must start with monopoly and corporate power as one of the leading factors. Monopoly has always been identified as being against the interests of consumers, but it is actually much more than that. It is also one of the shaping features that determines how we organize society, what the direction of technology is, and where social status and political power lies. As Brandeis understood, the problem of monopoly isn't just an economic one, but it's also a political and social challenge. This is more true today than ever because we are confronted with some of the largest corporations humanity has ever seen. The largest 7 corporations today in the United States have roughly annual revenues in real terms, inflation-adjusted terms, that are twice the size of the British Empire's GDP at its peak in the middle of the 19th century. That kind of power cannot be unrestrained. This is something that President Woodrow Wilson very well understood in 1912 when he said, if monopoly persists, monopoly will always sit at the helm of government. I do not expect to see monopoly restrain itself. If there are men in this country big enough to own the government of the United States, they are going to own it. What that means is that you do need to create the institutional structures to contain corporate power and also limit corporate power. This isn't just about creating better prices and more choice for consumers. It's much more about the organization of our society and also the direction of technology. Where AI goes is going to have transformative effects for who benefits from this new opportunity, but also the extent of these gains and how they are going to create a new society for all of us. We need to take corporate power and monopoly seriously in economics, often ignored because somehow we have thought that we can abstract from political factors in economics. But history, and especially today's developments show that that's not going to be feasible. We need to take monopoly and corporate power much more seriously in law, which is what Brandeis wanted to do, and the United States focused on for quite a while, but has fallen by the wayside over the last 5 decades. But we also need to take monopoly and corporate power very, very seriously in tech. Creating pro-worker technologies that don't just automate work, but also create new tasks, new expertise, new opportunities for workers, for good jobs, is essential for shared prosperity, is essential for the future of liberal democracy, and cannot be abstracted from the agenda of who owns AI, who directs its future, and what kind of restrictions and institutional oversight mechanisms we have. That, again, is about corporate power. To top it all up, anti-monopoly actions are not just good economics, good law, and good social policy. They're also good politics. Liberal democracy requires a broad consensus in order to aspire to do things that would not have even occurred to people 200-300 years ago. Shared prosperity, voice for everybody in public affairs, those are some of the most inspiring things humanity has achieved. And they can be re-achieved if we find the right coalition to support a pro-worker agenda of technology and institutions. That cannot be a partisan issue. That is something that all citizens in any country, and especially in the United States, care about. And anti-monopoly isn't something on which left and right should squabble, but it's something we should all embrace because it is something that is going to be essential for our future. Thank you.
They're good hound dogs, so, you know.
Hey everyone, if you could please take your seats, we're going to get started with our next panel. Thank you.
All right, and we're back. I'm Dave Weigel of Semaphore, here to moderate this panel with pollsters who have had a very good election cycle. Pollsters get, I think, too much blame when people in my side of the industry are wrong about stuff. Because no, really, because you all.
Nobody loves pollsters. Nobody wants their kids to grow up to be pollsters.
But you get a lot of input from voters, which we'll be talking about. I'll introduce everybody quickly first. I'm to my immediate right, Adam Carlson, founding partner at Zenith Research. Celinda Lake, right there at Lake Research Partners. There's Evan Roth-Smith at Slingshot Strategies. And Alex Hake, Chief of Policy at Groundwork, and Advocacy at Groundwork. Not a pollster.
Famous.
Yeah, well, I'm privileging the pollsters in this discussion. But everyone is dealing at a different level than even the people running for office are. The first thing I was thinking of, because we're surfeited with takes from last night's elections, is just everybody here, based on the work you've been doing the last year, if Ken Martin said, you know, I had a good run, but I'd like to hand the entire party apparatus and messaging over to you, going down the line, what would your messaging for the last stretch of this election be for Democrats?
Thanks for having me, and good to be with everyone. Mine would be to, with both arms, embrace AI regulation as an economic populist issue. It polls, as I'm sure maybe they can attest to as well, polls off the charts. It is, people are very afraid. People are very, both in terms of protecting kids, in terms of their jobs, in terms of just the known unknowns and unknown unknowns, and are looking for some sort of guardrails, but don't understand the issue very well. And it's one of the few issues where neither party has really claimed a mantle on it yet, and really staked a claim or have like a credible messenger. Alex Borez could have been one of those. He's free, he's available. We'll see if he runs for a different office or goes to the private sector. But I think it's a really underrated economic populist issue for 2028, and you start building the groundwork for that now in 26 and refining your message, finding your messengers. And I really think, again, and it polls really well among Republicans and conservatives, and it's not partisan yet. It will be, but it's not yet. So there's an opportunity right now, but I think there's a fear of being having big AI spend heavily against your candidates in the midterms, and I get that, but I would encourage them to kind of be bold and try stuff out this cycle, so that in 28 you can really run with it.
Okay, and so Linda, what would your answer be?
My answer would be that solid messaging is a three-legged stool, and we've got two of the legs down, but the stool is inherently unstable because we haven't got the third one. We've got the everything is shitty down great, but people don't need to talk to the Democratic Party to figure that out. We've got Trump is bad, but what we haven't got is what we're going to do instead. And I would lead with a populist economic message. It would be much more anti-corporate than the current Democratic establishment has an appetite for. And it would link a rigged economy to a rigged democracy.
Going down?
Yeah, I think you're going to hear a lot of the same answers here, but no, I think you would move the party aggressively to the left on economic policy, probably move it to the center on all non-economic policy, and then shut up about that and talk only about economic policy. You just don't want to give people. You don't give the Republicans a reason to poison the well on a candidate who is otherwise going to run on. I mean, economic populism is the most popular policy set in the United States, and you don't want distractions from it because those can be lethal. But I think for the party and its messaging, you want to restore the choice that the voters who determine competitive elections, who swing or ticket split in competitive districts and competitive states. In most democratic systems, you have a button press. This is my heuristic for how I think about it. Those voters, when the tax rate is too high, or economic growth has cooled, and the rate of social progress has exceeded their tolerance, they press the red button, or whatever color the button is in their country. When economic conditions have gone K-shaped or whatever, or the rate of social progress has not gone as fast as they want to, they press the blue button, or whatever colored button that is in that country. And that is the fundamental choice that most swing voters have in most liberal democracies. And the Democratic Party has basically failed to provide a reliable button press for those voters on our side of the equation. If you want to break up concentrated wealth and power, you can't, those swing voters don't necessarily feel like they can reliably press the blue button, and that will happen. And we have to restore that A to B, and that's, I think the messaging of the party has to be entirely around that. And that means going to war, that means norm breaking and proposal of non-economic, like economic policy that is bad, but fulfills voter wishes. Voters want like deflation. A deflationary economy in most conditions is like awful, right? But voters want stuff like that. They want punitive measures towards CEOs of grocery stores. Like this stuff pulls off the charts. You just gotta go out there and give it to them. I think we have to norm break as a party, be over the target where the voters want us, and restore that clear line of what happens when you vote for the Democratic Party if you're a swing voter, and what you get when they take power, when we take power.
And your answer, Alex? And then I'll dive into what everyone said.
Yeah. As the non-pollster, I do what we basically do now, which is pay these three folks to give us their ideas and tell us what to say. And I agree with all of this here, but I think one thing that we have consistently seen over the last year and going back even farther, the well-covered Democrats' brand problem is, of course, partially about who they are and what they have stood for, but it is also, in many ways, and maybe more important ways, about what they have not stood for or what people cannot figure out they want to do, to Celinda's point, providing an alternative and being unified on that. I think that radically simplifying the message for the next 6 months, the kind of home stretch here, would be very useful for Democrats who love to talk about many different issues and have takes on every single kind of policy that you could possibly dream of. I think we saw Mamdani, a lot of, not a simplification and relentless focus on an affordability agenda, but also fast and free buses, freeze the rent, and free childcare. People got what he said, they understood what he was for, and it defined him around a few simple ideas and messages that he hit over and over and over again, and really didn't talk about anything else. And I think you could pick three things, I don't know, healthcare, corruption, AI, or some combination of the few, take it with a populist tint and just hammer them over and over and over again. I think that is going to be essential to actually convincing people that Democrats have a unified vision, that they have a coherent worldview, and that when you press that button, you're going to get what you signed up for.
Okay, I heard AI was definitely new relative to what I heard in 2024, and there's a little bit of 2025 in there. But some of these answers did rhyme with what I heard from Democrats in 2024. When we talk about Evan, Celinda in particular, when I hear about deflation from Evan, Bob Casey's not a senator anymore. Bob Casey ran on fighting greedflation, and he lost to a hedge funder. Now there are so many X factors going in elections, but haven't Democrats, didn't they just try this? Didn't they just try some version of taking on corporations and voters didn't believe them?
No, I actually was very disappointed in the 24 cycle. We, through our Blueprint polling initiative, we were screaming from the rooftops on some of these things, particularly price gouging. And what happened was you saw the Harris campaign and much of the party go out there and say it, and promise it, and then they reacted to contact with donor class, corporate class, insider class, in an extraordinarily chicken shit way, and totally backed off of it. And that's like the worst thing you can do, because then you've like signaled, we know what the problem is, we know what to do about it, and then you're like, but actually the people, you the voters, the people who would benefit, we're actually listening to someone else in the end.
Right, I'm remembering she goes to North Carolina, she talks about, not greedflation, but parts of the agenda is part of that, and immediately there's criticism. I think Catherine Rampell was one of the people writing about how comparing it to Venezuela. And within, I don't know, 3-4 hours, I started to see Republican ads saying that Kamala Harris had a Venezuela plan. So Linda, not to walk into it, is that part of the answer? 2024, just Democrats had the elements here and didn't have the guts to go with it?
Well, we've had the elements here for 40 years, right? And haven't gone with it. So I really think the 24 prism is a very distorting prism. How you get economic credibility when you said for 3.5 years inflation is down, inflation is down. You're supposed to get credibility. I mean, I'm not trying to be a Harris apologist or defender, but you're supposed to get credibility on this in 104 days? Come on. And you're running tied to a ticket. And so I think that's a very distorting prism. I would rather focus on where we go from here. And I think the model, one of the models of where we go from here is, I wish, and Adam I see in the audience and others have really been pushing this, and I think they're right, we should issue contract with America. We should, it doesn't have to be everything we stand for God's sake. And it's, 10 one-line items that we commit to. Fire us if we don't get it done. We're going to filibuster the first 3 from day one. We're going to do a Mikey Sherrill and sign it in the middle of our inaugural speech. And let's take some action. Let's take some things that prove that we will deliver on our economic promises. Right now, people think we just sound political. We just have the rhetoric, and then we, issue it in a press release on our way into a high donor fundraiser. I also think, and I think you guys are having some of this later on, there is no economic reform without campaign finance reform. That's the bottom line. Both parties are bought and sold. There's no question about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to stick too much on 2024, but I ask it because... Good. Okay, well, no, but I ask it because I was just rereading Joe Biden's farewell address, and he talked in terms that I think everyone here uses, and maybe Trump is unique in reinventing himself from day to day on what he's running on. But that's why I ask about 2024 is because what can Democrats hearken back to as proof that this works? What is the evidence that why should voters trust? Give us power back, and we're going to take on big corporations, make your life cheaper, because they're not all Wall Street Journal readers.
Well, that's not our message. Like, listen to that message. We're going to produce, like when? Like when was stuff so great? Like the Depression? I mean, like when? Plus, Americans, we're the instant oatmeal culture, right? Nobody in this country would market oatmeal that takes you 3 days to make. If you can't get it in the microwave and out in 6 minutes, my God. So we got to talk about the future. We got to go forward. We got to talk about new leadership. We got to talk about change. And, it's hard for some of our leaders who have been fighting for this for a long time. But Bernie Sanders, AOC, don't have any problem being the change-oriented team. So it's about going forward, not looking for historic credibility. Unless we're going back to, maybe in Chicago where we can revive people vote from the grave, but otherwise, I don't think we should be going to historic credibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think the simple answer is they can look back to 2024 to see when it worked. It was just for Donald Trump, who had historically high inflation, an unpopular incumbent, and a muddled message from the top of the ticket against him, and relentlessly hammered prices. And of course, some of the culture war kind of issues that were much higher in salience than they are now. But the number one thing he talked about was prices in the economy, and when people pulled the lever for him, the number one thing they pulled the lever for him for was on prices in the economy. And then he went kind of immediately and did nothing about it, and in many cases made it worse. And we're seeing the backlash, right? So that there's clearly a penalty for not delivering. We can talk about disinflation and rates and levels and all the rest, but clearly people are still very upset by high prices. They rate Trump's economy worse than Biden's, which is a little schadenfreude, but still, not anywhere where we want to be. And I think the Democrats, by putting forward an affordability message, have the bones of what it will take to oust an unpopular incumbent and his party, but do not have the credible solutions to then convince people that they are seeing major improvements in their lives. And I think on the policy side, that's where we need to take the next step.
I can ask something fairly easy for a crowd of people who are Democrats and talk to voters, though. When I talk to Republicans and look at their messaging, their version of affordability is look at the tax benefits we gave people and look at how every Democrat voted against them. And starting with you, Adam, just when you talk to voters or get data back, how convincing is that? It's not the tax cut from 2017. It is every ad I see is we cut the Social Security tax. There's no tax on tips. How much is that keeping people with Trump or moving them away from Democrats?
I think that it's much less credible now than it was. I think to Alex's point, I mean, Trump
was in when they were promising it. You mean?
Yeah, yeah. I think that people have seen what Trump promised. I'm going to bring down prices on day one. That was his big thing. How much were eggs under me? How much were eggs under Biden and then later Harris? And it was a broken promise, and I think they've lost a lot of credibility. And I think that there's this populist, the anger from inflation and the rising cost of living has caused lower income Republicans who have supported them for since the Obama years. You look at a state like Iowa, and they have they voted pretty reliably Democratic or swing state and kind of moved very sharply towards Republicans. A lot of rural, lower income voters, and they haven't really seen the benefits of it. So you see this opening now in the Iowa Senate race and the Iowa governor's race in particular, to kind of reclaim that mantle. And I think that it's more a kind of rebuke against Republicans than it is a move towards Democrats. And we're seeing that kind of everywhere. And it's more throw the bums out, punish the people that are in power versus we really think Democrats have it all together. And we really think Democrats have a plan and are moving it forward. And I think that's what Celinda was saying. And I think that's what Alex was saying too, is that you have to boil it down in very simple terms. So the 10 lines here or the 3 things Mamdani said. And I think the big avatar for me for 2028 is the Michigan Senate primary that's coming up. And I think a lot of kind of people in this town, and I'm in New York, but myself included, I've been kind of surprised by the resilience of the El Sayed campaign, because he has, like Mamdani, 3 big kind of talking points, and everything kind of flows down from there. It's money out of politics, to your point, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. So 3 things that poll very well. They're vague concepts, they're easy to remember, but he says it with an authenticity that you can't kind of teach. And if I could control the party, I would make every candidate super authentic, even if their ideas weren't super if they weren't super popular. If I'm this all encompassing God that can do that, but you can't, and you can't teach that. And I think that even though I think in a lot of ways McMorrow's policy positions as kind of this Goldilocks middle path are more popular than either Stevens or El Sayed's among the general electorate and even among the primary electorate, like a public option, like overhauling ICE instead of abolishing it, you're seeing her slip because I think there's a lack of perceived authenticity. And not because she doesn't believe those things, but because people are so kind of angry and I'm so upset. I don't know about you all, I've never seen, like Alex, we worked in the white working class focus group stuff together. I've never seen voters so angry and calling for class warfare. Double Trump voters in the white working class are yeah, I want price controls. That sounds good. And you get to harness that and in a positive and affirmative way and not just say, we're not them. Give us a shot.
I think the other thing about Abdul and where his pollster is that he does back it up with his record. He's never taken a corporate contribution. He got eyeglasses for kids. He retired millions and millions and millions of dollars of medical debt when people said it couldn't be done. So there is an element of delivery, but I think the delivery can't be at the partisan level, party level. It has to be at the candidate level. The other thing I think about the affordability agenda, we got our affordability measures, they got their affordability measures. What we have that's unique is wages and unionization, and we should be coupling that with affordability. Otherwise we sound like a Memorial Day sale. We'll give you 10% off on your mattress, they give you 15% off on your mattress. No, we're gonna make sure you have a decent job so you can buy an American-made mattress.
And just following quickly on what sort of promises, if you're writing this contract that Hakeem Jeffries is going to roll out, is it the PRO Act? Is it what pieces of it would be popular for Democrats?
I'm not privy to what he's doing.
Oh, no, we're writing it for him.
Oh, we're writing it for them, okay. Yay! We'll break up corporations, break up monopolies, some kind of real populist element. And I think there's stop price gouging, but let's be serious about it. The VA negotiates 399 drugs. The Medicare can't figure out how to do 10. Well, fucking A. Let's all go get the price list from the VA and deliver it to Medicare. That could be a good exercise during lunch. If they can't figure it out, we can. So, I mean, there's just, somebody said last night, maybe it was even a quote from you, Evan, insurgency beat incumbency. Let's be insurgents.
Sounds pretty
Somebody
good.
said
go with it.
somebody
I
in
like
the
it.
Mondami team, maybe Mondami said it, but
Well-
insurgency beat incumbency last night, and that's the lesson.
What is it for Evan too? In talking to voters, what is it they don't like? What comes up that they don't like about Democrats? And again, we've left 2024 in the past, but it's fine. Biden's at the Obama Library somewhere waiting for a ride. We'll move on from him. What is it they bring up about Democrats that they do not like, that it's still the deal breaker?
Well, we just did. We're going to release it this week. We just did. We started doing these large format open endeds. We call them focus polls, and it's fun. Don't laugh. It's a good idea. Thank you. Where we do these sort of natural language, low question count, open end responses, and we use AI to sort of enable our ability to do this instead of having to code all this stuff and transcribe it. But we just did one where we asked Democrats and independents, what do you think of the Democratic Party? No tilt. And then we asked Republicans and independents, what would it take for you to ever vote for a Democrat? And we just let them talk. And national sample registered voters. Democrats and independents have like nothing good to say. We started doing this in part because if you do just like a multiple choice question poll and do you approve of the Democratic Party, you're gonna get like 80% approval of the Democratic Party from Democrats. But if you let them talk, it's like 16% say something good, and everyone else has horrible things to say about the Democratic Party. And these are partisans. So that was the value in doing it. And like the number one word, people were sounding like each other all over the country of like spinelessness, stick up for something. You're supposed to be the party of working people. What have you done about it? And I honestly think that, I'll leave it to the political historians to determine when this happened, but the Democratic Party made its peace with capital at some point in the last 20, 30 years. And when you are the center-left party in a political system, you are supposed to be at least adversarial, if not openly hostile towards capital. Representative Kassar said, we have to get used to not being invited to dinners and stuff like that. But it goes further than that. I don't actually really care what the policy set is. You just pick the most popular ones that show that you absolutely hate concentrated wealth and power. I think it's more worthwhile to focus on corporations over individuals, wealthy people. That is something that I think the party needs to get a little better at. There's too much focus on the individuals, and the oligarchy language that was discussed earlier sort of muddies what actually helps people, which is like going after very wealthy companies that are screwing you. But I don't care what the policy set is. Pick the ones that test the best, and just declare war on capital, basically. And that I think will return the confidence that we have seen erode in these studies that we've done of partisan Democrats, not just as well as swing voters, independents, and so on. But the Democratic Party actually stands for something and is willing to do things about it and is willing to get mad about stuff. And has some sort of spine. There's this obsession in the party with what can we do? We can't win all these fights, right? We can't. It actually doesn't matter if you win those fights. It doesn't matter if you win those fights. The fights have to be better chosen, and louder, and break more norms, and garner more attention, and be more over the target. And voters will reward you for that.
We haven't talked too much about Mamdani yet, but as you were talking, I was thinking of Mamdani welcoming a sort of CNBC moderated fight with Bill Ackman many times when he was running for mayor. And I guess that part of that is that Bill Ackman's never going to donate to Mamdani Super PAC. But is that kind of what you're talking about? Just Democrats need to pick specific targets that will get them into when I say bad news cycles, I'm talking about CNBC again. That's going to get them trashed in some media. That's okay with them right now.
The Bill Ackman fight, the Ken Griffin fight, which did not go the mayor's way, I would say, or at least fought to a draw. Those are much less productive than like the ticket pricing stuff that he's done with the World Cup. Like that is why moving the target over to corporations or to inadequately provided or unaffordably provided government services.
And I think the thing about Mandami and many other people, and I would go to Abdul and others, they do deliver. It may not be the greatest thing in America. I mean, Mikey Sherrill did deliver. Buses are free. The child care is expanded. Mandami took on the whole slate, but spending less time on that and more time on getting money from her for child care. They already had rent control, so it was something that could be expanded. These ideas that sounded radical in Livingston, Montana, where I'm from, actually sounded very normal in New York City. So I think we also have to figure out ways to talk about this, like the grocery store thing. We tested language on the government grocery stores. You know the most popular government grocery store out there? The commissary. If you're in real America and you know any veterans, everybody wants to go to the commissary store. It's really, really good. That is a government grocery store. Mm-hmm. So we need to use more metaphors and analogies. We need to get into real people's lives.
Mm-hmm. And Alex, you were moving your bike like you wanted to talk.
Always want to talk.
Okay, good. Oh no. Okay, well, go ahead.
I mean, what we have seen, I think, to go on the question with Evan, is the dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party. Adam alluded to these focus groups we did with working class voters broadly defined, and a lot of double Trumps or Biden Trump, not voted. And I think one of the most striking lessons that we got out of that is we had a question at the end that was, when is the last time any politician has done something that has meaningfully improved your life? And I don't know, out of the 40 or so people across all the focus groups, I would say maybe 4 people had an answer that wasn't nothing, never. And as a Democrat and having worked in several administrations, I mean, it's incontrovertible that we've done stuff. It might not have been the biggest or the best, or we did the child tax credit. We did things that should show up in people's bank accounts or in people's lives, and there was just absolutely no recognition. The things we got a couple stimulus checks from Donald Trump, one ACA, Obamacare still, and then Obama phones came up. These were literally the only things that people could point to.
Do they not remember the Biden stimulus check?
Not a one.
Poor guy.
Not a one. He didn't. We didn't sign it. And so I think there's the deliverism debate is what we did. What we have done over the last several cycles. Has it shown up, or have we been able to communicate it better? I think we just have not delivered on what people want at the time. We ran a jobs-focused and manufacturing-focused kind of message in a time where people were mad about grocery prices, and people had jobs and they were getting jobs but couldn't afford some of these basics. And so I think, again, the simplification, the making things bigger and more obvious, it's not sending 10 press releases or doing events, or even, I think you're talking about CNBC, people aren't watching CNBC, right? Maybe it's good for the clips, but I think the more you can grab the spotlight and the microphone and use that opportunity to really hammer a message and be able to explain what you're doing and why you're doing it. I think this was why the shutdown was relatively successful for improving internal politics for the Democratic Party. And then, of course, when kind of everything fell apart, it fell back down again. But for the first time, it felt like Democrats had the microphone from Donald Trump, who's famous for being able to have the megaphone whenever he wants, and told a story, a compelling story about something people were concerned about. And we saw some real traction gained in that fight, which has since dissipated.
And I think we got to have some specifics that show up at people's real lived experience. And Donald Trump is very good at that. He's also very good at taking credit for our things, like prescription drug prices. And then I think he's very good at pointing out our misses. I mean, when I think about it, my mother wouldn't let me eat maraschino cherries because of food dye. Why the hell didn't we outlaw food dyes, for God's sake? Why did it take RFK to outlaw food dyes? That's absurd. They are masters of the small symbolic gesture. and we are masters of the 250,000-page plan.
And I think on top of that, building on what Celinda and Alex said, if you're driving anywhere in this country and you see one of those signs like paid for by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act of whatever year it was, Biden's name is not on that. And that was an intentional choice because he's like this honorable man, like, no, it's not about me, it's about the country, et cetera. Where Trump will just slap his name on whatever. Including stuff from that bill. And you see presented to you by John Trump, or whatever. And something that I think the Democrats, and something back to Mamdani for a second, does a really good job of is taking credit for things without being cocky. And I think that's the sweet spot for Democrats that we are very, very bad at. And that's something you can't really teach. And that's kind of the problem, is you need to find these kind of diamonds in the rough, and sometimes there are backbenchers in the assembly, sometimes there are physicians, sometimes there's somebody else, and you have to just kind of take swings and try. You see someone like Graham Plattner, it's like, seems great on paper, but like a little shaky on the other things, but still has this appeal. But you have to try new stuff. You can't just keep running these kind of state reps who are very polished, that wanted to run for Senate since they were 7 years old and don't come across as super authentic. And I think to that exercise that Alex is talking about, when's the last time a Democrat or any politician has improved your life? I mean, when I was watching that in real time, I was like, we saved the economy twice from utter collapse in 2009 and in 2021. But that's not and that has probably done more to improve people's lives and bank accounts than anyone in the last 30 years. But it's not sexy. It's not easy to explain. Preventing disaster that Republican president or a macroeconomic or global factor has caused is not like, I don't know, throwing your name on a sign. So I think we have to get better at that and be proactive instead of reactive. Some of that's timing. It's bad timing to enter office during the financial crisis and after COVID, but we have an opportunity to show something in 26 and then 28 on what we do when we get the microphone and what we do when we get power. And to Evan's point, like, you don't have to deliver on everything that you are seeking out to achieve. I think voters and people understand that. They're disappointed, and you shouldn't lie. But you should try something, and you should trying and failing is better than saying, well, we can't try that. We're not.
I'm not a deliverist. I'm like a winning electionsist, and I am okay with frankly lying. But one of the most stunning, to your point of like both your points, or all three of your points, of seizing moments and capitalizing on attention. And being willing to just take credit for good things, even if they're like kind of ideologically murky on who you're supposed to be as a politician. During the Biden administration, we did all this testing of policy recall and credibility on policy and things like that. And one of the most stunning results I ever found was that one of the top voter recalls on Biden policy was rejoining the Paris Climate Accords, which is like, if we had to name like 20 things in this room that the Biden administration did that we like would expect voters to remember, would that be anywhere on the list? But it's because he did it. It was the first thing he did, because he had made this promise, the first thing I'm going to do as president is rejoin the Paris Climate Accords. And it was the first thing he did as president. And when voters are paying attention to the president, like inauguration week, right? So they remember, voters had enormous recall on rejoining the Paris Climate Accords. And they didn't have recall or didn't actually believe when we told them about it that fossil fuel production had reached historic highs under Biden, and as a result, energy prices were dropping. They just didn't believe it, and that was in part because Biden was uncomfortable, and the people around Biden were uncomfortable with taking credit for that. Meanwhile, we're happy to hammer Donald Trump when prices are high. We're not willing to take the dub when we bring him down, even if it's like a little ideologically murky for some segments of the party to take that win. Anything good happens in New York City, Zohran Mamdani's like, he's often responsible, but it's true.
Is he not actually on the Knicks? I thought he was.
The Knicks is owned by like a MAGA Republican.
Yeah. Oh, you were talking on it. Oh, okay.
I was saying the Knicks.
Oh, yeah, we all went in the same place. I'm curious, having asked what comes up about Democrats, why they're lame, the lack of, they did something for me, that makes sense. I've heard that too. But I think we're going to hear from Dan Osborne here later today. There are some Democrats, it's forgotten now amid other things, but Graham Plattner, one of his differences with Democrats was on gun rights. What else comes up when people are frustrated with Democrats? How much do the cultural issues that Republicans are very, very comfortable talking about? I'm lumping a lot in here. I'm lumping how Democrats talk about immigration, they talk about gender, they talk about guns. How much does that come up as something like, well, I'm disappointed with Trump, but those guys are wimps on issues X, Y, or Z?
I want to take a slightly different position than a couple of things that have been said. First of all, some positions we take because they're just the right thing to do, right? I'm not willing to compromise on transgender issues. I'm not willing to compromise on abortion. They are the right thing to do. But I think we pay a price not for having the wrong position, but for having the wrong priority. We worked in the Factory Towns research with Mike Lux, and 61% of voters after the election thought that Democrats were obsessed with transgender issues. This is effing infuriating. They are obsessed. We are just not going to let people get bullied and hurt. But it's revealing when you don't have an economic plan, when they can't name the 3 things you're going to do like Mandami, then they think you're obsessed with the social issues. So I think our problem is it's much less our position, and frankly, I'm not willing to compromise, and I think we should work with the public, and the public has seen a sea change in their attitudes on abortion, for example. But I do think that we need a solid economic platform, because that's what people, if there's not an economic reason to vote for a Democrat, why in the world would you vote for a Democrat?
I think what we've seen, and we were really trying to dig to the bottom of this, is exactly that prioritization. The vast majority of voters prioritize economic issues over social and cultural issues, and the vast majority of voters believe that Democrats prioritize social issues over economic issues. Of course, there are differences in attitudes amongst demographics and geographic areas on exactly how they feel about those social issues, but when you're talking about just the candidates, they identify Republicans with being obsessed with the things that they are obsessed with, the economy. And they don't identify Democrats the same way. And so I think that, again, a relentless and simple message that is able to break through that is focused on populist economics is going to be necessary to try to change that perception of prioritization. And I do think you're going to see the other thing, the Plattner, the Osborne, Tellerico in Texas. I think the second most popular thing for Democratic candidates to do is to stand up against the Democratic Party. And if that identification, being outside the system, being against both parties, that is something that the voters are really prioritizing. I worked for Bernie Sanders. Bernie has all kinds of views on all kinds of things, and people understand what those views are. They identify him as the most liberal politician in Congress, but they also identify him as someone who stands up to both parties, who is independent and is not swayed by big money or by democratic orthodoxy. And so I think a lot of his ideological positioning gets a pass. He's the most popular politician in the country right now. And so that's, I think, what you're going to see. Tellerico on fossil fuels, Plattner on guns. You're going to see these stances being taken that differentiate you from an unpopular brand in the Democratic Party. And I think it's obviously smart politics to do so. Osborne, of course, on immigration and otherwise. But the core, what you'll find is the core of all of their messages is economic populism. And even Tellerico, when gets asked about some of his previous comments and stances, is they want us looking left and right and not up. I mean, really centering the entire thing around the billionaire class, corporations, money in politics. And I think that coming back to that home base is going to be necessary to change the brand perceptions.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues that I've seen pop in the last couple of months, and maybe it's been happening before that, and I'm curious if the other pollsters and policy experts have seen this too, is the issue of corruption. I just got out of the field in Michigan and asked you sometimes, like, well, what's your most important issue? What would affect you and your family? There's different ways of kind of asking issue priorities, right? This one I did something a little different, which is not novel or anything, but just like, what would be the most important issue for, that will affect your vote? I phrased it better than that, but, and corruption was right up there with inflation, which I was like, that can't be right. Inflation's number one with a bullet in all these polls. And I thought something was wrong with my sample, and I double checked everything and looked, and I talked to some other pollsters about it, and they're like, we haven't seen that much of a, it hasn't been that dramatic, but it is like 1B right now for a lot of swing voters. Like they see not just the Trump administration as corrupt, the Democratic Party as corrupt. And there's a real opportunity, like to Alex's point, of like you can get brownie points with voters for calling out the corruption in the Democratic Party and being beholden to those donors. Again, you won't get invited to every dinner. It might hurt you in terms of your big donors, but you'll make up for it with small donors, small dollar donors, which are more replicable, and you can gain points for authenticity. And there's such a broad corruption's such a broad issue, and there's so many different facets that you can go into, and you can tailor it to your state or who you're running against. If you're running against Ken Paxton, for instance, it's like very easy to make that argument, right? Versus you're running against one like Mike Rogers, it looks a little bit different. But there is this opportunity to kind of have these two twin planks, and they are related. It all comes back to campaign finance of inflation and corruption as these kind of like two pillars that you could build around, and everything is downstream from that.
We can close on the corruption piece of it because, again, I watch every campaign ad I can for what I'm covering, and Republicans do have a response. If Democrats poke their head up on corruption or on the oligarchy, their response is find some rich Democrat and beat them up and say they're both the same. I've seen this everywhere. So
Soros, right?
Well, Soros, but even I've seen people say they're attacking the billionaires, but look at this billionaire who lives in San Francisco and they gave them a bunch of money. San Francisco, I think, is coded whenever they attack it, but I've seen that. So how should Democrats?
They're also developing now,
Yeah.
which I think is even more dangerous, honestly, the so-called fraud narrative.
Yes.
I mean, the quote-unquote Somali fraud, the quote-unquote Native American fraud, et cetera, and I think that's actually more dangerous.
Well, speaking of something that would happen under the Biden administration they want to talk about, like they were not sending camera crews to capture people arrested for fraud. This one is, implication being we're taking on fraud and they're not. How should Democrats, just closing on that, how should Democrats respond to that then? Because there is some fraud there, and there are some billionaire donors. How should they make their campaigns robust against both of these Republican stories?
I mean, I think that we cannot be afraid to call out other Democrats, and particularly if you're in the business of winning elections, right, and not making friends, then I think the answer is to call out both parties. The system is what people are they are fed up with it. They are sick of it. They want major structural changes to how the economy works and how our political system works. They hate both parties, and I think are not willing to accept kind of on their face any messaging from kind of what they perceive as partisan places. And so running against the party where necessary, running against leadership is a time-honored tradition, of course, and we're seeing more and more people running against leadership right now. And then I think at some point, the party as a whole needs to actually get its act together and get big money out of politics. The super PACs and the outside spending and the dark money is an escalation that I think many thought is necessary to keep up with the money on the other side. But I think the only way to actually get out of this kind of entanglement is to make real changes. I mean, we haven't banned stock trading for members of Congress, and we see anytime, I don't know, with my friends who aren't politically engaged, they talk about Trump has made $4 billion since he's been president. He's getting Qatari jets.
And they say Pelosi.
Is long on NVIDIA and insider trading. And there's really no distinction in their minds. And so I think while there's a lot of internally, I think the party is saying, well, of course it's different. People don't see it like that at all, and need to understand that we need some actual substantive changes and some real cleanup. And you do a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Bring people in on both sides. There are Democrats on the Epstein files. There are Democrats who have broken corporate laws, right? There are billionaire donors who are caught up in lawsuits or wage theft or immigration or tax evasion. I think really need to go after them hard, prosecute them, make it public, and use the oversight function not just on Trump, not just on emoluments or the Qatari jet, but really taking on the class and corporations that are making people's lives harder.
Well, and we should be for real change.
This is the last word, but please,
Okay,
I want you to give it, yeah.
It's not accidental that Mondami won with public financing.
Mm-hmm.
We need campaign finance reform.
Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you for ending with applause, because I wasn't going to get any. But I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for this great panel, and eager to hear what everyone else has to say.
Thank you, guys. Actually, that was a really great conversation. I think it pointed to the future of the Democratic Party, to democracy. I actually had recently I had an argument of sort with my old dear friend Larry Lessig, and it was precisely, is anti-monopoly the main fight, or is campaign finance reform the main fight? And we kind of argued that out on stage. And at the end, we said, you know what? It's the same goddamn thing. So anyway, we now are going to lunch. We have the lunch is out there in the hall. You can bring it back here. You can wander around the floor. It's not that big a floor, but just find a place. And please be back here by 12:55 because we have Senator Murphy is going to be here exactly at 1, and so want to be ready for him. Anyway, thank you all. Hello, everybody. Please, we have Senator Murphy in the room. So everyone, please take your seats. That means you, Adam Green. Okay. All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch. It's great to see a bunch of fresh faces in the room. We're sort of approaching the, this is the center of our batting order. And so it's going to be, we're going to have a few, I expect a few home runs in this next little a while. Not that we've actually lacked for hitting in the first part of the day. So anyway, I'm going to start with the introduction. Yes, our fight is about affordability and abundance, but it is also about freedom of inquiry, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of spirit. Or as the founder of Providence, Rhode Island, Roger Williams, put it, soul liberty. The only way to truly understand American constitutional democracy, American democratic republicanism, is that the ultimate goal, the goal that shaped every other goal, was the fight to establish an absolute liberty of the soul, a liberty to wander intellectually and spiritually wherever we will. We can trace this to the Puritan Revolution in England, to the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, to the Constitution and Bill of Rights. And whether you believe in God or not, and no matter what God you believe in, no one can fully understand the purpose of America's liberty laws and principles without understanding soul liberty as the ultimate goal. Pope Leo, in his encyclical, wrote, "Freedom in the digital age is not merely a matter of interiority. It is also a public concern. It calls for clear rules, transparency, the possibility of recourse, and proportionate limits on the use of intrusive technologies, so that technology will remain at the service of the human person and not become a form of control over conscience." One of my great honors these last years has been to watch Senator Chris Murphy think and reason his way to a new vision of liberty. He has done so through tough, vitally important fights, as a leading voice in Congress calling out concentrations of power and wealth and control, including an incredibly important fight to restore that great liberty law, the Robinson-Patman Antitrust Act. He has done so now through a new book published just a few weeks ago, Crisis of the Common Good, The Fight for Meaning and Connection in a Broken America. In this, Senator Murphy moves swiftly beyond a focus on what we fight against to a vision of what we fight for. He understands that this, our fight, is not a revolution in policy, but an intellectual revolution, a spiritual revolution, a revolution in how we see the world and our place in it. And that the purpose of liberty is not to stand alone. It is to be free to make true community, to be free to serve others, not by compulsion, but by choice. Everybody, please welcome one of the true leaders of the New Liberty Movement, Senator Chris Murphy.
Well, Barry, thank you very much, and really grateful for the invitation. This journey that I have been on over the last several years to try to understand the roots of our discontent as a nation has been one with several Sherpas, Barry and other people in this room amongst them. And so I was just really tickled to get the invitation to speak today. And I looked at the lineup of others who are addressing you, and it's really, really good company. I wanted to take Barry's invitation and to try to take a step back. You are going to have these very vital conversations on how you turn the dials robustly and aggressively of our regulatory scheme in this country to make sure that we have decentralized corporate power, where we have the ability for small businesses to become big businesses, where we attack the abuse of workers and consumers, price gouging. But there is this inextricable link to the structure of our economy and the way that people are feeling today about how they interact with the economy and our democratic crisis. And so that's just what I wanted to say a few words to you about today. I'll start with a scene from 1961, and this is a Jerusalem courtroom. It's the trial of Adolf Eichmann, who was essentially the organizer of all of the logistics of the Holocaust. And in that courtroom is a correspondent for The New Yorker named Hannah Arendt. And she is surprised at what she sees that day because she is listening to Eichmann and she is expecting to hear a virulent, unhinged racist. This is the person who led to slaughter millions of Jews. And instead, she's listening to someone speak just plainly and coldly about logistics, about transport schedules, about train schedules, about following orders. And she is watching someone, she realizes, that has just surrendered all of their agency and all of their independent thinking, in this case to the Nazi regime. And she writes this article in which she calls what she sees the banality of evil. Later, she would write one of the most important books of the 20th century, The Origins of Totalitarianism. And while Eichmann isn't a central figure in that book, and you know this book, she describes in it the preconditions for the spread of authoritarianism. And the primary precondition that she identifies is something that she calls rootlessness. And Eichmann was someone who was rootless. He had no independent moral judgment. He had no community to which he belonged to. And so he surrendered himself to the Nazi regime and to the Nazi ideology. For her, rootlessness is this idea that as a human, you can find yourself in a way where you are rooted to no firm ground. You belong to no garden, to no field. You have no power, you have no agency, you just drift, right? Wherever the wind takes you, because you have no roots. You are helpless. You are powerless to forces that are beyond your control. And in this book that Barry talks about, I describe what I call, not originally, but a kind of spiritual unspooling that is happening in this country that has led us to the brink of totalitarianism. And the two kind of primary spiritual, when I say spiritual, I obviously don't mean religious, right? I mean metaphysical. These two spiritual maladies, the primary ones that I talk about in the book, are loneliness, an epidemic that we see all over the country today, and powerlessness. And these are, in fact, the very preconditions that Arendt names as the accomplices of totalitarians. And the argument I make, and it will be familiar to you, is that we have chosen to structure our economy and our culture to make people feel more lonely and more powerless. And it is really important for your discussion here today to include a diagnosis of the metaphysical state of this country, because all of our politics are driven by the way that people feel in an economy and in a culture. And today, people are feeling more powerless, more helpless, and more alone than ever before. And Arendt is telling you, and we feel this today, that when you don't belong anywhere, when you have no power, when you are just twisting in the wind, forces that move you are beyond your control, you will cling to any explanation for your state of being that is available to you. And that is what totalitarians offer, a simple theory of the case. In this case, an argument by Donald Trump and his accomplices that your rootlessness, your unhappiness, your loneliness is to be explained by others who are stealing from you connection or power. Immigrants, Muslims, gay children. And so our project here is to build an economy and a culture that reestablishes roots. And I'll maybe just talk about one chapter in my book. It's the second chapter, I think, called The Cult of Everywhere. And I won't find a better way to sort of explain what I'm trying to say in this chapter than by just reading a few sentences. We have slowly surrendered our local economies and our local identities to the cult of everywhere. A belief that efficiency and scale should trump rootedness and place. That it really doesn't matter where you live so long as you can order the same products, watch the same streaming shows, and follow the same influencers online. The cult of everywhere, made possible by the global integration of national economies, promises convenience and low prices, and it often delivers, but it steals something from us, a sense that our life is rooted in a special place, a place that gives us identity and connection and common purpose. Local identity, the idea that you belong to a place, the idea that there is a community that you are a part of that is unique, I think is an absolute precondition to the defense of democracy, one of many. But I decided to just drill down on this for a few minutes with you today and maybe give you an experience from my life in a very small way that explains why local identity, rootedness, a decentralized economy is so important to spiritual health. So I grew up in a small suburb of Hartford, Connecticut, Wethersfield. It's still a relatively healthy place, but it was much more healthy during the years that I was growing up there. I remember on the weekends, I would go grocery shopping with my grandmother, and we would go to a place called the Wethersfield Supermarket. The Wethersfield Supermarket was just an independent grocery store. It was owned by the McHugh family. We knew them, not well, but we knew them. And when we would walk in, we would generally go first to the deli counter. And we would be greeted by John, the deli attendant. John made a pretty good wage, and so he had made working at the deli counter a career. He could make it a career. It paid enough so that he could provide for his family. And John knew everybody that walked in. He knew my grandmother. And so we would often spend 5 or 10 minutes at the deli counter having a conversation with John. And I always remember John would hand me over the counter a free slice of Land O'Lakes American cheese. And I thought I was the most special guy in the world, that I was getting a free slice of cheese. And after 5 or 10 minutes of conversation, we would continue with our shopping. I remember that so vividly. I was very young when my grandmother died. I mean, I was probably 7 or 8 years old. So these are some of the most vivid memories from my childhood. Why? Because it gave me such a clear sense of connection to the place in which I lived. That the people who worked at this store cared about me. That John wasn't my grandmother's closest friend, but he was one of hundreds in that community that was her, what sociologists would call middle ring of friends. Not her closest friends, not strangers, but people with which she shared these regular, temporary but important connections. And the fact that we knew the McHugh family mattered too, because we felt safe going into that store. We knew we weren't going to get gouged. We knew we were going to get treated fairly because the McHughs, went to the same church we went to, right? They would see us. They would be held accountable. And this, to me, is why the decentralization of economic power is so important. Because when you create an economy where there is more power distributed in local places, two things happen. One, you are just more likely to find connection in that local economy. Retailers, stores that are locally rooted, are owned by people who are local, are just going to treat you better. You are going to find those small, important connections. Downtowns will be healthier, right? If more retail is decentralized rather than centralized. Downtowns are places where you find community, where you build community, where you run into people. But it also just gives you a greater sense of power. When the owner of your community's hospital, the owner of the supermarket, the dry cleaner, the owner of the company that you work for, don't live in your community. Live everywhere, live in Davos and Aspen and the Upper East Side all at the same time. You feel power. It's part of what makes you feel powerless, because you feel no accountability structure, no ties to the people who are making the big decisions in your life. And so this is just one chapter in the book, but when you are talking about breaking up concentrated corporate power, yes, it's going to result in less price gouging and less abuse of consumers and lower prices, but it also is going to result in people feeling more connected as commerce is more local, and feeling more powerful as there is a shorter accountability line between the people who own the things that matter in your local economy and the people who are interacting with that economy. And so I just ask you, as you're thinking about this liberty agenda, when you're thinking about how to restructure our economy and our culture, to really think about this through the prism of how people are feeling today. They are feeling exhausted, they are feeling powerless, they are feeling lonely. And are you designing today systems that will make people feel more powerful, that will give them more access to connection? In the appendix, I think it's in the appendix to Origins of Totalitarianism, Arendt talks about the antidote to authoritarianism. And she says it is the chess club. And she doesn't really mean the chess club, but what she says is that when you feel like you are connected to something, like a chess club, right? A group of people that you play chess with twice a week, then you are less susceptible to find your primary roots and identity in politics, and in particular in divisive politics. And that is the other benefit of reclaiming local identity, rebuilding the health of local places and local economies and local cultures, not having us all be forced to belong to some antiseptic global identity structure or global economy. When you feel like you are a member of a unique local place, then you are less likely to go find your identity in politics. The studies show that the people whose primary identity structure is a political identity structure tend to be much lonelier. And because politics is by nature an adversarial identity, it ends up being much less healthy than other identities, like a local identity, which has sometimes an adversarial nature, but is really unifying. You belong to a place, and that place includes people who practice different religions and often come from different ethnic backgrounds. It's a much more unifying identity. And so Arendt says the antidote is the chess club. If you have a thing that you belong to, and that belonging is not just through a prism of politics, you are likely to be resistant to these totalitarian messages. And so think about that as well. Are you building an economy? Are you building a culture in which people have access to a chess club? The book I wrote spends a lot of time talking about how you rebuild not just healthy communities, but healthy institutions again. How you allow for people to belong to a church, to a civic club, to a chess club. That's about supply and demand, rebuilding the health of the institutions, but also prioritizing leisure time, again, building an economy where if you work 40 hours a week, you can provide for your family and you can spend the rest of your time engaging in the pursuits of belonging. Belonging, though, can also happen through your work, which is why the design of the economy should prioritize a feeling of power in your work, right? Having an ownership stake in the company, having more people belong to unions, right? There is a structure in which your belonging can happen through work. Not for everybody, but for many people it does. Not today, where work just feels exploitative and extractive to most people. So you design leisure time purposely, you design the identity of work purposely, you rebuild the health of local communities. All of a sudden, less people are drifting in the wind. All of a sudden, people have these roots in the ground. And so that's why I was really excited to come talk to you today, because I think your endeavor is the most important. All the fascination and talk is about winning elections and beating Donald Trump and his movement, and that's really important. But if you don't solve the spiritual crisis in this country, if you don't make people feel less lonely and more powerful, it'll just be a matter of time before the next demagogue comes along and gives you a series of scapegoats to blame for your problems. Our mission is enormous. Our mission is to win elections, but also to rebuild the economy and the culture, to reestablish people's roots. And I'll just leave you with this. That can seem overwhelming, right? That dual project of being powerful in your politics, but also doing this hard work that you're engaged in of recentering our economy so that people feel powerful and connected again. But you know what? We're celebrating 250 years of the most extraordinary experiment in societal organization in the history of the world. Right? 250 years ago, our founders said, we are going to build a system of self-governance in a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-linguistic nation. Now, that was unthinkable at the time. No civilization in the history of the world had done those two things together. Self-governance in a multicultural nation. And they were super purposeful about the way in which they structured the government, but also the ways in which they structured the economy and the culture, and had lots of arguments between themselves about the ways not just to structure the government, but the economy and the culture to make sure that it all hung together. De Tocqueville shows up a couple decades later and worries whether this country of strivers, of individuals, can hang together. And his prescriptions are mostly cultural in terms of the glue that he thinks is necessary for a nation that has decided to do these two things together, democracy and multiculturalism, to survive. And so, yes, the tasks are overwhelming. Win elections and rebuild the culture and the economy so that people feel powerful. But you know what? What a gift. What a gift. You are all here because you have been given gifts in your life. You're in this room because you are in a place in your life by hard work or by grace in which you can contribute to this project of saving the democracy at a moment of peril. You happen to be parachuted into the world, into the United States of America, the greatest experiment in governance and cultural organization in the history of the world, at a moment of peril, at a moment which it's under threat. And you're in this room because you are in a position to do something about it. Hannah Arendt knew that this new country that she had adopted as her own, the United States of America, was really fragile. She spent her life writing about the metaphysical preconditions for the survival of a place like America. And I'm just more convinced than ever before that the work that you are doing to build more powerful, more connected actors in our culture and our economy is literally the stuff that is in the end going to be the story of how this democracy survived for another 250 years. So to Barry and everybody, thank you very much for allowing me to come by and say a few words.
It wasn't said in that speech, but that was the most beautiful defense of the Robinson-Patman Act ever given in this country, and which is a piece of antitrust law that was designed to create exactly that kind of community. So that was a really fantastic speech, and thank you. So I guess we now are moving on to the next panel, which I think you guys know who it is. Adam, I know you're, yeah.
Hi, guys. My name is Elena Schneider. I'm a national political reporter with Notice. It's really nice to be here with all of you this afternoon. I am up here to make sure no one falls asleep after lunch. So this is going to be an easy task because we have an all-star panel up here who are ready to keep you guys awake. So let me start by introducing everyone. So first is Liz Bennett. She's a partner at Middle Seat Strategies, one of the most prominent Democratic digital firms, worked on House and Senate races all across the country. Next, we have Adam Green. Adam's the director of the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, a group he co-founded back in 2009. It's been at the forefront of raising money and gaining attention for progressive candidates and advocating for progressive causes ever since. And then lastly, we've got Matt Coos at the end here. He is Pennsylvania Congressman Chris DeLuzio's chief of staff. He's not just a staffer, though. He's worked on campaigns and is very wired into the labor movement, so we've got a lot of expertise up here on stage with me today. So thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. So we're going to talk a lot about tactics and messaging and how Democrats can reach or trying to reach voters who really do not want to hear from them right now. Maybe a little bit about the 2028 primary because, we just can't help ourselves. Before we get into all of that, though, and I know that some of this has already been discussed earlier this morning, but we can't start without talking about New York and everything that happened last night. So in my conversations with my sources last night, there was certainly a lot of, for those who were jazzed about it, a lot of excitement about the possibility that, or, depending on who you ask, concern about the possibility that this is a Democratic Tea Party moment. And based on everyone's reaction, I can't wait to hear what you guys think about it. Do you see this as a Democratic Tea Party moment for the party, given the victories that we saw, particularly from DSA-aligned candidates out of those 3 New York races?
I'm trying to wrap my head around what is a Democratic Tea Party? Does anybody know what that is? I guess, my thought about the DSA-backed candidate, anyone that Mamdani endorsed, it was so exciting, but they had a ton of organization and support behind them, especially with Justice Dems and the DSA, New York, a lot of good organizing power behind them. So, and they had money, maybe not as much as the money that was spent against them, but they had money and organizing, and that really is what turned out last night and what showed up last night to me. I don't know about a Tea Party. I still need to figure out what that means.
Yeah, maybe to not use that word because maybe it's a little too problematic, but a moment in which we've seen a real shift in power within the Democratic Party, where the epicenter maybe is shifting from where we're seeing incumbents go down at rates that are much higher than in previous cycles. Some of that is because of redistricting. Obviously, those who lost in Texas, that's redistricting related, but seeing incumbents being really challenged from the left or the right of their parties. Adam, how do you go?
Yeah, I think when you say Tea Party, I think you're kind of getting at a wing of a wing, kind
Sure.
of a fraction, which I don't think last night was about at all.
Okay.
You know, last night was a political earthquake, and there's a clear through line between what happened in New York, through Chris Rabb winning in Pennsylvania, to important victories in New Jersey, to James Talarico winning in a swing state of Texas, to Graham Plattner winning in Maine, to what we'll soon see in Michigan with Abdul El-Sayed, which is voters want a Democratic Party led by people who authentically are shake up the system people, who are not corrupted by corporate money, by billionaire power, and by Trump-aligned forces like AIPAC. And I think that appeals to people who probably literally were in the Tea Party, and progressive voters, and even a lot of voters who call themselves moderate, because it's really less about left versus right, it's about inside versus outside. Are we gonna have creatures of the political inside representing a system that people see as rigged against everyday people? Or are we gonna have shake up the system people that will challenge that rigged system on behalf of what voters want right now? So to me, that's the through line, and most of politics in the US and honestly across the world right now can be explained with that dynamic of inside versus outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and first, thanks to Open Market for organizing this, and happy to be on this panel. I think I'd echo a lot of what you just said, Adam. People want fighters, and I think that's what we saw in New York last night. I think we shouldn't read too much into some of the results, right? You know, in Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn, you saw Congressman Dan Goldman lose a primary. He came in a really tough, narrow race just 2 terms ago, and that seat was always going to be tough for him to hold, I think. And then you had some traditional wins in New York in Michael Asher, who you saw the power and organizing of the Upper West Side turn out again when, you know, I think a lot of people thought Alex Boris had a lot of momentum and really liked his message. So I think there are some races we can take a lot of, have a lot of takeaways, and I think there are some that showed traditional results that didn't surprise me. I should also say I've worked in New York City politics for a few cycles, so my bias there is clear. But yeah, I think people want fighters. I mean, one of the ways Chris, my boss, has talked about it is, you know, people don't want wimps. That's the PG version. And I was just talking about this with somebody before I walked in here. You know, a lot of people say, "What's the difference between Democrats and Republicans?" You know, you guys take corporate PAC money. You guys are funded by AIPAC. You guys trade stocks. You do all the things that we criticize Republicans for, and I think people are fed up with, whether it's on the right or the left, with the corruption. And I think that was a theme last night, and a theme we've seen in other races, and will continue to throughout primaries.
Well, so then talk to me a little bit about, because you know the media loves labels. So talk to me a little bit about how DSA, which there was a Marquette University poll found that Democratic Socialists have a 17-point net favorability among Democratic voters, which is 13 points higher than the net fav for Democrats in Congress. What is the DSA getting right here? Is it just simply the insider-outsider fight? Is it as simple as that, or are there also sort of some policy things that you think that they are aligned, sort of that fits with the economic populist sort of vein that you guys have also talked about, and that some of this, obviously this conversation has been centered on?
I mean, I think Mamdani was really good about this one, just because he's the most prominent DSA-backed candidate. We can probably mention that everybody knows what he ran on, right? Fast and free buses, the universal childcare, and housing affordability. Like, all of those things were so deeply on message, and they were part of the DSA platform that, like, those things were just nice echo chambers. And I think, like, you could have seen that last night with Claire Valdez, with Daria Lisa, and Brad Lander too. All of them had a version of that was speaking to their, like, particular New York communities with a credibility lens. And I think, like, the credibility piece is also, like, what's really missing here from other, like, more established candidates is, like what, you want to fight Trump, that's great, but, like, what, do you have, like, a credible way to do that? And do you speak to people's real problems and, like, issues on the ground in, like, a credible, smart, and, like, thoughtful way? I think all of those candidates did that. And DSA, and to sort of tie it back to DSA, like, they just have to speak to, like, the values of those folks too. And I think they do a great job with that across all of those candidates.
So to not get lost in New York, let me zoom out for a second. And again, to sort of like get a better understanding of how you guys see economic populism in this moment, or populism these days. Because a lot of people take on that label or ascribe that to what they're describing, and it's not always clear. There's a certain amount of flexibility, let's say, of people who want to claim that mantle. So if we can sort of go down the line, like what does a populist candidate sound like in 2026? Or, you know, if you would want to point to a couple examples, or a particular, either candidate-wise or policy-wise, that you think defines what populism is in this moment for the Democratic Party?
Well, Adam mentioned Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, and he's doing a fantastic job on that particular message, populist message. He just launched an ad last week talking specifically about gas prices and directly tying it to the Iran war, which I thought was great. I think obviously Plattner is a populist, working class, and his background really speaks to that. He's done a great job on the ground in Maine there. I think, again, I think New York does that too, like all the candidates we just mentioned. I'm trying to think of who else. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, on the definition, I would actually start by, if it's okay to quote your boss, who I've heard say numerous times, don't tell me what you're for unless you say who's standing in the way, which is another way of saying name the villains, right? Mm-hmm. To me, that's a starting point. If you are not willing to genuinely challenge powerful interests, if you're tying yourself in pretzels to say the word affordability but not actually challenge anyone who's making life unaffordable for people, you are by definition not a real economic populist, right? I would then actually quote Morris Katz, who worked for, Zoran and everybody else these days, but he said something recently which was, what you say on policy or values only matters if you're believed, right? So Chuck Schumer and Zoran Mamdani saying the exact same thing at a press conference does not have equal weight, right? Chuck Schumer is not credible when he talks about challenging billionaire power or corporate power or AIPAC or Trump or anything else the way that Zoran is. So I would, at the end of the day, point to people like Graham Plattner and Abdul El-Sayed and many other people that we've talked about already as being from the gut fighters of a rigged economic system who are willing to name villains and willing to go to bat on behalf of little guy against the big guy. Mm-hmm. And the from the gut part is a big part of it. Are they believed? And unfortunately, we don't have enough Democrats that are believed, and which relates, I think, to your DSA question. Mm-hmm. Like, if you, again, I just see the whole world through inside outside these days. Once you wear those lenses, you can't stop seeing it. And it's like the Democratic Party is a crusty barnacle in the eyes of most voters, right? They're not looking for someone to say, hey, I'm here from the Democratic Party and I'm here to deliver a well-poll-tested message, right? Someone running, whether it's under the DSA label or any other label, who's basically sending a signal to voters that I am not a creature of that political world. I am challenging those leaders themselves and the powerful interests that those leaders are not willing to stand up for will attract support regardless of whatever label they put on themselves.
Well, it's not really fair you quoting my boss because you took what I was part of what I was going to say.
Sorry.
No, I mean that's exactly right. If you're not willing to say who you're fighting and why you're fighting those folks, and you're worried about offending donors or corporations in your district or your state, then to answer your question, I don't. You're not going to be able to call yourself a populist. If who you're fighting for are the people you represent, whether they're Republicans, Democrats, it doesn't matter. Chris is a populist, and I would point to something that happened right when he got sworn in, which was a train derailment in East Palestine, which has shaped a lot of our thinking when it comes to policy. And it happened in Ohio, but right on the border. And the constituents it impacted voted for our Republican opponent probably 75 to 25 in that part of the district. I mean, it is maybe the reddest part of our district. And that didn't matter, obviously, because you serve everyone. But we've heard such enthusiasm from that part of the district as soon as we started going after Norfolk Southern. And we named them. Again and again and again. And we took that rail fight to D.C., and we introduced a bill with J.D. Vance as our Senate lead. It didn't matter, because we were going to fight for our constituents, and we were going to take on Norfolk Southern and that power. And We saw the op-eds placed in the Wall Street Journal and Jeff Bezos' post about what a terrible bill this would be. And to me, that only lights a fire even more when you know who you're fighting and you see those op-eds and you say, all right, well, we're pissing these guys off. We're doing something right. You gotta piss people off a little bit.
So what advice then are you giving to candidates about what villains to pick? I mean, is it something that's specific to the district that they're in? I mean, is it just helpful to go after, I remember Connor Lamb back in 2018 made Nancy Pelosi and not voting her a central part of his playbook, and I feel like that was sort of an early precursor to the Schumer of it all, of I'm not going to vote him. I don't know how effective that actually is all that much to voters, but are there other examples or other advice you're giving to candidates about ways to sort of put distance between yourself? Because it sounds like in terms of all of this discussion here already, that's part of the formula.
Well, I'll jump in there. I think it depends where they're running. Because I think it's very specific to your state, to your district. Unfortunately in Pennsylvania, you can find communities that have been ravaged by shitty trade deals and by businesses up and leaving, whether you're in Philadelphia or Western Pennsylvania, anywhere you go in Pennsylvania. So when you think about folks who are running in places like the Lehigh Valley, Bethlehem Steel is a great example. Now that's an old story at this point, but it tells a bigger tale of how that region has been, excuse my language, totally fucked over. And I think that is a great example of it gives Bob Brooks, our candidate there, something to talk about. It gives him someone to fight against, is the corporate power that's, gone after his people.
So a lot has been, well, let me go here first, actually. So last year I wrote about this massive research project conducted by American Bridge, which is major Democratic super PAC, into working class voters. And it was actually sort of aptly timed. It was right when AOC and Bernie Sanders were out doing their Fighting Oligarchy tour. And when I spoke to Mitch Landrieu, former mayor of New Orleans, about it, he said, quote, "Not one person in all our focus groups mentioned the word oligarchy." He also argued that oligarchy ignores that these people want to be rich, that they want to make money. And I know that you guys have all heard this before, but sort of there are Democrats who question this idea of demonizing wealth. So what's your response to that?
So we've done a lot of polling ourselves. I will share an anecdote.
Everyone's got polls on polls.
I will share an anecdote from something kind of awkward that happened last election cycle. We were invited by the DCCC to do a briefing of our economic polling to red to blue candidates, some of the most competitive candidates on economics. And they said, oh, and also briefing with you on the call will be Third Way, right? Which is a corporate funded, Wall Street funded think tank. And I was like, are you sure? This isn't a seminar. You're giving advice to candidates about how to win. Why? And they're like, oh, they're going to talk about immigration, you're going to talk about economics. I was like, okay. They couldn't help themselves, right? And they saw what we were putting out there about corporate price gouging, which on the polling panel earlier, one of the pollsters mentioned was, was that you guys? Yeah, thank you, yeah. Top of the deck, corporate price gouging, and among 20 different price gougings, grocery price gouging was by far the most popular. And we tested numerous ways of talking about it. Greedy corporations are jacking up prices at the grocery store, we will fight them. And Third Way saw this, just ridiculously lopsided polling in our favor, and was like, yes, that's a good point, but here's the thing, candidates. People like businesses, so you want to kind of just identify a bad apple, not talk systemically about all corporations. And I actually, we do a lot of A/B testing, so I emailed afterwards, I'm like, hey, do you have any language on that? We would love to test it. No, we don't have any language on that. I'm like, okay. We will take our best stab at it. So we did just vibes. So we did a good faith attempt to channel what they were pretty much saying to candidates on this call. Most corporations are good, but for those that are bad, we will crack down on corporate price gouging. That one lost. And I was like, maybe something's wrong. So we did it again, but just a different version of that. It lost again. Greedy corporations, we will crack down on them one every single time. And what that said to me, that was a proxy for the larger idea that sure, everybody wants to be a billionaire, but no one is going to object to you bashing billionaire power in America, right? Yes, people like their employer. No one is going to be skeptical if you say there's too much corporate greed and we're going to crack down on that. So I just completely discount that argument, even when they're pushed to give data or even give language, they don't have it. And I was literally talking to a candidate like 2 weeks ago who said to me that she is trying to fend off her consultants because she wants to talk about corporate power, and her consultants are like, don't do that because your constituents have employers. And she's like, I don't think that's right. And I was like, you're right. Trust your instinct, push back. So anyway, that's the
Yeah, that's really interesting insight there. Liz or Matt, do you want to chime in on that one? No?
Sounds like she needs new consultants.
So, Adam, you've got a ton of expertise in or I should say a long view on the progressive movement. And I wonder if you can talk about what it's been like in this moment to talk to candidates and their willingness and openness to the message that you think is the winning message in this moment, and compare it to 2009 and 2010. What has changed? Is it just simply time, as lame of an answer as that is, or is there something about the candidates, the generation, what has happened? Like, it does feel like something has sort of shifted.
I love that question. Thank you for asking it. Things are shifting. If we've talked for a long time about a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party, the battle is being won by what I will call the Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders forces that have been advocating for a long time to front load economics to the top of the heap. And as recently as 2022, the knives were out and people were ready to stab each other in the back if we did not exceed expectations as we did that year between the abortion people, the democracy people, the economic people. And certainly after 2024, that debate is over. Like, even democracy people say to me, for our issues to be defended, we need to win in economics. I think the abortion people are in the same camp. We're all in each other's camps, but it's a matter of what are you prioritizing in the mix. So to me, that debate is over. So I think the Blueprint people would agree with that, right? Here's the debate now in the Democratic Party.
I saw a maybe there. Oh no, okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry over there. So, are you willing to name villains? To me, is the defining issue within the Democratic Party. Beyond, are they authentic when they're telling a story about taking on powerful interests? And again, that's where the Chuck Schumers of the world would love to say the word affordability, slap it on a sticker, put it on their lapel, but never actually challenge the private equity interests that are jacking up housing prices or the corporate price gougers at the grocery store. They would love to talk about Donald Trump, but never talk about corporate power in America. And that's why it's not an Achilles heel, it's an Achilles half a body that they're leaving open in primaries. And that's what we're seeing this cycle, by those who are actually willing to name villains, do it with authentic voices. And my guess, my hope is that when we prove the concept in 2026, that bold, inspiring economic populists like Graham Plattner, like Abdul El-Sayed, like so many people running for House, can win, not just in blue districts, but in swing districts, that will color how Democratic primary voters, scared, well-meaning electability voters who just don't want to mess up, will hopefully be willing to be inspired again and vote for somebody who's not just an Andy Beshear type figure who might be good enough to win in Kentucky, but someone who will genuinely shake up the system once they get to DC on behalf of Democrats.
This is a question for all three of you guys. Again, sort of thinking tactically about the midterms. If you were, which all of you are in different ways, advising candidates on what to be for in this moment, if you could, look, we've talked a lot about naming villains and corporate power, but if you could get a little bit more specific, if there are policy issues that you feel like pop in this moment or think would be of value to run on, what are some of the agenda items that you think Democrats should be talking about right now? Because I do think in a lot of ways, there's plenty of people who agree that Democratic voters want fighters, but I haven't yet really heard as much of a clear proactive case for what Democrats would do should they actually then end up in Congress.
I think fight language is like really, it's a base turnout. Like that's a base vocabulary piece, and I think that's important. We all should be fighting Trump and all of that. That is important, and you should come out with like this, a requisite ads that say these things and name that. But I think that like a lot of candidates that are getting it right are, again, back to the credibility thing, are like building the case by speaking to the issues of the things that people care about on the ground, that where they're from, if it's Michigan, if it's Maine, like, and speaking to those things over and over and over again. Like, it doesn't, it's not enough to just say you're going to fight Trump, I don't think.
Right.
At least I've never agreed that.
Yeah, so what are some of those things that, I mean, maybe it's easier to do this as mayor, right, or governor, because you are then the executive who's in charge, and, you know, so maybe I'll change the question to, if you had Jeffrey's ear of what the national party should be trying to lay out there as their one or two, like, bumper sticker examples of what they're gonna do once they get to Congress, what would you advise them to say?
Well, I think you've seen the Progressive Caucus actually roll out what an HR 1 could look like. And so I think the bigger question is, there's going to be some infighting. There already is. There already have been pieces about the infighting in the caucus as we head towards what I think is a majority in November. And so I think it's a tough question to answer as a party. I think the populist progressive wing of the party has a vision of legislation that can actually bring down costs for folks. And it's the stuff we've been talking about. It's going after price gouging. It's taking on private equity from, you know, in housing to, you know, youth sports, which always sounds like a bit of a novel thing, but is something that impacts millions of Americans with kids who play youth sports. So I think we do have an agenda within the party. I think we just don't have an agenda as a party yet.
One curveball was when you said if you were advising Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, I wasn't touching that one. I'll let you take that.
I mean, well, part of the problem there is, you know, the incentive of a leader is to find the lowest common denominator across their entire caucus. I think the question I would pose to myself is, if I were advising a red to blue or, you know, just swing district Democrat, what would I advise them? So again, my starting point would be Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner, if you listen to him, we're Elizabeth Warren people, but he does not say, I have a plan for that. He tells a story about power. It is captivating. I've been in these rooms where you have these donors who gave to Alyssa Slotkin and give to a lot of moderate Democrats, but their jaw was dropped as they listened to him just tell a compelling story. They were glued to every word, and sprinkled in his story about how the system is rigged. It's not your fault. There are larger forces in society, including big tech, including big insurance, big pharma. I'm going to be a force for change. And then he sprinkles in, I support Medicare for all. And he'll sprinkle in, we need accountability for AI companies or big tech, right? But it's not a policy platform. It is a supporting detail on a larger story about power that sends a signal to people that, oh, he really gets it, he really means it. And I think that's first and foremost. I mean, I will ironically say the vibes actually matter before the supporting details, but then the supporting details matter. One plus point, I think, is to not be saying the same thing that Democrats have been perceived as saying for the last 20 or 30 years, right? Because then, again, your values are only as believed as you are authentic and believable as a messenger for that idea. And so many infrequent voters, people who tangentially follow politics, are like, yeah, I've been hearing you talk about the minimum wage forever. So even though I buy the idea that the minimum wage is very popular, and it should be probably a very big part of the first 100 days, I'm not sure that I would lead with that as opposed to, you know, here is what big tech is doing to hurt your kids in their schools, to monitor your kids, to follow them around the internet in ways that you don't even know, right? Here's what they are going to do to challenge your job if there aren't proper guardrails, right? Things that, in my mind, aren't like HR 1 or anything like that, but are a proxy for a larger story about power that Democrats need to say and be believed in this moment.
What about, oh, okay, do we take questions? Yeah. Oh, amazing, okay, sorry, I missed that memo. Should we open that up now? Yes. Okay, great, so I guess we'll open it up to some questions, that'd be great. We've got a mic in the back. So I guess raise your hand if you have a question for anyone up on stage. One right here.
Thank you. So building on what you were just saying, Adam, about sort of shifting the tone to new subjects, perhaps, that are more speaking to the moment we're in. I think, and then related to this other theme that's been coming up about the credibility gap. Research says over and over that Democrats are not as credible on the economy. We're credible on healthcare. We're credible on reproductive rights. And so conventional wisdom has been, you know, lean into your strengths, right? And I see where that can be helpful. And we still face this credibility gap on our economic message. Like affordability isn't really landing. So how do we shift that? I think that's really the theme I came here to learn more about. So maybe you could talk more about your thoughts on how do we both build on our strengths and lean into where voters see us as weaker and repair some of that.
Well, I was just going to kind of tie it back to, do we still talk about 2025 at this point? I'm not sure. We're allowed. We're allowed. Okay, great. Well, with Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, right, like Sherrill spoke specifically about utility costs. Spanberger was talking about affordable housing. Mamdani also, obviously, fast and free buses, all of that. Again, like, those are specific ways that they were able to name the affordability thing without saying affordability, because nobody knows or cares about what that is. As somebody who works in the fundraising and paid media space, we're always trying to figure out ways to like convince people that affordability is a buzzword that works. It's not. It's only going to work if you can make those words gel into something that matters to people, and utility cost matters a lot to New Jersey folks, which makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I mean, that's what I would say about specificity related to that.
Don't believe the polls. I think for the same reason that the words left and right are broken in this current era, honestly asking people, what do you think about the economy, right? If you ask them, who do you trust more to tax billionaires? Democrats. Who do you tax more to go to bat for workers? Democrats, right? Economy, what does that even mean when they hear that word? I just think so much of polling is just dumb and broken, so I wouldn't be freaked out by that. The idea that we wouldn't talk, I think we all do accept that working families want people that connect with them on their issues. So why on earth would we not address those issues? That doesn't really make sense to me. But this is a problem that we have in our party. And again, I've heard members of Congress talk about how the polling that is brought into the Democratic caucus, by definition, is lowest common denominator stuff that no one will object to. So they'll get a ton of polling on abortion, but almost no polling on challenging corporate power, because that might offend the New Dems or the Blue Dogs or something like that, which is a structural problem, because then they all go out and talk about something that is not the top issue for voters, right? Zoran was believed on the economy. However you word it, he was believed. So if we're not believed, just be believable. Maybe nominate people who are believed would be my simplistic solution.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think what you're expressing is a big problem we have, that some Democrats are afraid to talk about the economy because they think we're not believed. And I've sat through those polling briefings too, and you'll see abortion at the top of it, and when you add up all the issues they break polling down into, all of a sudden you're sitting there saying, well, it's the economy. Very clearly is the thing that people care the most about. But there's not the motivation, let's say, for some in our party to talk about that. And I think that's a problem we have as well, is that some people are afraid to talk about it. We have to talk about the economy and how we make life more affordable without using buzzwords and actually showing them real examples of how we can make life more affordable and bring costs down.
Other questions? Hi there. I think it was 2017, the Lake Research Group did an analysis, 2018, of Virginia elections, and one of the things they saw was that affordability issues even then were a huge issue in the Virginia elections, but they also showed that healthcare was at the top of the top 3 priorities. But when they did analysis, really healthcare was about a kitchen table, like penciling out at the end, so it really was also economics. There are lots of different proxies for economics, whether it's healthcare, which I believe Democrats poll better against Republicans on healthcare issues, one of the reasons we did so well in 2020, around COVID crisis, but also education. In 2001, Elizabeth Warren, a professor at the time, published a book with her daughter. It was called The Two-Income Trap, and it talked about how we've created this mythology that bankruptcy is actually the result of people flying too close to the sun in terms of overspending, but that was not true. The most likely person to go bankrupt is a newly divorced single mother. But we told ourselves this stuff because we wanted to believe we'd be protected from bankruptcy issues. And she talked about one of the other ways that affordability is such a big deal is because it's not that there are McMansions growing and people are getting mortgages that are too large. It's that people are competing for more and more rarefied earth near high-performing schools. And I believe Democrats poll better on education. So if lots of people are competing for property, real estate around well-performing schools, if you made a campaign issue of saying we're going to improve schools, so you're not competing for more and more rarefied earth so your children can go to a good quality school, that's also going to help the housing affordability issue. So there are these proxies for affordability or economics like education and healthcare that Democrats do poll better on. And I just wonder if you could speak to some of that.
I was going to say, do you want to run for office? I really don't have much to add on this. I mean, I think, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, no, I think that's right. And maybe one way to not go about that is by gutting the Department of Education, right? We have examples of what the Republicans will do to our education system, to use this example. So, you know, I do think those are winning arguments for us, and, you know, we just have to keep making them.
I'm going to give you a stream of consciousness, like where my head goes hearing your question. I actually went to a different question, which is about what is the definition of a big tent? Because when we talked about education issues, I think, you know, for some people, that's what they should campaign on, if that's a local issue, right? Bob Brooks has local issues in Pennsylvania. And sometimes I feel like the Big Tent is mistaken to be like we should have people of complete opposite directions operating within the Democratic Party, which is not how I would define the Big Tent. My definition of the Big Tent would be, is our side the one fighting for the little guy against the big guy? And then find the hyper-local issue that resonates on that issue. So if you live in New Hampshire and there's a lot of seniors who are getting ripped off by Big Pharma, maybe you campaign on that. And if you live in Nevada, where there was disproportionate housing foreclosures during the financial collapse, maybe you're talking about the big banks, right? And if you're living near a data center, maybe that's what you're talking about. But that's not saying, oh, we have some people who are tools of Big Pharma and some people who are fighting Big Pharma under the tent. And you know, to me, you know, what I heard there was, sure, like in some places, education not only are Democrats believe, but it's a really resonant issue, right? In some school districts or some local areas. In other places, that's not the top thing if there's a data center in your backyard, right? So that's where my head went with that. So sorry for hijacking your question.
Do you have another question?
Yep. Adam, you said something along the lines over here, right?
Sorry, what's your name?
Yeah, Perry. We've known you a long time. But you said something along the lines of there was a debate in the party about whether democracy, abortion, or economics is best, and now economics is the best thing to run on. But we think, I at least think democracy issues are important. I want the next president to work on Supreme Court reform or filibuster reform, or these structural issues do matter. So is the idea don't campaign on them and then do them? So in other words, we want the 2028 candidates to talk about economics sort of only, but then maybe do the democracy stuff in office? Like, where does the democracy stuff fit in? Because I think it does matter, even if it doesn't work on the trail. So I'm just curious, how should we talk about those things?
I'll give a super short answer because I've been talking too much. But I mean, the merger of corporate money buying elections is the best way of just talking about, like, these larger forces are trying to buy your democracy in order to fulfill their agenda at your expense. Ties together economics, right? It's not saying the buzzword democracy. I don't know that I would campaign on term limits for Supreme Court right now, but I think that kind of gets folded into we have to restore the system itself, and the system right now is rigged against us.
Yeah, no, so Chris was a voting rights attorney before he ran for Congress, right? So democracy issues are pretty important to us. He's a Brennan Center alum. You know, the Insurrection Act has been a really, really important piece of legislation that we're leading, but we don't run on that. And is voting rights attorney part of his profile when we run? Yes, of course. And do we talk about democracy issues in certain rooms? Yes, of course. You're not going to see a TV ad from us. Well, we're off Frontline, so you may not see a TV ad from us at all. But when we were Frontline, when we were red to blue and spending, you know, $15 million on TV in 2022, you didn't see a democracy message from us, even though it was something Chris was always going to fight on when he got here. And he's not alone in that, so.
All right, I think we had one more question, then we're going to...
Thank you. You all mentioned DSA earlier in the talk, and you talked about the economy and such. and it's a very amorphous subject. What is the economy? But how do we have meaningful conversations about something as nebulous as the economy if we don't talk about capitalism? So is that something that is a conversation we can have? We can talk about oligarchy, which most people don't understand. Everyone thinks they understand capitalism. I don't get the impression that most people do. But can we have a conversation about the economy, particularly in a moment where the ascent of DSA and democratic socialists like myself, without actually saying the C word? So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think again, it's sort of another buzzword that, to your point, not a lot of people know what that means, much like affordability. It's going to be a word that doesn't speak back to who they are and what they care about. It's not going to be something that like motivates people at the ballot box. So, I don't know.
But don't you see a world in which members of the media gets up on the debate stage and asks all of the future 2028 candidates, raise your hand if you're a capitalist?
So I would make it the double C word, right? Crony capitalism, corrupt capitalism, that's where our fight should be, right? So corporations that think that it's more affordable to buy a politician than to set up a plant and hire workers, just because you can rig the rules in your favor, that merges the democracy question, the corporate corruption question, and what is your critique of the current state of corrupt capitalism question, right? I don't know that somebody needs to like do an academic seminar on what does the word capitalism mean, but we just have this gross abuse of the concept of capitalism to mask corruption and self-dealing. And, right, I mean, I was just talking to somebody earlier today, Econ 101, consumers left to their own devices will make rational purchases. But if you're lying to people on labels and jacking up prices in hidden ways, right, and using monopoly power to avoid them actually having choices, well, that's not capitalism. That's that's a gross version of being sold of economics being sold as capitalism. So I think that there's plenty of popular critiques of the current crony capitalism setup that ties into corruption, democracy, and economics and everything else.
Yeah, well said. I see we're out of time.
Thank you so much for everyone on stage for joining me. Really appreciate it and look forward to the next conversation. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Evan Turnage, and I'm the director of the Southern Justice Project at the Open Markets Institute. The Southern Justice Project is an initiative to study how corporate control shapes life in Southern communities, particularly poor, rural, and low-income communities, and to help people identify solutions to the economic empowerment problem that we've been discussing this morning and this afternoon. One thing I've learned is that fully understanding how these challenges will be solved or how to solve them collectively requires listening to people, actually hearing what their actual concerns are on the ground, the people living with these issues every single day. That's why we wanted to dedicate this session to voices from the field. So next we're going to hear from 4 people who have spent years on the front lines of this work. We've asked each of them to take just 4 or 5 minutes to share their greatest takeaways. First, we're going to have Rebecca Slaughter, who is a former FTC commissioner. Second, we're going to have Representative Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire, who first ran and won her seat back in 2024. She successfully applied her deep knowledge of breaking concentrations of power as a Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust at the Justice Department to her campaign and conversations with New Hampshire voters. Third, we're going to hear from Greg Gunther, who owns and operates an independent family farm in Northeast Indiana and is a leader in the sustainable agriculture movement. And finally, we'll hear from Joseph Guy Varghese, who has spent more than 2 decades building worker power from leading campaigns with SEIU and the Change to Win Labor Coalition. So first, we're going to have Becca.
so nice to be here today. As Evan mentioned, I've been at the FTC for a while, and I will talk about that for a second. But before that, I had shared a job that Evan later did in the U.S. Senate, so we go way back, and I think he's the best. Okay, so as Evan mentioned, I was at the FTC. I don't actually like to say former FTC commissioner, and I will explain to you why in a second. I joined the FTC in 2018. I was a Trump appointee originally. I joined at a really exciting moment in the agency's 100-year history where we revved up and then drove aggressively forward an agenda to take on corporate power without fear or favor, challenging some of the most powerful companies in the world, and tackling issues first as minority commissioners with myself and Commissioner Chopra, and then under the leadership of Chair Khan in the majority during the Biden administration, take on some of the issues, big and small, that were hurting Americans in their everyday lives. Subscription traps, junk fees, the price of insulin and inhalers, grocery store mergers, things that really made a difference to people in their everyday lives. I was renominated by President Biden and confirmed, and then in March of 2025, I was fired by President Trump in violation of very clear statutory language and 90 years of unanimous controlling Supreme Court precedent. I sued, challenging that removal, and maybe tomorrow, but no later than next week, the Supreme Court will rule on my suit. Why? Why am I challenging this removal? When I worked at the FTC under Chair Khan, there was a period of time we didn't have Republicans there through their own choice, not through forced removal. And I'm sympathetic to the notion that uniparty control of these agencies can allow you to do the aggressive work you want to do more efficiently. But that is not how Congress set up these agencies, not just the FTC, but the FCC and various other agencies that were established to check corporate power, the most powerful corporations in America. And I think the thing that I think about most when I think about why it's important to be in this fight is that image from the inauguration of the president, surrounded not by foreign dignitaries, not by public servants, not even by his family, but by the leaders of the most powerful corporations in America. And what that image said and showed very clearly is what Adam was just talking about, which is the direct link between corporate power and executive power run amok, and the importance of challenging both if we are going to have a government that is responsive to people and not to the powerful. And one anecdote that I will tell you in my very short time that illustrates that for me: in 2019, as you all know, the FTC settled its lawsuit with Facebook, which had been egregiously violating a privacy order for a decade. And we settled it, the agency settled it for $5 billion. I thought that was a bad idea. So did Commissioner Chopra. We dissented vociferously because we thought, and were correct, that $5 billion would not be a meaningful check on Facebook's abuse of its power, and it would operate more as a permission slip than a punishment. And that I thought was inconsistent with both the law and common sense. We did not dissent because we thought the majority at the time was doing a favor for Facebook as a large corporate donor to the president. At the time, they weren't. Fast forward to the fall of 2025, when the FTC settled a case we had filed under Chair Khan challenging Amazon subscription traps. They settled on the eve of trial for $3.5 billion, again, unfathomable amount of money to me, Becca, not very much for Amazon, after the FTC staff had won pretrial motion after pretrial motion after pretrial motion and was poised to get a very, very significant litigation victory. Did they settle it because it was in the best interest of consumers? Or did they settle it because at that time Amazon had donated to the inauguration and the ballroom and paid $40 million for the Melania documentary? I don't know, and you don't know either, because you didn't have commissioners there, majority or minority, who were willing to operate without fear or favor and call out corruption when they saw it. And specifically, when I say fear or favor, I mean fear of getting fired for failure to do a favor for the president's allies. And so the point isn't just the firing, it's the president's ability to fire, which is how we end up with, for example, an FCC that is exercising extraordinary power over speech and people's ability to access news and media in order to do favors for a very powerful president. Supreme Court's going to decide this case, as I said, any day, and I think it's really important to remember that this conversation about checking power, both corporate and executive, and the importance of having checks and balances in our government doesn't end with that decision, whatever it may be. It continues, and if the Supreme Court rules against me, the fight shifts even more importantly to Congress, where we need to elect and demand representatives who exercise their constitutional obligation to check out of control power, whether that be corporate or executive, and especially in the intersection of both. So thank you very much.
Can we give it up for Becca Slaughter? It's so good to see you. It really, it is so nice to be in a room full of people who understand as deeply as I feel I do, as the great Sally Hubbard wrote, why monopolies suck. So I think we have more people in Congress who get that, but this room of people, I'm just grateful to be in conversation with you. I'll just say a few words. I was so proud to work alongside Becca, and we need you back in government. We really do. Thank you. And I promise you, no matter how things shake out at the Supreme Court, I'm with you in this fight until the very end. I was so proud to work with you at the when I was at the Justice Department, you were at the FTC. And, you know, to me, I came to this work of antitrust enforcement a little later in my life, but I did really read Sally Hubbard's book, and it was one of, and if you haven't read it, it's called Why Monopolies Suck. And it is, I love the book because it really engages with a topic that for far too long was treated by economists and academics as an academic discipline. But this is, to me, the stuff of economic fairness. And it's a huge reason why I came to the United States Congress. It's not often that you see someone go from the antitrust division to the United States Congress, but we need more of that. We need more anti-monopolists in Congress because during this period right now of real darkness in the executive branch, we cannot delay or hold back in trying to make as much progress as we possibly can to write the rules of the road that we need for this moment and for what lies ahead. And it's been, as you all know well, way too long since Congress dusted off the US Code and updated our antitrust laws for the moment. But what I can tell you is I want to be your partner in every way. We need your ideas. We need your energy. We need your organizing now more than ever before. I'll just tell you, Becca, you said it well about the inauguration. Walking into the Capitol Rotunda that day really was a visual depiction of the hell that we've been living in for the last year and a half. I don't need to tell all of you the level of corruption, of chaos, of cruelty, of just rank unconstitutional conduct. It is unprecedented. But so is the opportunity to take on the forces of darkness and the corporate monopolists who are backing what is so dead wrong in our politics right now. I'll just tell you, I serve on the House Armed Services Committee, and in the spirit of trying to make progress, we've been hard at work. As I've traveled across New Hampshire, I was hopeful that the anti-monopoly worldview would be intuitive to people who had never, heard anything about antitrust law. And in practice, it has borne out. My best partners have been, I know we have family farmers with us today. I'm fourth generation, great-granddaughter of family farmers who really did teach me the importance of competition, that, I'm a proud capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It is rank exploitation. And whether it's a family farmer, whether it's an independent grocer, an independent pharmacist, the story is the same. The experience is the same. It's the same for our service members right now who are in the grip of one of in a very competitive field of outrageous monopolies that the U.S. government has aided and abetted. The monopoly that the five big defense primes have on the right of our service members to repair their own equipment is one that we decided to really take up as a cause. And I'll tell you, the opposition. Oh, I thank you for that, keeping that time. This is what Congress does to you. It makes you so long-winded. I wanted to share with you that we are hard at work making progress in the National Defense Authorization Act to take on this piece of the monopolies that have really made us less safe, less competitive, and have been so expensive for our military. The opposition has been a very coordinated, as it always is, multi-million-dollar effort to try to kill this really common sense bipartisan bill that I've been really proud to work on alongside Senator Warren, Senator Sheehy in the Senate, and my colleague from North Carolina, Pat Harrigan. We are a genuine team on this. It's a bipartisan issue, and it's one example I just want to point to you. As the revolution unfolds, I don't want to lose sight of what we can get done between now and January 3rd, 2027, and I hope you will all stay in close touch because we really do need your ideas. We have few opportunities to make good law, but I promise you, every single one of them, we are going to do as much as we possibly can, and that will be with your help. So I thank you so much for everything you're doing. Long live the anti-monopoly movement. It really is, the ideas are as old as America, and you will help keep them alive and well in the 250 years ahead. So thank you all.
America loses 63 farms every day. America's farmers didn't suddenly forget how to farm. What happened was American politicians built a system that allows the few to concentrate power, and it was the independent farmers who pay the price. I'm Greg Gunthorpe. My family has raised pigs in Northeast Indiana for at least 4 generations. For decades, we sold hogs into the commodity market until in 1998, my wife and I realized we were selling pigs for less in real terms than my grandfather received during the Great Depression. At that moment, we had a choice: get bigger, get out, or find a new way. We chose a new way. We built a USDA-inspected processing plant on the farm and started selling directly to chefs. It's been a difficult but a very remarkable journey. Today, our pork is served at Disney, O'Hare Airport, and Caesar's Palace. The lesson I learned is simple. Farmers are incredibly innovative when they are free to compete, but most farmers never get that chance. They are trapped in markets dominated by a handful of powerful buyers, processors, and retailers. Rural America knows something is broken. Many feel Washington has forgot them. This makes us very angry. Too often, the debate offers only 2 choices: more government or less government, but neither answer addresses the real issue. The real issue is whether farmers, ranchers, and scrappy entrepreneurs have the freedom to compete. Rural America was built on independence, innovation, and opportunity, not dependence on government or on a handful of powerful corporations. If we want more independent farmers and stronger rural communities, we need to block concentration and restore fair competition. To do that, we need to focus on 4 priorities. First, subsidy reform. Today, most public dollars, direct payments, indirect subsidies, and procurement programs favor the largest operations. Our tax dollars should support all farms, no matter their size. Second, antitrust enforcement. Markets only work when concentration is checked. That means serious merger review, real enforcement against abusive practices, and stopping conflicts of interest. With the exception of a few short years, the FTC, DOJ, and USDA have taken a half-century vacation from enforcement. Rural America wants them back in the office now, and that's not a request. Third, truth in labeling. Farmers and entrepreneurs who grow and process food in America should not have to compete against fake and foreign products backed by massive corporate marketing machines. Farmers have a right to free speech. Consumers have a right to truthful information. Right now, both rights are violated every day. Fourth, regulatory reform. Rules should not favor the largest players and burden the smallest. We need sensible exemptions for very small producers, workable pathways for mid-sized processors, and safeguards that protect consumers without locking in a few favorable actors. These are not partisan ideas, they are plain common sense. They are designed to give independent producers a fair chance to succeed through innovation and hard work. The next American Revolution cannot stop without replacing one elite with another. It must disperse power, economical, political, and market power, so ordinary Americans are free to compete. There's only one way out of today's political crisis. Prove you can deliver real change. Thank you.
Brothers and sisters, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Kivargis. I'm the executive director of Our Revolution, the grassroots political organization that Bernie Sanders started after his 2016 presidential bid. Before Our Revolution, I spent over 2 decades as a union organizer, helping service workers fight for 15 and helping manufacturing workers stop their jobs being shipped overseas. The perennial question that I get as an organizer is this: what do working class voters want? And the answer from my perspective is straightforward. The American people are angry, they're pissed, and they want change. Not spare change, not incremental change, but transformational change. But don't just take my word for it or my experience. At Our Revolution, we conduct regular surveys of our 8 million member base to understand their political priorities. Year after year since 2017, people consistently ranked pocketbook issues like Medicare for all and living wages at the top of their list. But that changed after Trump's re-election in 2024. For the first time in our internal polling, our base identified corporate corruption as the single biggest problem that needs to be addressed in American political life. Corporate corruption, not affordability issues like healthcare or wages. So why the change? It's not like people's standard of living has gotten better. In fact, the material conditions of working Americans has gotten worse. What has changed is this: it is their political consciousness. Working class voters recognize that their personal struggles cannot be addressed when their government is bought and paid for by the corporate class. And it's important to remember that Donald Trump won the White House twice by running as an economic populist who promised to deliver more jobs and better wages and to fight for the forgotten American worker. But instead of standing up for workers, workers now see Donald Trump standing side by side with the titans of industry. People are seeing in real time the fusion of state and corporate power. They're seeing Donald Trump enrich themselves and letting his oligarch donors consolidate control over the commanding heights of the economy. And working people feel betrayed. Betrayal is a powerful political emotion, and at this moment in history, it is up to us to channel that anger. Working people are looking for political leaders who will expose Trump's faux populism and reestablish a clear line, a clear separation between corporation and state. Working class voters want a government that will break the power of the oligarchs who control not just their livelihoods, but who also dominate our politics, our economy, our media, in every aspect of our lives. Working class voters want a government that will stand on their side, improve their standard of living, and expand their opportunity, their freedom to live the lives they are called to live. Working class voters want true economic populism in this moment, an economic populism that is focused on rooting out the corporate corruption that is destroying our government. Brothers and sisters, our history shows that this is politically possible. The robber barons of the Gilded Age were defeated by working people who organized to win a new progressive era and a New Deal. History can repeat itself. The oligarchs can be defeated, and they will be defeated, but only if we join forces and organize to defeat them. Thank you.
That's what we needed to hear. 4 great talks in a row. 4 great heroes in a row. And there's so many other heroes in America. There's millions of other heroes, and we are marching together. I guess we have a break now until 3 o'clock. And also one change in the schedule. Because of votes in the Senate, Senator Warren will be speaking at 5, not 5:30. And so we're going to change that by moving one of our panels to 5:30, which will lead straight into the cocktails. And that's just want to let you know. And we're going to fit in another little coffee break just before Senator Warren gets here. But so Senator Warren at 5, not 5:30, and see you back here at 2:55. Okay, everybody. We do want to stay on time because we have Senator Warren at 5, and that's a hard start and hard stop. And we have a fantastic conversation right now, which we do not want to squeeze. Kat, are they up? Okay. All right, so I'll start introducing it. Oh, no, what? All right. Well, I'll just start talking about Alvaro while he's not around. So, yeah, so I don't have an introduction for Dan Osborne because Alvaro's doing that introduction. But I got to watch the Alvaro Bedoya become the person he is now at an event that we co-hosted with ILSR out in Minneapolis in late September 2022. And this was just hey, let's go out and put our hands on the pulse of the folks out in Minneapolis and Minnesota and see where they are. And we had a fantastic event that day. We had Alvaro, and we had Keith Ellison, one of the true heroes of both Washington and as an attorney general in Minneapolis and Minnesota. And and that was the day that Alvaro sort of showed up, and he'd only been on the commission for a month or so, and he thought he was supposed to wear a jacket and a tie, and that was the day that it was actually Max Miller. And if anyone knows Max Miller looked at him and says, "You don't look right at that panel wearing that jacket and that tie. Take them off. Roll up those sleeves." And he did. He rolled up the sleeves, and a new person was born, which was the populist Alvaro Bedoya, no longer the Hill staffer Alvaro Bedoya. And thank goodness that happened, because the populist Alvaro Bedoya is one of the great fighters that we have in America today. Although he's maybe has some problems with getting to this event on time. But that's actually good. It could be a problem with populists in general, So populists tend to talk, and who's a block away? Oh, Osborne. Okay. Well, I guess it's time for some populist songs. I don't know any, but if anyone does. Yeah. Well, I guess you can all talk among yourselves for a while. Yeah. Okay, you guys do not have to listen to my version of Joe Hill. We have with us, I've already done the introduction of Alvaro. Alvaro wasn't around for the introduction. Actually, he heard a version of it out in the hall. And he's, but I'm not going to repeat it. I'm just going to turn over the panel to Alvaro and to Dan Osborne.
So folks, it is my pleasure to join and introduce Dan Osborne, please. Mechanic, Navy veteran, and an independent candidate for Nebraska for Senate. That's right. All right. In 2024, Dan ran against Senator Fisher. President Trump won re-election. I think he beat Kamala Harris by 20 points, and Dan was just 7 points shy, which my understanding was you were the best performing candidate against that tide. And I think this year, speaking for myself, fingers crossed, it might, I think he'll come out on the top. But we are lucky to have Dan with us for about a half hour. Going to talk a little bit about where we are today, and I'm getting a little bit of reverb. I don't know, should I? Closer, is this really better? It seems like it's not better. Is it better? Okay. Do we have a mic for Dan?
I got one here.
Excellent. So, Dan, I would love to just start with where we are today. So we had last night, I suspect you've had a busy day today, but I'm sure you saw the news last night out of New York and elsewhere. You had a wave of populist Democrats, anti-establishment, anti-war, win their primaries. You're not a Democrat, you're an independent. I'm wondering, looking at that, what do you consider yourself part of that same wave? I think you've been singing from the songbook for quite a long time. Do you consider yourself a part of that? And to what degree are you running on something separate out in Nebraska?
Yeah, well, thanks for that question. I don't really consider myself part of New York, no.
Not a surprise.
And the news that I read was we could all rest easy because it seems like there's 5 people in custody right now because of the green algae. So, whoo, right there, I was worried about somebody's going to get away with that. But no, New York politics, no, I just focus on Nebraska, I really do. Right. And, I suppose what's different is, similarities. I go around and I talk to people about their paychecks and how bad policy of choice is negatively affecting their paychecks right now, like families like mine that are getting left behind because of bad policy. And, Nebraska's a big ag state. We're 5th in soybean exports, we're 3rd in corn, and we're 1st in beef. And so, focusing a lot on bad tariff policy, now the war in Iran, that's affecting inputs for farmers, and certainly rural people and the dominoes are starting to fall. I'm seeing out in rural areas because of that bad policy.
Well, let's talk about that. So I understand you've been to the Strait of Hormuz 4 times on the USS Constellation, right? And one of the things I've seen you talk about is that for you, for your family, for your future constituents, war is not abstract. Could you talk about how you see the war in Iran and what's going on right now with these peace negotiations? How is that translating into the people that hopefully you'll represent?
Yeah, I think the war in Iran, it's fought with kids, my kids, right? Certainly not my opponent, Pete Ricketts' kids. Those types of people don't go fight wars in this country. Ours do, and this is a war of choice. I don't see us gaining anything on the world stage from this. Actually, quite the opposite. I have a nephew that just came back stateside. He was in Qatar. His base got bombed multiple times.
Oh, wow.
And so happy he's back. But first of all, my thoughts and prayers always go out to our servicemen and women serving in uniform that decided to make that choice.
Yeah.
I know what it's like, but certainly, you know, these wars in the Middle East that we don't seem to really learn our lessons over there. We keep repeating history over there, and you know, I always ask myself, who's winning, right? I've made a life of sticking up for the little guy, whether that's in my union or running the strike in Omaha against Kellogg's. Always just trying to stand up for the people that don't have a voice a lot of times. And who's winning in this? Certainly defense contractors, you know, and the people raking in the big money, and as well as the politicians who take their money and continue to get elected with it.
I'd love to drill down a little bit more on how the war is playing out, if you can. So I was talking to the head of the Iowa Farmers Union, a guy named Aaron Lehman, maybe about a month and a half ago, and he just booked his fertilizer. And he said, I have just 500 acres, you know, not that huge a farm for Iowa, and I paid an extra $25,000 in fertilizer. And then I had a conversation with a guy who drives rideshare, and he said, yeah, you know, I'm paying an extra $30, $35 for a tank of gas, and I go through one tank every single day, which adds up to quite a bit of money over the course of just 3 or 4 months, or however long we've had this war. You are out there talking to people every day. What kind of stories have you heard about how the war is playing out in people's daily lives like that?
Yeah, I was just talking to a row crop farmer, similar.
Yeah.
He farms 1,900 acres, and he was getting off his John Deere, and he greeted me and you know, immediately started talking about the trials and the tribulation that he's facing, because 1,900 acres is still a pretty small operation. Yeah. And he's been doing this a long time, but he said his inputs for fertilizer are up $50,000 if he was able to put that order in pre-war. So you know that's real money, and it's happening in real time, because you know it seems like a lot of people live their life based off of slogans and you know, just reading the news, but when you're waking up every day and you're feeling it, that's a heck of a lot different. And that's not including the diesel for his, you know, combines and the planters, everything that they need to run their operation. And what it's causing, on top of bad tariff policy, I mentioned we're 5th in soybeans. 52% of our market was shut down because it went to China, and then $20 billion went to bail out Argentina. And so I asked the same guy, I said, hey, did the $12 billion, is this going to bail you out? And he said, no. He said, for 2025, I'm just out. You know, it's supposed to help me with my inputs for 2026, and now we're seeing what's happening. So we're seeing, again, I talked about the dominoes, we're seeing an increase in family farms and bankruptcies by 46%. The average farmer suicide is 3.5 times higher than the national average, because these guys are getting into so far of debt. And we're in the middle of a farm crisis that not enough people, I feel like, are talking about, that we need to address, that should be getting addressed, certainly in the midterms. Because in about 14 years, statistically, we're not going to have enough farmers. Because one of the 3 pillars of sustainable farming is profitability. And, you know, with not enough good right to repair laws, bad tariff policy, now the war in Iran, monopoly power that has monopoly pricing on the inputs, and then who they sell their product to as well, is certainly problematic. Now we're seeing the consolidation of rail further, which is going to cause monopoly pricing for anybody who's got to ship their product via rail. And, you know, we got to keep that 2% that feed the rest of us making money. Otherwise, we're gonna find ourselves in some pretty big trouble.
Let's talk about who you were talking about inputs. Let's talk about who Nebraska farmers sell to, Nebraska ranchers sell to. So you mentioned Nebraska's #1 in beef. You did something really important that I suspect the folks in this room tracked and noticed, but that too many others did not. So the Lexington plant, Tyson plant shut down. And if you went online, it was like, oh, this is really bad. You know, this is a tragedy. This is terrible. And you stood up and you said, this is illegal. They should not have been allowed to do this. We need to use the laws on the books to stop this. And then the fun part was that I think I saw like Chuck Schumer say afterwards exactly what you were saying, saying, well, no, this is actually illegal. You know, we should step in. And so I think in Nebraska, you have been leading the way and saying, no, these laws aren't just artifacts that we look upon and think are pretty. This is actually how we help the people in our state survive. And so could you talk a little bit about your reaction, you know, why it was so different than anyone else's and what you wanted to do in response to that closure?
Yeah, well, it 3,500 jobs in the town of 11,000, so I don't have to tell you the repercussions of what that means for the town of Lexington. But this isn't the first time Tyson has done this. And it's noteworthy to say, too, that Tyson has just paid out 2 class action lawsuits of about $86 million apiece for price fixing, working with the other meat packers, JBS, National Beef, calculating shutting down plants so they can manipulate to the producer what they get for their product and then manipulate to us at the grocery store. My family doesn't buy beef anymore. I walk right on by it. It's too expensive. And now what I'm seeing the grocery stores doing is it used to be a cost per pound. Now they're doing it per 8 ounces. Because I walk by, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cheap. Oh, that's what they're doing. Okay, trying to slide one past the goalie there, but that's exactly what they're doing. And so I got to tell you this story. I did take an antitrust lawyer out there, and I did a press conference. I accused Tyson of breaking the Packers and Stockyards Act in 1923, put forth by Woodrow Wilson, because what they did in Norfolk, Nebraska, at a chicken plant is they dumped concrete down the drain, so nobody else could buy it. A competitor couldn't buy it. And there's word they're doing the same thing in Lexington. And so they're breaking the law, you know, and everybody likes to say we're a nation of laws. Well, they certainly aren't exempt to that. So shortly after that prompted my opponent, Pete Ricketts, to come out. We put enough pressure on him, and he said, I'm Pete Ricketts, I'm a senator, and I'm going to look into this for everybody. Well, the day after that, Tyson donated to his campaign. So
I did not see that. Wow.
Yeah, this is it's in the FEC reports. This is our politics, right? And you talk about monopoly power, and you talk about our elected officials that take corporate money and do corporate bidding. This is a perfect example of that. So, of course, I think it was Drop Site News chasing him down the hallways of the Senate, saying, "Hey, did you find any wrongdoing?" And of course, the answer was no.
How are, so you were just talking about your cattle ranchers, you're talking about the folks who work in the plants. I would actually love to take a quick step back and ask you, you know, you're in a room of folks who learn the law and learn their politics probably by doing a lot of reading PDFs and books, and I'm sure you did more than your share of that, but I'm curious what life experiences, what actually happened to you in your life that made you say, I'm a lot less focused on left versus right, and I'm a lot more focused on the money at the top. You know, and when I was at the FTC, it might be a small business owner telling me, yeah, I got hit by this audit by this health insurer who happened to own my competitor, you know, this chain pharmacy. And that's what kind of drove me crazy, put me on this side of the line. For a lot of people, it's getting a cancer diagnosis and seeing how completely messed up our healthcare system is. What was it for you over the course of your time as a mechanic, as a dad, you know, in the Navy? What was it that made you see the world the way you do, you think?
Well, it was an old Polish guy that looked like Tom Selleck from Magnum P.I.
Say more.
So one of the first days on the job, I worked at Kellogg's as an industrial mechanic. We were wrenching on the machine. Nebraska's a right-to-work state. Ron said, "Hey, kid, have you joined the union yet?" I said, "Nope, I have not." And he said, "Well, you might want to think about doing that." I'm like, "Well, crap, Tom Selleck's telling me to join the union."
I better go do that. So I signed up, but I worked there for 20 years. I worked my way up to president. The PDFs I read were about how to fix machines that made your favorite cereals, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks. But during COVID, we were essential workers, working 7 days a week. Kellogg's made record profits that year. And then our contract expired. They tried to take from us. After they made $2 billion extra in profit, the CEO gave himself a $2 million raise, stock buybacks, everybody got rich, great, capitalism working at its finest. But they sat across the table from us when our contract expired. They said, we're taking your health insurance, we're taking your cost of living adjustment, our only form of wage increases, and then we're going to implement the union-busting two-tier wage system with no path for a lower-tier employee to go to the upper tier. So, we weren't having any of that. So 4 plants shut down production, and we walked off the job to preserve our wages and benefits. I'm a lifelong independent. I've never really understood why I got to accept a set of values and policies and reject the other ones to be a part of a party. And on the picket line, as well in the Strait of Hormuz, nobody asked anybody what their political affiliation is or what their party is. So I set out to make it a nonpartisan issue. I was able to get a Republican congressman out to the picket line. I got our Republican governor to draft a letter. So, but once it was over, and I had gotten fired shortly after that because I had a target on my back, but I landed on my feet with the UA Steamfitters Union 464 in Omaha. But it really, that's kind of what opened my eyes to the corporate world, because I was always very proud of the logo, proud of the work that I did, the amount of time that I worked, that I was able to raise a family off of this company, and then to turn around, that made me realize they don't give a shit about me, right? Not at all, actually. We're just a number to them that they can manipulate, because they can't control the price of commodities or sugar, or they can't control the price of shipping, but what they can try to do is always take from the workers. Yeah. And Kellogg's is always used to be a family-friendly oriented company. I mean, the founder, W.K. Kellogg's, was always about his people and his workforce being the superpower behind it. But now boards take over and stockholders take over. It changes everything.
Yeah. So, I think if the polls hold up, you're going to be working over there come January. So sooner or later, you're going to have to take votes on some really hard matters. And one of the things I've seen from your background and your work is, you were very vocal against having undocumented immigrants, having an open border. And I think you said, hey, look, you want to build a wall? I'm pretty good with my hands. I can help you out with that. But you've also called out what this president has done in the streets with ICE, and how they've treated people in the streets. And so I'm curious, you're not coming at this as a Democrat or Republican, you're coming at it as an independent, as an economic populist. What is an economic populist vision for how to deal with immigration in Nebraska and in the rest of the country? Like, what are your guiding principles there?
Yeah, well, first of all, we need the parties to stop using it as a way to win elections. You mentioned the border. The border is the flip side to immigration. It's a little bit different, but this immigration policy we see now, especially talking about immigration custom enforcement, right? And this is the way I see it. The fundamental mission of custom enforcement is to try to prevent MS-13 from coming in and taking over a neighborhood, dealing in fentanyl, sex trafficking, everything that's illegal. I agree with that fundamental mission, and they've operated and they've performed that mission off of a $7 billion budget through multiple administrations, and now we're seeing it $80 billion to perform that same mission. That's wasteful government spending. That's absolutely what that is. And then you drop 1,000 agents in a street with masks. I'm no expert on really anything, but you know, whenever I had to put a mask on, it was because that was PPE. It was because I wasn't supposed to be breathing in, whether I was welding or something around there. So if you got to wear a mask to work, you're probably doing something wrong. You know, I don't think people should live in fear. But again, we have to start to come together and have these hard discussions as people on what an immigration policy means. It needs to be comprehensive, right? It needs to include, I mean, these are human beings. And I'm, at the end of the day, I'm team human, right? I'm team human being, I'm team people. And, you know, these are people just like my Irish heritage. I came here for a better life and to try to find some work. Because there wasn't any potatoes, I guess, in Ireland at that time. Kidding. You could laugh at that. No, but really it is. It's judges and lawyers. We need more of those, and we need a policy that is humane, that makes sense for both business and the workers at the same time. Yep. But again, I'm always asking myself, who's winning? Right? Yep. Certainly the meat packers are winning. The ones that exploit the labor, pay them next to nothing, enrich themselves, and those are the ones donating to political campaigns. So the, you know, that politician can turn their head, look the other way, and they can continue to operate that way.
Let me ask you one last question that I'm pretty confident you've gotten, because in my meetings with people, I get this question, and I don't even hold an office anymore. I get the question a lot, Dan, of, I have no hope. You know, give me some hope. You know, tell me what I should be. Why should I think things are going to get better? Because things look pretty bleak. When people ask you that question, what do you say to them?
Well, I think a lot of people are feeling that. But what I see, I mean, I did 200 public town halls in 2024. We've probably done 80 of them this cycle. And whether you're a farmer toiling in the soil, or you're a rail worker, or you're a teacher, a lunch lady, or a doctor, you know, we all have the same thing in common, and that's how proud we are to go to work every day and do what it is we're doing, and providing for our families. And so finding the commonalities that we all have, I strive for, and we have so much more in common than you know, if you open up your phone and you get on social media, then it portrays. Amen. And you know, whether you're wearing a red hat or a blue hat or a green hat or, you know, whatever, it doesn't really matter, because I'm telling everybody, we got to stop looking left and right, and we have to start looking up, because, you know, the consolidation of our industries, private equity buying up our farmland, these are the ones hurting Americans and American lives. Because I fundamentally believe that most people want to do what's right by the country.
So I have actually, this breaking news, I've been informed by Daniel, we actually have 10 minutes. This is wild. So wondering, Dan, if there's anything we haven't talked about that you think is really important for people here to hear about that maybe doesn't come through. And I think you're in a room full of people who think a lot about the money at the top, right, rather than left versus right. But you have a luxury is maybe the wrong word. You have the privilege of actually speaking to human beings who are trying to pay the bills in a cross-sectional way every day of the week. So what do you think people may not be hearing right now? Because people, you know, here in DC, people say, oh yes, it's an affordability election, it's a paycheck election. We agree with that. Yes, yes, yes. Right? But what might people not appreciate that you're hearing about?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I don't think we're talking enough about Daniel's socks there, too.
What's going on there, man? Oh my God, that's a baby. Yeah, that's my kid. Your child.
He's got a picture of his baby on his socks.
Well done.
And gentlemen.
Well done.
Those are awesome, man. But no, I think you know, I go out, whether it was the guy wearing I would rather vote for a felon t-shirt, wearing a MAGA hat, or a Harrison Walls t-shirt, I go talk to everybody, because I don't pretend to try to understand where everybody has come from in their life, their background, where they're raised, where they're from, the trials and the tribulations that they've faced. So I always try to give everybody grace no matter what. But I talk to so many people that, both on the left and the right currently, that say, I hate my party, you know, but I hate the other party, but I hate my party just a little bit less than the other party. And so what that tells me is that we're broken on the top. You know, we haven't passed a farm bill since 2018. Our farmers are operating off of, you know, crop insurance and subsidies that don't work for them anymore. I was talking to a guy who retaches retinas for a living. He can no longer use insurance. He's got to do everything cash because his pay scale is from the 80s. And, you know, there's just so many things. There's so much work that we have to do to elevate people's lives. And it just doesn't seem like it's getting done. And so why is that? Well, I think campaign finance reform has to be at the top of every discussion. Trying to get that money. I know Citizens United's a Supreme Court ruling, but corporations aren't people. And I don't take the corporate money. So I want to show the country. I want to show Nebraska that there's another way to do things. And if a mechanic from the shop floor can beat the son of a billionaire, and it can be done because this still is America, right? Those ideals that this country has always possessed, that anybody can do anything. We can show that there is another way to win elections without taking the money and looking the other way.
Let me, I'll actually ask you one actual last question, but I wonder, so you are, from where you are, you see how people, whether they're left or right, they're urban, rural in your state, have much more in common than they have that divides them. And I'm wondering, from your conversations with people, do they see those commonalities? Because I had this crazy conversation maybe a couple weeks ago with a farmer named Lance Lowbridge who runs a cow-calf operation and is a soybean farmer in Iowa, and a documentary filmmaker from Los Angeles. And the documentary filmmaker, Lance said, yeah, I used to have 12 places to buy my seeds, now I have 2. I used to have 4 places to process my cattle, now I have 1. And the documentary filmmaker was like, man, I used to have 4 places to get my archival TV footage, and I'm about to have basically 2 or 3. I used to have 3 places to sell my documentaries. I'm about to have like 1 or 0, depending on how you count them, if this Paramount-Warner Brothers merger goes through. And for me, I asked you about hope. It's that stuff that gives me hope. They saw each other, you know, and they recognized their own problems in the other's problems. And these folks are about as far apart on the conventional left versus right political scale that you can imagine. Do the folks you're talking to see those commonalities among themselves? Or is that not happening as much as you might think it should?
Yeah, it doesn't happen as much as I'd like, and I feel like that's part of my job is to go and bridge that divide, because Nebraska is made up of Omaha and Lincoln, pretty close to each other. That's about half the population of the state, which the population of the state's about 2 million, so it's pretty low. And then the rest of it is spread out through Nebraska. But you go out, you know, especially into the western part of Nebraska, because the capital's all the way on the east side of the state. So people do feel like, oh, nobody listens to us. And then they explain their problems. Their problems are almost exactly the same as ours living in an urban area if I'm working at a factory or whatever. And but it's actually almost more exacerbated living in a rural area, because you think about a main street. If there's 8 businesses on the main street and 1 or 2 of them close, that's way more detrimental than if 2 businesses close in Omaha. And, you know, so that consolidation, which is a choice, by the way, right, to consolidate, because you could drive, I've driven through every county in Nebraska, and every time you come up to a town, there's a Dollar General, either before or after the town. At first it was a joke. I'm like, oh, Dollar General must be pulling into town. And then I started to realize, oh, you know, and then I started to look into it. Robinson-Patman Act is supposed to design to protect the mom and pop grocery stores, you know, same goods and services at the same price. But we don't follow that law. So now Dollar General is one of the biggest grocers in Nebraska. And I don't know if you've ever been to a Dollar General, but they don't have produce. You're eating Chef Boyardee in Hormel for dinner if you're going there. So that's certainly problematic. But a lot of these people, they do face it, but it's actually, I think, more intensified in the rural areas. So they're feeling it more.
Well, Dan, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for giving us some hope. And knock on wood, we'll see you back here some more in a few months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today has been somewhat bad, so we're one of the reasons we're having a little bit of glitchiness with getting people on stage. So we can probably start getting our next panel up. And we're just waiting for our moderator, Julia Yoffe. So why don't you guys? I mean, she should be here any second. So why don't you guys come on up? No. Whatever Julie wants. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to start with the introductions, and I'll just go slow. You know, earlier today, we heard from Daron Acemoglu about all the reasons that we, the populists, the people who focus on structure, do a better job of economics, that the other side's economics is kind of nonsensical. And our economics actually works. It identifies risk. It identifies problems with power, threats to democracy. Their economics, nonsense. Our economics makes sense. It's common sense. We also, as we heard from Senator Murphy, we do a better job of protecting and promoting human liberty and human dignity. This is, again, not a mistake. It's because the other side's vision is to turn the human being into an object. You see that just in the philosophy that they created and by which they've run the world the last 40 years, in which they took the citizen. This was a nation in which laws were built around the concept of the individual as a citizen that produces and thinks and speaks, and they turned the citizen into a consumer, an object, someone that is served materially. So our vision of human liberty is superior. We also do a better job on trade and national security. The other side, I mean, we don't even have to talk about what's going on in Iran. I think Dan Osborne did a fantastic job of talking about what's going on in Iran. And he made clear like what the challenges are. I mean, who is benefiting from this? Which is the prime contractors, the 5 prime contractors. If you actually look at the munitions that we shot off and who gets paid to build the next round of munitions and how much they're getting paid, there's a pretty clear picture there. So today we have a fantastic panel of people, and one of the reasons that this next panel really excites me is that open markets, from the beginning, from the start, we have been focused on the international system. I got to do anti-monopoly work by focusing on supply chain problems, supply chain concentration. This was after I wrote a book about it in 2005, about a problem that's called, of putting all your chips in one place in Taiwan, TSMC. So we focused on the international system and we worked our way in. We worked from how the world works down to how mainstream works. We worked from how the world works down to how the human society works, how the human brain works, how the human soul works. But we never stopped working on the international system. And one of our proudest moments was when we were able to host Ambassador Tai. This was 3 years ago, in June, in which Ambassador Tai gave what is an absolutely spectacular speech. Presented an absolutely spectacular vision of how we can organize the world in a way that works politically, works in terms of how we share responsibility in the world, works in terms of how we share international production systems. I encourage every one of you to read that speech. It was a vision in which Catherine Tai reconnected trade policy to anti-monopoly policy, trade policy to competition policy. And that was, you'll see it at the press club. There was a press club speech of June 2023. And now we have Julia Yaffe, and I'm going to turn over the rest of the introductions to Julia. Julia is actually one of my absolute favorite journalists in this town, and she works, I don't know how many of you know Puck. I've been following Puck from when they first launched, and it's actually been of a relatively small publication. It punches so much above its weight, and it breaks so much important news. And Julia is one of the founders of Puck and one of the great stars in journalism in America. So I will turn over the introductions of the team to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that kind introduction. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I apologize for being late. I actually just want to get right into the conversation. I think a lot of people in the Democratic establishment, and I would even say, in the kind of bipartisan, squishy middle of the American system, were really surprised about 10 years ago to find out that a lot of people, not just in the US, but in the world, were not happy with the liberal post-war economic order. I think it had worked for a lot of us, but we were surprised to know, I think I was one of the people surprised, that it hadn't worked for a lot of other people. And I wanted to start with that. Like, what is it we missed? Catherine, do you want to start?
I'd be delighted to. Julie, I think you teed up that question in exactly the right way, which is, let's say 2016, Donald Trump wins on a strong message of trade policy belligerence. And it's interesting because it does
right after Brexit.
Just a couple months after Brexit,
Right.
yeah. So 2016, 2 votes that rocked the world.
Mm-hmm.
But for, say, someone like myself who's been working in trade policy since the early 2000s, And then for all the people who have been doing trade policy, who've been adjacent to trade policy, who have been affected directly by trade policy and negatively, it's been going on for over a generation. I guess in retrospect, I realized I should not have been surprised. And ever since then, it's about connecting the conversations of those who were surprised with all of those people for whom 2016 was a moment of chickens coming home to roost. This has not been working for a long time, and now you all know it. The way you described the post-World War II world, that it was built on liberalism, and that it created a lot of wealth, and that we were all surprised in 2016. I think it is worth tracing that back and looking at some very serious economic historians' interpretations. It is important to note, and I find it very persuasive, that after World War II, there were actually two economic and political orders, not just one. And I think it is really important to distinguish, because if you think that the world that we're living in right now is directly the result of the world that we tried to rebuild in the 1940s, post-World War II, learning all of the lessons from the Depression, from the era of the Gilded Age, from the horrors of World War II, then I think that you will be lost about why we are where we are. We had in America the New Deal. And after World War II, we had an attempt, and this is my interpretation with close colleagues of mine, a desire to internationalize the principles of the New Deal, a faith in government to be a part of the solution, a faith in institutions to reinforce systems that would prevent us from falling down into the dark, dark hole that we had just climbed out of. That system was built on the economic thinking of John Maynard Keynes, the spirit of Roosevelt, and it actually kind of runs out of steam in the 1970s. And by 1980, with the election of Ronald Reagan, you have the advent of Reaganomics, you have Milton Friedman take over from Keynes, the Chicago School. You've got the elevation of trickle-down economics to dictating our domestic economic policy. You have it then internationalized through institutions like the World Trade Organization. And this has been built on magical thinking. Trickle-down economics is magical thinking. It is the theory that you can pump all of the benefits, all of the preferences, all of the beneficial policies, direct them at the top of the heap, at the most well-resourced, most moneyed, most politically powerful entities in your economy, and you can rely on some kind of magical economic gravity to trickle it down to the middle and to the bottom. And now, over the last 40 to 50 years, what we have seen with our own eyes is that there is no trickle down. It doesn't trickle down. All of the wealth that's been created, the GDP growth, it has largely been collected at the top, within societies, and across countries, leaving vast amounts of the world's population and Americans behind. So I think that that is a really important part of understanding how we got to where we are now. In the immediate post-war Bretton Woods construction phase, the IMF is created, the World Bank, and the International Trade Organization is what is negotiated amongst the free countries, post-World War II, and the newly liberated colonies of the Global South, largely. What we don't tell the story often is that the ITO doesn't materialize because the United States Congress cannot pass it, it's the Senate. And why the Senate cannot pass it? It's because US big business interests lobby against it. What's in the ITO? There are the tariff cuts that are the only part that survive, There are, interesting to look at from the vantage point of 2026, there are enforceable labor rules and anti-monopoly rules. So the original vision of a world trading system coming out of that immediate post-war system is a comprehensive one that is looking at capital, that is looking at labor, and that is looking at the power problem that you have when you've just come out of a period where you have fought off fascism and you are really worried about communism and these twisted combinations of state and the private sector working together. So that's how I would set the table for what we saw in 2016, where we are in 2026, which is all of the excesses from a vision post-World War II that has been distorted over time.
Thank you for that. Matt, I want to go to you because I would say you are one of those who was not caught off guard by 2016. As somebody who worked very closely with Senator Bernie Sanders, you guys saw and channeled a lot of this. Can you tell me, like, looking kind of from the inside of the kind of left, center-left side of the American political spectrum, do you think the political establishment has kind of learned some of these lessons, has figured it out, or are you still kind of screaming into the void?
Well, first, thank you, and thanks everyone for being here. You know, to answer the question, I want to go back a little farther, not just 10 years. I want to go back about 16, 17 years before 2016 into the late 90s, early 2000s, alter-globalization movement. This is kind of where I got my entry into political activism. This was the movement that protested the WTO in Seattle, that protested the World Bank and the IMF here in Washington in April of 2000. But even that, those protests represented the moment when that movement broke through from the global south into the global north. As you said, this is something that was bubbling up. There was activism at previous rounds of the WTO, in Doha, elsewhere. But that was the moment when activist groups, networks, with colleagues in the global north really kind of made their presence felt. And that was a hugely important critique. That was these global south countries saying to the global north that this system isn't working for us. It is promoting corruption, it is promoting inequality, it is promoting environmental degradation, it is dangerous. This gospel of neoliberalism is false. And I think that was an important moment. Now, of course, I remember the establishment here. There was a very famous Tom Friedman column which dismissed all of this as flat earthers, or I think it was, 60s radicals looking for their fix, their protest fix. But it was all scoffing because right back then, if you remember, this was the Thatcherites saying there's no alternative, and Tony Blair, whose argument was we might as well be arguing about the weather. This is just how the world works now. But it turns out, guess what? There was a lot of validity to that critique. Unfortunately, I think we had this situation where 9/11 really kind of big-footed what could have been, I think, a growing movement, and everything became about terrorism. That became the focus, the lens through which all of U.S. foreign policy was kind of managed for a very wasteful and, I think, catastrophic few decades. But I do think what we saw with Trump was, as you said, kind of a reflection of that. Not that Trump is kind of working on behalf of colleagues of the global south. He was voicing people in the United States whose communities had been deindustrialized, who were suffering from that same inequality. And of course, he channeled it in a demagogic and divisive direction. I'm biased here, but I think Bernie obviously had seen some of these things too, and was trying to channel it in a more unifying way.
And there was, as I recall, in the early days in 2016 of that 2016 election, there was quite a bit of overlap actually between people who were torn between Bernie and Trump, right? Because of that message.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, let's also remember Ross Perot in the 90s, who made what I think turned out to be a fair, valid critique of NAFTA, which is that you're going to lose jobs, they're going to be sent to places where labor is much cheaper, and there are efforts to frustrate and suppress labor activism, and that's where corporations going to go if you remove these regulations. So But I do think there was an effort after Trump won on the part of the foreign policy establishment to kind of grapple with some of the lessons. I do think the foreign policy for the middle class project that Jake Sullivan oversaw at Carnegie, I think was an important kind of, the first step in recovery is admitting you have a problem. And I think that was a first step there. Did it go as far as I think it should have? No, but I do think we should acknowledge that, recognizing that this neoliberal gospel had failed and that we really need to get government back into the business of disciplining capital was an important breakthrough.
So, Catherine, you mentioned the Gilded Age, which is, I think, so important. Donald Trump came into office this time promising a new golden age, and went from talking about championing the working class and the forgotten man to pushing once again for essentially a Gilded Age where wealth is very concentrated at the top, companies become monopolies. Where it translates to foreign policy is I can't get away from the thought of, we all know how the last Gilded Age ended, and it ended in 2 disastrous world wars, right? But everyone who lived through that is dead, and so apparently we have to learn the lesson again. I wanted to ask you about this kind of the intersection between the kind of the concentration of wealth and power in these giant and growing corporations, how they affect our foreign policy and other countries' foreign policy, trade policy, industrial policy, to the point where we also saw that, like in the Biden administration, somebody can win an election, come in and say, I'm going to change everything, but they can't because they don't actually have the power to. Or these multilateral organizations say they want to change something, but they can't because there are these other kind of outside non-governmental forces that are in some ways even bigger and more powerful, stacking the deck against them.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for being here. What I would say is we should not treat Trump like some outlier and talk about the concentration of power and wealth now and in the Gilded Age as these sort of discrete periods of time. The reality is a lot of the United States' foreign policy for much of its history has been an export of corporate capture. 1954, a coup in Guatemala, then in the 70s, copper mines in Chile. At one point, when we talk about the post-World War Iran, Venezuela, but when we talk about the post-World War II order, the United States has effectively veto power at the World Bank, at the IMF, and so we are saying if countries want, during the period of structural adjustment, if you want a bailout, if you need financing, you have to do these reforms, privatization, austerity, deregulation. This past week, there was a bit of like a crash out about the AI CEOs at the G7. And can't believe that they're sitting at the table with these heads of state. We have been on this trajectory for some time, right? Before, it might not have been as explicit as them sitting at the table and dictating to governments what regulation should look like, but they have always been there shaping the trajectory of American foreign policy. The flip side of it is often what we believe to be sort of the debate internationally, so the progressive era, the turn of the 20th century, effectively was ended by the Red Scare, which turned everyone against labor and all of the gains made for labor and unions. We see that over and over again, different iterations. This competition with China, right? So that means that we have to then put up all of these measures and institute all of these restrictions in order to protect whatever we want to name as our national security imperative. And that domain has just continued to expand. And we see alignment between these tech companies, defense tech, AI firms, et cetera, and those who are leading a lot of the national security and foreign policy conversation. And I think that that is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, Alexandra, thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to ask you a question. You in Europe are kind of on the receiving end of this campaign by the US, by the White House, to push back against a lot of the essentially tech sovereignty measures, privacy measures, consumer protection measures that European governments have put in and the EU has put in. What does it feel like to be on the receiving end of that, and how is Europe fighting back? How can it fight back?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end, I can assure you. What it feels like is that the Trump administration is fully aligned with the interests of the tech companies. It is almost impossible to distinguish their interests and also their action. And that started before Trump was even elected, started in September 2024, when J.D. Vance said if Europe wanted to enforce the Digital Services Act, so one of our most important rule books, on tech, the US would consider withdrawing their troops from NATO. And that was a shock, but nobody took it really seriously in Europe. And then I think the second big step after Trump was elected was the White House communication that stated that if Europe wanted digital taxes, the payment of fines for breaching laws, so the same laws that European companies have to comply with, if American companies breach them, they shouldn't be paying fines. And obviously, again, the enforcement of the Digital Services Act, that would lead to higher tariffs. And this double threat, the tariffs on the one side and the unreliability of the military cooperation within the transatlantic relationship is what has been really characterizing this debate and the transatlantic relationship as a whole. And this does have a strong influence because we do see that the legislation we have, particularly on tech, is not being enforced the way it should be enforced, especially where the Commission, the European Commission, is directly competent and responsible for that. They really strongly hold back. And there's also influence on other pieces of legislation. You mentioned strong consumer protection legislation on due diligence, and we know that there's very strong American influence. So it's the US administration, it's the tech company lobbying, and obviously it's also the influence of social media on the political level, on the kind of public opinion, because they boost far-right parties and extremist parties in general and really dim and censor the more moderate or progressive parties. How do we fight back? It's very nuanced. I think if you look at the general population, the US has never been so unpopular. And before the Red Scare and the China race or comparison was mentioned, and even for me, it is very shocking to see polls all over Europe that say the European population in many countries considers the US a bigger threat than China right now. So China seems to be the adult in the room. And I think that is extremely concerning. On individual country level, it depends a little bit. Like Germany is very concerned about the threat concerning higher tariffs because we have a very export-oriented company. I'm from Germany personally. Eastern European countries rely very strongly on the military cooperation with the US, but also have huge concerns about Trump's stance around Putin. While countries like France and Spain are very strongly pushing back, pushing for stronger enforcement of our laws and a more independent stance of Europe in general and on foreign policy. But they do feel the heat, especially Prime Minister Sanchez has been strongly attacked, for example, on X by Elon Musk, who has been also riling up far-right parties against him in the country. when Sanchez stood up for more transparency on algorithms, but also against the war in Iran. So it's a very nuanced answer, and I don't think it's effective enough right now.
So I want to go down the line and ask each of you very briefly, what do you think, Matt mentioned 9/11. Was there a moment where we had an opportunity as a country, as an international system, to put this on a different trajectory that would be more equitable, more democratic, that we missed?
Let me put it this way. I think that opportunity is right now. We are right in the middle of it. And to your point, Julia, earlier, I think that there are certain lessons that you don't learn until you are right in the middle of it and you are suffering. And the number of people who are suffering today in America, the number of people who are suffering around the world is growing, whether it's a function of income inequality, whether it's a function of being a resource that is being extracted from by the US government or by US corporations. The AI corporations in particular are a good example, and the pushback on data centers right now, also an example of how people feel like in this version of capitalism that we have right now, and I use the C word, capitalism, your role as a human being is as something to be extracted from. You are something to be exploited for someone else's gain. And we know clearly who those people are, and they're a very small circle of them. So I think it shouldn't be lost on anybody here. This version of capitalism is playing out exactly how it was supposed to, according to the theory of the Chicago School and the Friedmanites. We shouldn't be surprised that we are here. Now that we are here, what are we going to do about it? And I think that this is the opportunity to start changing that tide, and I think we are seeing evidence of it every single day.
So thank you for stealing my next question. I'm going to put a pin in that, but I want to hear from Aya, from Matt, and Alexandra about when you think was a missed opportunity in the past where we could have gone in a different direction.
I mean, I think I generally have to agree with Ambassador Tai because we look backward, and I don't know that that helps us other than to the extent that we need to actually start internalizing lessons learned, because time is a little bit of a flat circle and we seem to not be internalizing anything. But what I would add is, okay, so if the time is right now, what is our number one priority? And I would say it's to organize. Institutions have failed, so you need to be organizing in your communities, right? You need to be organizing in your neighborhoods, whatever groups you are a part of. People need to be reminded that they have agency, because if the moment is now, then you need people to act. But if they feel like they don't have power to do so, whether it's to stop a data center in their community or whether it's to ask for a raise at their job without losing that job, then this will be another moment where we look back and say, that was a missed opportunity.
If I may jump in, I can't see the room, so.
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah, I would totally agree. Rather than looking back, I would say really the crucial moment is right now. It's this moment. And the one thing I would ask you to do is make your voices heard in Europe as well. Because we are in this together. I mean, the world is so globalized that the US and Europe are having a very similar trajectory, and I think we are following closely behind, and we still see the rise of far-right movements and also of these economic tendencies. So if there's one thing that I would ask you to do, on top of organizing communities in the US, is engage with Europe. Make your voices heard, make the voices of ordinary Americans heard here in Europe. Because the only thing that we hear, that governments hear, that the European Commission, the European Parliament hear, is the voice of the Trump administration and the voice of the tech companies. And that is not good enough. I come to the US a lot. So I tell the story about 70% of Americans being against data centers, having huge concerns around AI, asking for more regulation, asking for more protection. I can see the deterioration of the quality of life in the US for the middle class in particular. And what I would ask you to do is really make your voices heard, engage with engage with policymakers, with the broader public in Europe, and tell that story, because then we can solve it together.
I'm happy to look backwards.
Thank you. Engage this history major, please.
2009, there was an opportunity. Barack Obama was elected, an inspiring candidate, overwhelmingly elected. He saved the economy, and the slim-suited steakhouse gamblers who crashed the global economy got off. They were bailed out by the taxpayers. They gave each other raises. Millions of American families lost their homes. He also made a decision not to seek accountability for the Bush administration torturers who got us into the Iraq War, who led a global campaign of criminality, of kidnapping, of torture, of rendering, of rendition, of war. I think that looking forward, not looking backward, was a catastrophic mistake. I understand the kind of shrewd political analysis that led President Obama to make that decision, not wanting to have to spend what he saw as precious political capital. But I think in retrospect, it clearly fed this sense of elite impunity that has infected our politics. That really led to when Donald Trump says the system is rigged, he is right. This system is rigged, and that's a perfect example. Again, I don't have any illusions that Donald Trump wants to unrig the system. He wants to ring it in his favor, but the reason he gets traction is because of exactly that. Americans saw, I've lost this home that I struggled and worked for while these rich guys got off. I think that's the moment, but the second best moment is right now.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you from my perspective. I think as a Russia person, for example, I think a lot of opportunities were lost, for example, in '91 to, like, you have to reckon with the past before you go forward. But I would be remiss not to ask what the organizers have asked me to ask, which is how? How do we move forward? How do we organize? How do we craft policies, industrial policies, economic policies, trade policies that are truly democratic, that think about the workers, not just the people in the C-suite who are paying campaign contributions? Let's talk about the how.
Julie, do you want to reverse the order this time?
Yeah, let's do it. Alexandra.
Well, I think that the perspective from Europe is very different from the one you have in the US, because in Europe, I think it's more about not reversing what we already have, because we still have very much higher protection standards, a little bit less inequality. I think what we have to look at very closely is what is going to happen with AI and what is the impact of on the economy of AI as a technology, but especially as a concentration of power. So this is where I would look first. And this is what we need to break up and stop telling the story that with AI, there's going to be innovation that's going to save the world, because it's not going to happen. Large language models have enormous costs. And this leads to it needing to be saved at a certain point. And it also leads to high unemployment. So there's a distribution from added value and the wealth that goes with it, from working people of all classes to a handful of billionaires. And I think this is the first thing we need to tackle. How do we build a tax system that takes that into account and makes sure the added value stays with the people, the revenue stays with the people, and you also have a tax system that is a lot more equal. At the same time, I think you need to build a democratic system that gives people the feeling, and not only the feel, but the real thing of having agency. And that starts at local level. I think that we have a little bit different challenges, because I think in the US, the issue of money in politics is a lot stronger than in Europe. But looking at how we can have people participate more, make sure the local level has enough resources, that people have really have agency. They see what if they engage, that they commit to work in the public sector, or that they have ideas, that this really happens. I think those are two very basic things that we need to do.
Yeah, I know we're basically out of time. I just want to make sure everyone gets in there. 1 second. So Aya, what's your how?
Well, okay. I think the future of foreign policy is economic and tech policy. And so you need to have as many people who understand that, can contextualize it, and understand it in a domestic setting, be shaping foreign policy, be driving how we are thinking about our place in the world. So that's one. Two, to have the most progressive foreign policy, you have to have the most realistic sense of the world as it is and of our willingness to do certain things to get it to be the world that we want to see. And I think that really comes down to people. Like, in my view, in these jobs, in this broader ecosystem, if you're not constantly looking to find the person that's going to replace you, you're not doing your job. And the idea that it can only be one set of people because they have done it before, I obviously disagree with that. But we also have to invest in alternatives and to be bringing people along, because if not them, then who? And we have to be able to answer that question, and that means investing in the next generation of leadership and also a broader understanding of who can lead. Matt?
Yeah. I would say the one thing is campaign finance reform. I think, as we just heard, our European colleagues look with absolute amazement at our system of campaign finance, which is just a system of legalized bribery. I mean, it is an outlier among modern developed democracies. It's absolutely absurd, and I understand this is a tall order. I mean, we have a Supreme Court that, let's say, is not very friendly to this, but I also think it's worth noting that Citizens United was not the first. I mean, this was the most egregious step, but that was only the latest in a long series of rulings that treats money as speech. Ultimately, if we are serious about this, we are talking about a constitutional amendment to redefine campaign finance. Again, that's a tall order. It's going to be a long process, but we have to start that process now. We have to make that argument, because not only is it right, it is a winning issue. American voters regularly place anti-corruption very high on their concerns.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to Barry's title for this conference today. Is it the next American Revolution, breaking oligarchy and creating democracy, building a new democracy? I'm sorry, there were a lot. Okay, but I got the main words in there. When we're thinking about what we need to move towards, I don't think it's about tweaking on the edges. And the different panels that have been up here today and the additional ones that will follow are all getting at different facets of the problem that we have. There is a problem of oligarchy that we have here. That is about political power, and it is about economic power and how they have fused together. So campaign finance reform has come up a couple times. In the foreign policy and trade realm, the problem of the collapse between the U.S. national and public interest with U.S. corporate interest is a manifestation of the same issue. What we need to move towards is a completely new system undergirding a completely new political and economic order for the U.S. and the world. And it has to be one that gets us past the framework of oligarchy and colonialism. And what both of those have in common is we need to move to a new political and economic system that gets us past this very traditional framework of domination. And I think that for me, from where I sit, and I am a trade person and I'm a part of this world, I'm not the entire world, that for me is the through line that cuts through the domestic, the international, the political, the economic, the high and the low. How do we get ourselves to a place where all of the rules aren't about how to dominate others?
Well, I hear you all. I worry, as a history person, that those kinds of new systems come into place usually after some kind of cataclysm wipes the slate clean, and I hope that that's not where we're headed. I want to to thank our panelists, our audience. Please thank our wonderful panelists for their brilliant insights. And thank you for the organizers.
Thank you all. That was excellent. So up next, we have a fireside chat for you all with no actual fire because it's already warm enough in here. And on that note, we are trying to keep the doors open to allow some air in, and that depends on keeping our conversations sort of quiet in the hallway. So thank you all for doing that. So welcoming to the stage, David Wallace Wells, who is a writer for the New York Times opinion section and columnist for the New York Times Magazine, and Senator Chris Van Hollen, another leader who understands these issues very well.
Thank you for that. Great to see everybody here. I'm especially honored and humbled and thrilled to be sharing the stage with Senator Chris Van Hollen, who is a natural feature at a conversation like this because he has been so long such a committed voice, warning about the risks to democracy from the concentration of wealth and power, and in the present crisis has done as much as anyone to fight the instincts of authoritarianism in the White House, fighting for the release of Gilmar Abrego Garcia in particular, and in warning about the new power that our tech billionaires, plutocrats, oligarchs are wielding not just over our economy and our lives, but over our future. So for those reasons, really great to be here. Thank you for joining us, and welcome.
David. Good to be with you. Good to be with all of you today.
I want to talk about those big issues in a minute, but I actually was hoping to ask you to start by playing pundit a little bit and telling us just how you read the election results from last night and what they may or may not tell us about the state of the country, the path forward for the Democratic Party, and maybe a little bit about how it plays into these themes of concentrated power, upstart politics, and where we are going.
Well, sure. Like many of you, I was watching the returns closely from different states last night. And the message coming out of the congressional races in New York City was clearly, let's shake things up, right? It's not enough, and I don't think it's enough, simply to be opposing everything that Donald Trump does. I do oppose everything he does because he's a lawless president. But I think what last night showed, because these were primaries, was that the candidates who believe that we have to go beyond, Donald Trump and recognize that the status quo before Trump was already broken for Americans, and that they were the shake them up candidates. They were like, it's not enough that the incumbents in this case, and there were some open seats too, are taking on Donald Trump. It's that we have much deeper issues, including the concentration of wealth, economic power, and political power. And it was an example of the grassroots being able to fight back in many ways. So I saw it as a very hopeful sign as to where the energy is. One of the big questions, obviously, is to what extent we can take that energy in other places around the country. But Zoran Mandani, he sort of set the stage for this, obviously, in his mayoral race, and this was a continuation of that energy, I think.
Well, just dilate a little bit on the last point. I mean, to the extent that we are looking at last night's results and seeing some political shifts, obviously they are particular to New York City. They're particular to Democratic primaries in New York City. In certain cases, they have other particular policy, ingredients in the mix, maybe most especially fighting about Gaza and Israel. But, it is also the case, as you're suggesting, that this is a sign of change that we may be seeing elsewhere, more anti-establishment energy, more, generational demand for generational change, more frustration with the status quo, not just, the president who's in power. So what is the national lesson? How do you take the temperature of the country at a national level on these questions? acknowledging that New York is distinct and unique. If we're looking at those results and feeling hopeful, how much of that hope also, is present when we're looking out across the country at the party and the contests to come?
Sure. Before I answer the second part, I just want to go back to your first point, because there's no doubt that in these primary elections, the horror we all witnessed in Gaza and that we're seeing in the Middle East was a major element in many of these races. And, this is the president in the White House now told us he was going to keep us out of war. And here we are in a war with Iran, right? This was a huge blunder, a big mistake, an illegal war, and we need to end it now. But we do keep getting dragged into wars in the Middle East. And there are many different reasons for conflict in the Middle East, but one of them for decades has been the fact that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has not been resolved. It remains an open wound. And the only way to resolve that is to make sure you have self-determination and dignity and human rights for both peoples. And we've seen Democrats and Republicans here in Washington over the years not recognize that and continue to provide a blank check to the Netanyahu government or the government of Israel, regardless of their conduct. And I think people recognize that that is against America's interests in trying to resolve a terrible and deep conflict and keep us out of more conflict and wars in the Middle East. And so that was clearly a piece of what happened. Now, I remember when Mamdani won, there were some Democratic leaders here in Washington that even after he won the primary refused to endorse him. And, I spoke out and said that was a big mistake because his fundamental message was one that applies nationally. I mean, the specific policies used to address the affordability crisis, they may be unique to the circumstances of New York City. But what he tapped into was this very real situation that people find themselves in. They're having trouble making ends meet. I mean, you can't afford to live in New York City when you work in New York City. And that is also true in so many places around our country, that people cannot afford to live where they work. And they simply can't, keep up with the cost of living. So to that extent, the story that's unfolding in New York City politics in these primaries is, I think, important because, as someone in your previous panel said, we can't not just tinker around the edges. We do need fundamental changes, both in terms of how we do our politics and the concentration of economic power that infects our politics. And so I think there are important and positive signs for the rest of the country. Again, not looking at any one policy or any one candidate, but the overall sort of tabloid.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what fundamental change would look like and what shape that would take. Because when I think about these issues, I see, as kind of anyone with eyes open does, I think that the country as a whole is growing increasingly aware of and frustrated with income inequality, wealth concentration. They're personally feeling overwhelmed by anxiety and the need to keep up with the cost of living, as you say. But they're also looking at the structure of society evolving towards some choice of ugly words, oligarchy, plutocracy, whatever, and they find that offensive, maddening on many other levels. But I think there's another part of this, which is that they look at the same problems and wonder what there is to do about it and what kind of change really is possible, not just because the parties are as they are and the money in politics is what it is, but because there hasn't been a very clearly articulated vision for what a new model approach would be. So if you're talking about a need to really change things at a root and branch level, usher in a sort of new approach to these issues, what are the policy instruments that can achieve that kind of scale, that are politically saleable, and that you would want to sort of, us all in this room and anyone who's worried about these issues, to be focusing on going forward?
Well, I do think we have to be ambitious. I also do believe, that the sort of political paradigm we've all been using for a long time of left versus right is outdated and much less useful than maybe it once was. And, you know, Bernie Sanders and others have made this point, but I've made this point repeatedly as well. It is much more now, I think, a politics of concentrated wealth at the very, very top, and then everybody else. And, you know, Donald Trump and Republicans exploited a very real sense of economic dislocation and uncertainty. Essentially, their narrative was that it's because of the other people, right? It's because of the immigrants, it's because of people who look like differently than you. And he sort of laid the blame for people's economic ills on the other. But he did identify the feeling that Americans were having, and he was the guy who was going to break the status quo. Now, he's done it all the worst ways. How do we break the status quo? There's no one thing, which is why I think we have to be ambitious, but I want to begin. I heard Matt Duss make the point on the politics piece, and these are all interconnected. On the politics piece, we absolutely need dramatic campaign finance reform. We do need to tackle the issues at the root of Citizens United. That does require a constitutional amendment or a new Supreme Court, but there are some things we can do immediately, right? We could get secret money, dark money out of politics today. And today happens to be the 16th anniversary of the passage of the Disclose Act in the House of Representatives. And I was the author of that bill, and we got it out of the House, and it came to the Senate, and it got 59 votes in the Senate. 59 votes. It was killed on a filibuster. But for that one vote, we would have gotten rid of secret money today. Which leads me to another thing. We need to get rid of the supermajority requirement on the filibuster to do some of the big things. So what are the other big things we need to do? And that's a serious structural issue. We need to change that. What would that mean we could do? We should pass Medicare for all. I mean, this is something that we need to do now. We've seen a concentration, obviously, in the hospital industry, a concentration of economic power, monopoly power. We need to deal with that. And finally, I do think that we need to fundamentally change our tax code, which is currently rigged in favor of people who make money off of money and against people who earn a paycheck through hard work. And that means putting in place a tax on billionaires. As you and I have discussed, I also believe that we should provide people who are just making a living wage in this country with an exemption from federal taxes and pay for that by a surtax on people who make more than $1 million a year. And my final point on this here, David, is that, and this is sort of rigged throughout the economy, which is why this is a principle that needs to be applied rather than a specific case. But we are in a system right now where the biggest corporations in the country and on earth are socializing their costs and privatizing their profits. A couple of examples: data centers. In the PJM grid area, consumers have paid $28 billion directly attributable to building new data centers. That is obscene. And I also think we should adopt a polluter pays view. I mean, the costs of climate change should be borne by those who have been essentially profiting by the burning of the fossil fuels that's contributed to the damages. So there are a lot, that's a principle that we should apply throughout. You also have companies, obviously, that are not picking up the healthcare costs of their employees, which is another reason I believe we need to move to Medicare for all.
So I want to talk to you about the way that the AI story plays into all of this in a minute, but just to focus for a second on the taxation part of the puzzle. You proposed one of many Democratic proposals over the last year about significant tax hikes on the rich. One of the ways that your proposal was distinct from, say, Bernie's was that you were using that money to give tax relief to the middle class as opposed to trying to spend it on social spending. Why is that, in your view, a better approach? Is it a political calculation? Is it a matter of policy substance? If we are going to use the populist energy in the country to raise taxes on the very rich, why is the best thing to do with that money to give tax relief to America's middle class?
Well, it's not either or. As I say, we should be ambitious here. I am a co-sponsor of Bernie Sanders' tax on billionaires, which uses those funds to invest in various areas. By the way, he also provides rebates. He uses a portion of that to provide rebates to working people. So I'm a co-sponsor of his bill, and he's a co-sponsor of the bill I've introduced, which does impose a surtax on people who make more than $1 million a year. And yes, we do use those funds from that source to make sure that if you're somebody who's just at a living wage, meaning that your income is just enough to meet your basic cost of living expenses, then you don't pay a federal income tax. You still pay Medicare, you still pay Social Security, you still pay your state and local taxes. But if you're at a living wage, my view is that, you know, we shouldn't essentially apply a tax that puts you below a living wage. And we phase that out over income levels. And I do want to make this point, that the Trump tax plan, what they called their big beautiful bill, which was beautiful for billionaires, provided about 72% of the benefits went to the top 20%. Okay? 72% of the benefit. The part they talk about the most, no tax on tips, that's what they talk about the most. So it was a relatively minor part of the benefits of that bill. The thing, the proposal I made, 100% of the tax breaks, benefits go to people who are not in the top 20%. And so if you're somebody who's, you know, I tell the story, I got a haircut, or you can probably, I need a haircut probably. But if you're a barber there, you actually are really benefiting by the no tax on tips. These are people working paycheck to paycheck. And so my view is that, yes, Democrats should be thinking of that person, that barber at haircuttery, or the person who's making the same income but not on tips. And that's what our bill does, and on a permanent basis. The Republican bill makes permanent the tax breaks for billionaires, but sunsets, actually, the tax cuts for, you know, people like the barber at haircuttery. So I think this is really important, and it's not either or. You can, and I support the Bernie's bill, I'm a co-sponsor, and we can do the other, which is why I say this should, we really need to be ambitious. We are going to need to, you know, create that political movement to do it, but I think the energy is there.
And how do you see the politics of AI playing into this? I mean, when I look at the landscape, I see a lot of sort of ambient American frustration, anxiety about AI generally. It's being channeled into resistance to data centers, which is, the polling on that is, I personally have never seen anything move so quickly as the disapproval of data center build-outs. But it also feels to me bigger than just a matter of data centers, bigger than just a matter of the effect on electricity prices or the question of polluter pays. People are really fundamentally worried about where this technology is taking us, particularly because the people designing it seem to want to empower it above and beyond the reach of government, which is to say above and beyond the reach of democratic control. How much can we answer that call by dealing narrowly with the data center or electricity price issue, and how much do we have to think more expansively about more intrusive regulation and taking, if not an ownership stake, then at least a shaping role in the way that this technology is rolling out?
Yes.
How do we go forward?
So first, let me say, look, I agree with you. The data center piece, it's an important piece because it does relate to people's electric bills, but it doesn't go to the central issue of the huge concentration of wealth that will occur as a result of AI and the huge potential worker displacement. So what I would say is everything should be on the table here. We definitely, I think, need to write some rules for AI. You have a lot of voices, including the Trump administration, that essentially want anything goes in this space. That would be a mistake. We saw what happened with anything goes during the big tech and social media, the 1990s. So I do think that we need to, work within our country, but also with some of our others around the world to put in some clear guidelines. On the worker displacement thing, I think we need to be thinking now, and we are, about trying to put in place a system to deal with the worker dislocation piece. And you know, some people believe that the trade dislocation model is the way to go. I don't think that's right. I think we need a broader approach. And
what would that look like?
So what it would look like is this. I mean, it would require essentially getting some of the money from the big AI companies to deal with some subsidized employment in areas that are going to be desperately needed but are completely underpaid. So what am I thinking of? A lot in the healthcare and long-term health space. You have a huge need and people are completely underpaid. And so my view is this is an area where you could actually provide some federal subsidy to those that are in those jobs. And I don't want to get into, we should talk more about this, but you know, years ago I introduced a bill called the Long-Term Unemployment Elimination Act. It wasn't like a beautiful, you know, name, like, but the idea was to deal with chronic long-term unemployment, which right now is going up again. And it could be caused by many different things. I mean, it could be caused by COVID, it could be caused by many things. In this case, it could be caused obviously by AI. And so my view is that we need to put in place a system to be able to absorb people who may be displaced and help make sure that they're in jobs that we all need as a society, in a community, and they can continue to benefit from the dignity of work. So again, this is an area that we need to be moving in now and thinking about now before it's too late.
And are those proposals likely to mature fast enough to be useful, say, in the midterms or even in the next presidential cycle? I mean, how long a baking process are we talking about before we can really...
No, so that it's interesting you asked this. So, you know, there's a Dignity at Work Center now at Georgetown University. Gene Sperling, who was in the Obama and Biden administrations, is part of that. And but a lot of thinking going into how we would design this legislation, which has already been written for the purpose of long-term unemployment. And it just needs to be essentially updated to anticipate the potential scale of worker dislocation here. But I think that this is something that can be very much a part of the conversation after the midterms, and it should be part of the conversation after the midterms.
And how does it fit, just in the last minute or two that we have, how would it fit, in your view, rhetorically, into the broader pitch that a Democratic Party, a Democratic candidate would be making going forward, rebranding the party or reintroducing the party or rewriting the appeal of the party to match the public in this new moment? How would you talk about AI in that broader context?
So I would talk about it in the context of the dignity of work and the fact that we all have a stake in everybody's sense of self and purpose within our country and within our society, and that everybody should be able to have a job that pays a living wage and allows people to be able to take care of themselves and their family and take a vacation from time to time. That dignity of work, I think, is essential. In terms of the overall, I think, way we need to think about this is, you know, the Trump administration has what I call their version of the golden rule. Their version of the golden rule is the person who has the gold makes all the rules, right? And they keep a lot of the gold while they're at it, right? I mean, the corruption in this administration is staggering. It is, in my view, an outgrowth in many ways of everything that's been broken in our system preceding Trump, though, right? I mean, this is a symptom of a broken system where they've essentially, you know, thrown out any of the norms and capitalized on that. But contrast that, you know, when I think of how we want to wake up every morning in the country, I think of the other kind of golden rule, and I've talked about this, which is, are we treating each other the way we would want to be treated ourselves? By our neighbors, but also by our government. And if we can answer that question, yes. If we can answer the question, yeah, we think we're getting a fair shake, then I think we're in a place that we want to be as a country. We're not there now. We're not by any means there. And so when I think of government action, I think all of us should ask ourselves the question, since ultimately the government is an expression of our collective will as a community, every policy should be measured by that test. Is this something that is helping meeting the golden rule in the sense that this is the way we would want to be treated if we were writing the rules, and those of us writing the rules would ask the same question. So, I think the best way to answer your question about what's the sort of country we want to imagine, it's a country where we can answer that question and say, yes, we're getting a fair shake in this country, and that's true economically, and it's also true as a matter of political agency. That means completely disrupting the campaign finance system. We talked a little bit about that. And we need to, campaign finance reform is another piece of it, because getting rid of Citizens United is a little longer term project. But in the meantime, we have to help even the playing field by serious campaign reform. And again, to do that, you need to get rid of the supermajority on the filibuster. So my view is all of this ties together, the concentration of economic power, the concentration of political power, and we need to go at all of them at the same time. We should be ambitious.
Thank you, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen and David. What was the country we want to imagine? We want to imagine a country that recognizes the dignity of work, recognizes the dignity of the human being, recognizes government as a community versus a world in which power and economic control rules. So that's been kind of a theme that we've heard time and again. And I think Senator Van Hollen actually delivered this with some of the greatest elegance that we have heard. So anyway, thank you, Senator. All right, so we now have, I think, until 5 o'clock. We have 10 minutes. I am told we have exactly 10 minutes. So we'll be back here in 10 minutes with Senator Warren. Okay, everybody. We are moving on to our 5 o'clock. Well, I just want to start off. This has been a long day, and I want to start off with some thank yous. First, to our absolutely amazing team at Open Markets. This is, Kat Gerardo and Ashley Woolheater, Ben and Kanzada and Ezzy, Anita and Karina, Jess and Beth, Sandeep and Daniel. You guys just did an absolutely amazing job. I mean, this is not a big staff, and it's really awe-inspiring to see what you're able to help pull together. And also the folks that we were not able to bring to town. We couldn't afford to bring our full team to town. We have this great team in Europe. We were not able to bring Max Von Thun or anyone from the team. We were not able to have Courtney Radich here, despite the fact that she's been a real leader within Open Markets for the last while. We were not able to bring the great Claire Kellaway, who has been one of the true leaders in fighting concentration and farming. And also want to thank our dear friends at P Street. It's Emma and Maria and Aaron and Adam and everybody else. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. But now for our final event, or next to final event in this long, glorious day. 10 years ago, Senator Elizabeth Warren changed the world. 10 years ago, no one in power saw concentrated control as a problem. No one saw tech platforms as a threat to liberty of speech and inquiry, liberty of commerce and movement. No one certainly had any concrete idea about how to fight any of these pressing threats. And then on June 29th, 2016, a single speech by Senator Warren established a whole new frame for understanding the threats, a whole new language for understanding power here in Washington, in America, all across and all around the world. Sadly, many true believers in liberal democracy, including some of our friends and allies, have yet to learn this language for understanding and mastering power. Sadly, many true, honest believers in liberal democracy still, some of them, fear to use this language for understanding and mastering power, even if they understand why they should be learning it. And I say sadly because when we, the true defenders of liberal democracy, fail to speak this language to achieve good, other people will use this language for ill. In 2010, defenders of democracy failed to embrace this language and we got the Tea Party. In 2016, defenders of democracy failed to fully embrace this language about power and we got Trump plus Bannon. In 2024, defenders of democracy failed to embrace this language and this analysis, and we got Trump again, plus Musk. As we all know, these people take this language and they twist it into something very different and dangerous, designed not to enlighten, but to confuse and mislead, not to deliver freedom, but to deliver us to new forms of control. 10 years ago, in introducing Senator Warren for that speech that changed the world, I described Senator Warren as the Brandeis of our age. You know, I'd say there's actually, that was perhaps an understatement. It was, Senator Warren is one of the few most important founders and refounders of our democracy. And so, on this 250th anniversary of the American Revolution, let's hear from Senator Warren how we shall win this next American Revolution and build a far better democracy than we've ever had in the past.
Generous introduction. Thank you, Barry. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. You know, I just want to say to all of you, we all owe Barry a huge debt of gratitude for helping us along the way to the next revolution. And thank you, Barry. Thank you. So the first time I spoke at Open Markets was 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, I warned that competition in America was dying. Today, meaningful competition barely registers a heartbeat. 5 defense companies dominate military contracting. 4 beef packers control up to 85% of all beef sales. 3 chains sell half of all prescription drugs in the United States. 2 companies control almost half of all U.S. e-commerce. All across our economy, a handful of giants dominate entire industries. So that's the reality. Let's talk for just a minute about winners and losers. The winners, they're enjoying their day in the sun. Corporate profits are at an all-time high. CEOs are richer than ever. In 1965, CEOs were paid on average 21 times as much as the typical worker. Today, that number has spiked to 281 times. And before a Fortune 500 CEO grabs the mic here, you can see them racing in to talk about how super duper the stock market has been to build wealth. Note that it is the richest 10% of American households that own almost 90% of that stock market wealth. It's pretty clear who is dancing on the corpse of American competition: the richest Americans who just keep getting richer. So let's talk for a minute about the losers, the other 90% of Americans. As competition dies, they pay more. They pay when a corporate giant hikes the cost of health insurance. They pay when they purchase airline tickets from one of only 4 major airlines, and then they pay extra to bring a bag or to sit next to a family member. They pay when they buy groceries from Kroger's or Fred Meyer or Ralph's or Food for Less or Mariano's or Smith's or Harris Tweeter. That sounds like competition, right? Except that every one of those is owned by Kroger. When choices are limited to a handful of giant companies, customers are forced to shell out whatever they charge, and giants just keep raising the prices. You know, just plain old Econ 101. But there is another darker layer to what happens when giants dominate an industry. With a handful of CEOs in charge, a handful of people dictate what you watch on TV, which doctor you're allowed to see, what you eat, what predators get access to your children online, what apartment you can rent. And as AI sweeps in, they may be the ones who determine what your future job looks like. Today, a majority of Americans think that, quote, when it comes to politics and society, Nothing really matters because powerful people will always do whatever they want. No wonder much of America believes that Jeffrey Epstein and J.P. Morgan Chase get to play by one set of the rules while everyone else faces the hard accountability if they or their kids break the law. Now, this shift did not occur overnight. It is the result of decades of both political parties' failure to enforce our country's antitrust laws. It's politicians and presidents of both parties favoring corporations over workers, and of both parties confirming judges who skew legal interpretation to benefit corporate giants. This shift is also what happens when America's toothless campaign finance laws allow corporations and billionaires to funnel endless amounts of money into elections and into lobbying so that the giants can buy government favors. So yeah, the past 10 years since I was here last time with you, the past 10 years have been tough. But the past few years have also brought hope and a counterattack against monopolies. When Joe Biden was elected, we fought for and got the most pro-competition DOJ and FTC in decades. I'm obviously here talking about antitrust enforcers Lena Khan and Jonathan Counter. You can all just do a round of applause even though they're not here. And lots of people talk about the great things about him, but the thing I like to note about these two is first, they launched big cases. Not the nibble around the edge, hold back, the thing I'll be sure to win. They launched big cases and they lost. And you know what they did? They got up and they launched some more big cases and then they started to win. DOJ in 2024 won its first anti-monopolization case in decades and for the first time ever successfully blocked a merger based on negative effects on workers. It's amazing. And with Khan at the helm, the FTC blocked a merger between Kroger and Albertsons, which would have raised grocery prices for millions of Americans. And you know, if you don't already see the connection between enforcement of antitrust laws, competition, and keeping prices down, don't take it from me. Take it from the CEO of Albertsons. She got up after the merger was blocked and said, well, the company is planning to keep prices low to attract more shoppers and compete with its rivals. Darn. You know, and if Khan and Cantor had kept going, we would have seen even more wins. Those two were making the billionaire class really nervous. They were making the Wall Street deal makers very uncomfortable. So it is no wonder that giant corporations donated to Trump's 2024 campaign in astonishing numbers. And as soon as Trump took office, the corporations came knocking at the White House door to get their pro-monopoly deals approved. You know, have you wondered why companies keep donating millions of dollars to Trump's gold-encrusted ballroom, to his arch, to his library? Do you think these are really ballroom fans, library fans, arch fans? No. Come on, we're not stupid. It looks like a pay-to-play scheme. Like any two-bit pay-to-play scheme, only playing it out right there in public. Take the Paramount Skydance deal. Skydance desperately wanted to take over Paramount, and it was up to the Trump administration to stop it. So, what did the executives do? Step one, Paramount CBS settled a really stupid lawsuit with Trump, handing him over $16 million. Step 2, when Stephen Colbert called that a big fat bribe, CBS canceled his show. And step 3, the Trump administration approved the merger. The result? Now Trump's buddy, David Ellison, the owner of Skydance, now also owns Paramount, which means he owns Paramount Pictures, CBS, Nickelodeon, BET, Comedy Central, MTV, and a massive movie and television library with everything from Top Gun to SpongeBob SquarePants. And Ellison has more plans. He wants to buy up Warner Brothers too, so that he can add to his flock here CNN's, HBO, the Food Network, another film studio, Discovery Channel, Cartoon Network, TNT, TBS, and more. One guy in charge of all of that. Everyone from TV watchers to production assistants to makeup artists to A-list celebrities have called to block this merger. And Donald Trump's DOJ has ignored them all and just rubber stamped the deal. A few days later, of course, David Ellison showed up to celebrate at Trump's cage match birthday party. But make no mistake, this one is not over. The state AGs have the power to block this merger, and that is exactly what they should do. You bet. Now look, that doesn't mean we should let our guard down, because these guys aren't giving us a break. In fact, now Fox is trying to buy Roku to create another media behemoth, combining the two largest free ad-supported streaming services into one. And remember, Fox is owned by the Murdochs, another, shall we say, Trump-friendly family. We're seeing consolidation of media by a few oligarchs happen right before our eyes. And there's just one industry. Bear with me and let's do just one more. The Trump administration rubber-stamped a merger between the two largest residential real estate brokerages in the United States, Anywhere Real Estate and Compass, even though it means one company will now control 70% of real estate listings in some areas, and that in turn could drive housing prices even higher. So how on earth did this happen? 2 clues. 1, Compass hired a Trump-friendly lobbyist. And 2, Todd Blanche, Trump's former personal lawyer and wannabe attorney general, reportedly ran an end run around the experts at DOJ. Now, I'm not the only one who noticed it looks like corruption is greasing the skids for mega deals. Giant companies are now spending more money on lobbying than ever before. These companies understand that the antitrust laws as written could stop consolidation in its tracks, and they seem quite willing to spend millions and millions of dollars to persuade enforcers just to ignore the law. Okay, that sounds pretty grim. It looks like we are careening toward oligarchy, but you will notice I am still smiling. And I am still smiling because the antitrust cat is out of the bag. What Lena Khan and Jonathan Cantor did, which Wall Street Journal types, by the way, said couldn't be done, has changed things in a way that Trump and corporate CEOs cannot undo. Khan and Cantor reminded America about the tools created by our antitrust laws and demonstrated how to use those tools. And today, people in and out of government are picking those tools up, and the giants cannot stop them. And that is why, 10 years after my first speech here, even as corporate giants do everything they can to eliminate competition, even as their profit model is basically to end competition and then raise profits, even as the Trump administration seems willing to sell get-out-of-jail-free cards to the highest bidders, I have hope. More people in Congress are starting to see the impact of consolidation. Republican Senator Tim Sheehy and I are advancing the right to repair for the military bill, and we have it in both the House and the Senate defense bills right this minute. They have already passed both houses. Republican Senator Josh Hawley and I have teamed up on a bill to break up big medicine to drive down healthcare prices. Not law yet, but we're sure getting a lot more interest. State attorneys general are making big changes. They're pushing to break up the Live Nation Ticketmaster deal. They sued to halt the $6 billion merger between Nexstar and Tenga, and they may be getting ready to challenge Paramount's takeover of Warner Brothers. Pretty big deal. State legislators are writing new laws to tackle consolidation. Working people and small businesses are beginning to band together to sue the companies that are hurting competition and, I love this part, spreading the word about Robinson Patman. I now have people say things to me like, I really believe in Robinson Patman, and I say, you are such a nerd, but you are my kind of nerd. The world is changing, and I don't care how many lobbyists the would-be monopolists hire. I don't care how many campaign contributions they make. They cannot put this genie back in the bottle. Now, could we do more? Sure we could. Must we do more? Absolutely. For example, Congress should sharpen the antitrust enforcers' tools. We should mandate structural separation to prevent conflicts of interest in vertically integrated companies. We should close merger review loopholes that speed up consolidation in the housing market. We should ban private equity roll-up strategies. Can I just have an amen, particularly on that one? Jeez. We should introduce reforms to crack down on antitrust corruption, like public notices of HSR deadlines, beef up Tunney Act settlement review, and streamline processes to unwind illegal mergers. And we should confirm judges who will actually enforce the antitrust laws on the books. You know, I could stop there, but let me just pause for a minute on the point about judges. We need strong people at DOJ and FTC. But if judges ignore the law, then Americans aren't going to see the benefits of antitrust law. And I'm not just talking about Republican-appointed judges. A Clinton judge allowed T-Mobile to merge with Sprint, shrinking the cell phone market from 4 major competitors down to 3. An Obama judge dismissed a lawsuit alleging Facebook illegally acquired competitors, reduced protections and services for consumers. And a Biden judge cleared the way for Microsoft to take over Activision, which, by the way, led to Microsoft firing almost 2,000 Activision workers after claiming that is exactly what they would not do. Over and over again, judges have succumbed to the siren song of pro-corporate Chicago school economics and ignored the actual antitrust laws that are on the books. We should build a diverse federal bench that will uphold the letter of the law and not be wowed by a small army of $2,000 an hour lawyers whose main job is to make sure that nothing upsets the plans of the world's biggest corporations and richest executives. It is time to change the temperature of the water. We need to rebalance the bench with consumer protection lawyers, with tenants' rights lawyers, and with labor side labor lawyers. Yes. And we need to be ready to use the tools of antitrust enforcement even more decisively to meet new challenges. Consider artificial intelligence. Corporations don't get a free pass from antitrust laws just because they're using an algorithm. If a company is using AI to illegally inflate rent prices in the middle of a national housing affordability crisis, we need to push back. We need to remind big tech that vertical integration can be a violation of antitrust law when it's used to lock out competition. And yeah, big tech will try to wave off antitrust enforcement by arguing that beating China on AI is important for our national security. But we know that competition is essential for innovation, and antitrust is essential to promote and protect that competition. When I look around the country, I see more appetite than ever to take on the corporate monopolies that rip off American consumers. And I'm not the only one. John Ossoff has called for cracking down on giant corporations that are buying up single-family housing. So have Juliana Stratton from Illinois and Peggy Flanagan in Minnesota. But it doesn't stop there. Chris Pappas in New Hampshire is running on an agenda, quote, to stop corporate greed. Go get them. And Graham Plattner calls out corporations, how they have consolidated power, not by competing better, but by cheating. Mary Patola in Alaska aggressively supported the FTC in its suits against the Kroger-Albertson merger. And she took credit, stood up and took credit publicly when that merger was blocked. And in North Carolina, Roy Cooper's highlighting his record of fighting unfair business practices that let shady corporations make millions by ripping you off. And I'm just pointing out a little over a half a dozen candidates for the Senate alone. Look around. The nickels are starting to drop all around the country. And people are beginning to understand that they're sick of being cheated, of being ripped off, and they want someone, whether it's in Washington or the State House or the mayor's office, who will not just be there to deliver for a handful of billionaires. They want someone who will deliver for them. So here I am, 10 years later, and I don't kid myself. Yeah, it is tough out there. Dominant corporations at this moment are in a merger frenzy, and the Trump administration is corrupt. Hell, the Trump administration is beyond corrupt. The giants will not give up power easily. But here's the deal. The fight is now on, and we are not giving up either. And with all of us in this fight, I like our odds. So I just want to say, on the 10th anniversary of having come here before, thank you all for being part of this fight. Thank you for being part of the next revolution. Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Wait, one more round of applause because nobody move. We're almost there. And at the end of this, there's cocktails. So I'm going to use this to introduce the next panel. And actually, the next panel can start moving up. What did we hear? We heard that monopoly, and this kind of fits in with a theme that we've heard over again today. Monopoly equals hopelessness. It equals nihilism. But we also heard that Lena Khan and Jonathan Cantor and the rest of those teams built a new foundation on which we are going to march to victory. And, you know, we haven't talked enough about this, but it's the end of the day, but we have achieved. We've been talking about all the bad things that we still have to fight. But let's remember what was accomplished over those 4 years of the Biden administration. 2 court victories against Google. 10 years ago, people said, you are an idiot if you think you can bring Google to 2 victories. We have a new philosophy of antitrust around the world. A new philosophy of antitrust. No more consumer welfare. It is kaput. It is dead. Efficiency is dead. We've got an entire group of attorneys general, states attorneys general, who have been trained up, who will have marched at times 50 abreast against big tech. We have thousands of experts. 10 years ago, we had maybe 10 people. Now we got thousands of experts. And Lena and Jonathan and Doha and everyone else are out there training more people every day. We have 80% of the people with us. Actually, probably closer to 100% because there's 20% who are just confused. We got Europe with us. We got Europe ahead of us, showing us the way. And we have the Pope with us. So, God damn it. The oligarchs, their time is limited on this earth. So, we are marching towards remaking the next world, the world that we want to live in. And actually, where are my next panel? Because this is actually a great way to end, because this is the future. These are the people who are going to tell us how we are going to shape AI for our purposes. We're going to shape AI to serve the people. Shape AI to serve the human person, as we heard earlier. So I'm going to turn it over to Owen Higgins.
Hello. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. I think we'll just jump right into the conversation. Just get you guys out of here, get downstairs, enjoy your drinks. Give me one sec here. There we go. All right. So AI is a top anxiety for American voters. I think we've heard a lot of that here today, particularly from Senators Van Hollen and from Senator Warren. And this cuts across party lines as well. This is not just a Democrat thing, not just a liberal thing. But that anxiety has not quite yet hardened into a political demand. So we're going to talk a little bit about the landscape of AI, what's needed for regulation, and kind of leave you with a bit of a forward-thinking approach. But first, I just want to say there is one world leader who has spoken about this in a way that has been quite clear, and that's Pope Leo, the first U.S. Pope. His encyclical in May really laid out like where the Catholic Church is on this and where he is on it. And I wanted to read just a quote from that really quick, which is, quote, "In the past, it was largely up to the state to guide and direct innovation. Today, however, the main drivers of development are private, often transnational parties that are endowed with resources and the capacity to intervene that surpass that of many governments. Technological power thus takes on an unprecedented, predominantly private aspect, which makes it even more challenging to discern, govern, and direct such power toward the common good." So let's start maybe by laying some of the groundwork, explaining kind of where we're at with that. And I'm going to start with Kate. If you could start with that, maybe you could give us just a general lay of the land.
Yeah, for sure. So where are we in this moment? We know that AI is a product of corporate concentrated power. We know that there's consolidation across the entire AI stack. We know that the AI firms are throwing trillions of dollars at the technology. Their business model is predicated on data extraction, more surveillance, throwing AI everywhere. And we know that they're turning to the government for support because they don't yet have a sustainable revenue model to de-risk this investment and to provide them lucrative contracts and to position even the lightest touch regulation as an existential threat to not only their bottom lines, but also American national competitive and security. So many people are seeing through this. The Pope was able to name this directly. So what has our government done? I like to say that if 2025, the bar was on the floor, I think now we're in the basement. Some states have passed legislation that meaningfully protects workers and the public. Right now in Congress, there is an effort to undermine that by passing a federal preemption bill, which is broad enough to effectively undermine and block enforcement of state AI laws, and this is a bipartisan push. We're seeing a conversation around cybersecurity and mythos run the playbook we've seen AI companies run since the beginning, tout their technology is so powerful, work in the background to undermine or water down any sort of regulation, and then hype their own products as the solution. And we're seeing a distraction then away from all of the material harms that actually are affecting people day to day. We're seeing legislators, including Democratic legislators, who are afraid to take on corporate power, not everyone, piggybacking on, I think, the discontent that we're seeing around the country around data centers and offering electricity affordability bills. I think the last time I counted, there were like 7 running through the current Congress. Whereas I think on the ground, we're seeing people thread a much broader issue, which I think we'll talk about, around data centers. And so, yeah, I think I think I'll probably end there, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as someone who writes about tech and politics and policy, one thing that I do notice about the tech space and the AI space is that it's kind of a moving target. Things are always changing so quickly. Sally, your work focuses a lot on the nuts and bolts of this stuff. Can you maybe talk a little bit about agentic AI, which I think has really exploded in the last year, and explain maybe how you think lawmakers should approach that part of the modern tech stack?
Sure. Is this working? I published an article a few weeks ago now with OMI that was called "Who Do AI Agents Work For?" And I think that's a question that policymakers are not asking, but should be. One thing that I think people are not understanding is that the entire structure of the internet is going to change from our current platform-based model to a actually deconcentrated hive structure of the agentic web, which is actually a huge opportunity to dislodge the platforms and to embrace a decentralized, deconcentrated structure. Because each individual, each community could have their own hive of AI agents advocating for their interests online. And with every technological revolution, there is an opportunity to dislodge the incumbents, the big tech companies that have been ruling. But what we've seen is that they are very adept at leveraging their existing monopolies to take over the next. Like, for example, Google did this with going from the desktop computer to mobile. They bought Chrome so they could leverage their Google search monopoly into mobile. And so we're seeing that now where all of the, we have some new companies like OpenAI, but we also have the leading AI tool right now is Gemini, and that's because Google is embedding it in its monopoly platforms and kind of ramming it down everyone's throats. And the important thing about who do AI agents work for is that I want everyone to understand that if you're using an AI agent that's being deployed by a big tech company, that AI agent is working for that big tech company. And these are the companies whose business models have been based on surveillance, addiction, manipulation, and extraction. And so their AI agents will be continuing to serve that business model. And they're not your agent. And the reason why this matters is because we're used to our agents in real life being people who work for us. That's the definition of an agent, someone who serves your interests, right? Your realtor, your real estate agent, they have fiduciary duties to you to work on your behalf. And so there's a huge potential for exploitation. That's what that paper is about, but I'll stop there.
Excellent. Well, you mentioned surveillance there, and I wanted to talk to you, Julie, about that. You said when we were talking the other day, policy exists in authoritarianism, which I really like that as a jumping off point here. You have a new book coming out next week on courage, how to be a dissident in the age of fear, and everyone make sure to pre-order that.
Sorry, shameless book marketing.
Yes, right there. It describes the use of digital, among other things, but it describes the use of digital surveillance by governments like ours, which aim to suppress criticism. So how do we approach needing policy and the fact that policy can still exist in this authoritarian kind of techno-political state that you kind of have raised the alarm a little bit about?
Yeah, I mean, 10 years ago, I wrote a book about privacy and surveillance, where I was like, oh my God, all these bad things are coming down the pike. And it's very funny because I looked back recently at the reviews and they were all like, this lady's really hysterical. She seems a little stressed out. And the thing that is hilarious is if you read that book, all my worst case scenarios have already happened and are worse, right? Like I underestimated how terrible it was going to be. And a huge reason for that actually is AI. So one of the things about surveillance is it's actually just like this mass collection of data about people, right? Video footage, audio, text, but then somebody has to go through it, right? And that was the thing. That was the thing that kept it from being so ubiquitous, was that like there was still some human who had to care enough about you to go through your emails or go through the video footage. And now AI is actually really good at that. I hate to say that because I'm sort of like hate AI in a lot of ways, but because they stole all my information and like whatever in there. But they are really good at this one particular thing, which is going through all the footage and doing this kind of summaries. And so we're in a very scary situation where we have like the makings of a surveillance state that we've just never seen before. We have never seen what like this kind of what I call techno-authoritarianism can look like. So that's why I wrote this most recent book, because I basically was like, well, how do you fight that? Like, what does that look like? So I've interviewed, like, my co-author and I, we interviewed more than 100 dissidents around the world, and we tell all their stories. And I will say that the solutions are not really technological, right? The solutions are people power, right? There are just more of us than them, and we need to get together, have shared values, and fight for those values. And that is, I think, one of the things that is so incredibly important. I felt like, Senator Warren's speech was so rousing in that way. And I will tell you, one of the things I was thinking while she was talking was, we're in this scary world where, she listed all these things, like there's 5 companies that control the meat packing, et cetera. Like, let's say, just theoretically, like the big AI gatekeeper companies, of which there's a handful, decided they didn't want that fact out there. That fact could be disappeared from our information ecosystem. We're in a very dangerous moment where actually the existence of facts and our ability to create a shared reality is at risk. And so I'm sorry to be like, I feel like I'm like just Cassandraing real hard right now, but like, I just think we have to understand the stakes here. The stakes are extremely high because we are in what's known, it's technically called a democracy that is backsliding into authoritarianism. That's what the experts call us. We just lost our status in the United States this year as a liberal democracy, according to the leading institute that tracks this in Sweden. And so we're in a situation where we have to we really have to fight for the things that make us a democracy. And the very, very basic thing is our ability to have a shared understanding of the truth.
I want to stay with you for a little bit more, Cassandraing here.
Very
to,
good at it.
Yeah,
too.
excellent. Just to talk about what this technology does, like kind of outside of the more abstract ways that it impacts our life. And your team at Proof has been talking to blue-collar workers who've been on the front line of seeing how AI is kind of transforming their industries, I think in ways that a lot of the general public might not really realize. So could you talk about that? Maybe give us one of their stories, something.
Yeah. Absolutely. So in addition to writing this book, I have also run a small nonprofit newsroom called Proof News, and our whole point is we need to prove things, prove that they're true, because honestly, the truth is fully contested. And our investigations this year are all about AI in the workplace. And the reason is I was just feeling really frustrated with the conversation being so speculative about AI. Is it going to kill our jobs in the future? Is it going to take our jobs in the future? I was like, what is it doing right now? It's been crammed down everyone's throat in different ways. And in particular, in the blue-collar jobs, it's not being reported on, right? Like, I can't tell you the number of sob stories I've read about programmers who are worried that they might not have their $500,000 a year job because of AI, and my heart bleeds, okay? But I do think that we need to think about what the people who are really doing the day-to-day work, this is already in their workplace. So I'm gonna tell you one story that we published recently, which honestly is best told through our TikTok video you should watch, because it's about this robot. This little robot was introduced, called Moxie, into all these hospital systems in the past couple years, and it was supposed to help the nurses by bringing them supplies. So they're in a room with a patient, but they don't have the tape or they don't have the medicine, and Moxie was supposed to go get it. Problem is, Moxie didn't know what the hell it was doing, got lost all the time, got stuck in elevators, and if anyone's spending time in hospitals, elevator management is the entire game in a hospital, and Moxie would stand in front of the elevators and spin in circles and say, help me, help me. So ultimately, the nurses had to assign a nurse to handle Moxie. So it was not only was it not helping, it was detracting from their ability to do their work. So eventually their hospital system canceled the contract, and the nurses were so mad they wrote, they had a burial and a funeral for Moxie, and they wrote really mean obituary, which I highly recommend you read. And this is all in the Seattle, Washington area. But one thing that I think this story really gets at is the problem with Moxie was not necessarily the existence of Moxie. The problem with Moxie was Moxie worked for someone other than the nurses. Right? If the nurses had a remote control and they were like, okay, Moxie, go here, turn left, that would have been an entirely different situation. But Moxie worked for some company, the venture capital-backed startup, that was also trying to collect data about the hospital floors to sell additionally, and et cetera, and now it's just been sold to another company that is food delivery robots that wants to map hospital floors. So Moxie doesn't work for the people in that job. And that is continuously the true story that we hear. We have stories about hotel housekeepers, and there's an AI that tells them which room to clean, and it makes them go drag their big cart across the hotel. And this story we keep telling over and over again, right? And it's really a story about governance. Who controls the AI? If it was the people in the job, that would be great. Maybe it would help them. But that is not what we are seeing.
Yeah, I think this idea of who does it work for, who does it benefit, we're seeing that a lot with this technology across the board. And I know we don't have time to get super granular on this, but I do want to touch on data centers, which are a great example, I think, of a technology that is being implemented, being deployed into our communities, and doesn't often reflect our interests. And there's been a lot of public backlash on that. So Kate, can you talk a little bit about the fights about that, and about how kind of we're seeing this transformation and this anger about data centers, which I know we've touched on at the conference already, but just, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've been tracking local fights across the country. It's really a moment of possibility and hope, seeing hundreds of people packed into a room, threading together issues of corporate takeover of our public utility system and wholesale bulldozing of democratic process. So I kind of disagree with how data centers was talked about a little bit earlier as just one piece of the puzzle or just about energy affordability, because it's about truly so much more. It is about power. And three like quick anecdotes. I mean, there's endless amounts, but one of my favorite stories is that there was a city council in Michigan where a data center developer came up and said that the city council had 48 hours in order to approve a 100 megawatt data center. It's huge. And they did this on the Friday of Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, and they said that the deadline was Monday at 5 p.m., which is a federal holiday. Like, that's about power. That is not about anything else. Second, we can look at what happened just last week in Seattle. There was a successful data center moratorium. 5 Amazon employees affiliated with Amazon Employees for Climate Justice, an incredible organization, testified, talking about why data centers should be subject to more regulation. The very next day, called in under investigation at Amazon for their participation in that. That's about power. And just last week, the DOJ intervened in a lawsuit for XAI, an environmental lawsuit, claiming that the environmental lawsuit against XAI is against national competitiveness. So this is about power, and people at a local level are telling that story, and I think it's our federal legislators who need to catch up with the fact that that is what is happening. There is some growing, actually today, support for a federal moratorium, but the data center conversation doesn't stop and end at a moratorium. It doesn't stop and end at energy affordability bills. It stops and ends when corporate trillion-dollar companies stop bulldozing through a process, and I think what we're seeing at a local level is telling that story beautifully.
Excellent, thank you. And then Sally, just to wrap us here on talking about AI's impacts, I want to talk about AI's impacts on creative economy, on creators. Certainly seen a shift towards independent media, but one consequence, like in over the last decade, but one consequence of that has been open season for LLMs, I think, to scrape all of this, and it's almost like as someone who kind of came up in independent media, like you become more empowered by that, but then you're also kind of setting things up to lose a lot of that power with this technology just kind of going through it. So.
Yes, and I wanted to say that I love Julia's book, Dragnet Nation. Is that what it's called? Yes, it was a great book, and it really influenced me. So, on creators, I am seeing this kind of trend already, where all the creative industries are in a defensive posture, right? And I'm talking about authors, filmmakers, musicians, publishers, content creators of all kind. And we see that kind of with every new, again, technological transition, it's like a defensive, reactive, we are getting robbed again, now it's a greater level of theft. And so, there's copyright lawsuits, and these things are important. But what I really am hoping that somehow I can help have a role in this is that we can create a offensive, positive vision of how we can use this transition from the platform web to the agentic web to actually empower artists to thrive in the age of AI. I'm not saying AI is going to solve things. I'm saying we need to shape the way it develops so that it develops in a deconcentrated way where artists can have the agents working for them. So for example, we know that the big tech platforms, basically, what they did was they stepped in between the content creator and their fan. So say, for example, Facebook stepped in between the reader and the news publisher, and they took the content that the publisher had invested in creating, they put it, they framed their ads around it and made money off of it by having it on their platforms, and destroy the revenue model for local news. And we've seen all these newsrooms close across the country. There's been these kinds of workarounds to it, but what people need to understand, what the creative industries need to understand, is right now we're at another one of those huge transformative moments where AI agents are the next internet middlemen, okay? The big tech platforms are the first internet middlemen. It's going to be the AI agents. It could either be the publisher, the internet, the tech platform, then the agent, then the reader, and you have two levels of disintermediation and manipulation and theft and surveillance. Or we could create a new vision where we have the reader and the publisher are connected with an AI agent or with each other's AI agents, right? There's different ways this could develop. It could develop in a very deconcentrated way, but not if we're only reeling and on the defensive mode. And I also think with the creative industries in the age of AI that we really need to lean in to what makes us most human. And this is part of the Pope, the encyclical. He talked about we are embodied, we have experiences. And I think, musicians have already learned one way to really thrive in the tech era is to do a lot more local performances. And I really think the in-person gathering and building of community is going to be something that we really are going to have to lean into, that co-creating together, being human together, in person, in real life, is going to be actually another important part of having art and creativity thrive in the age of AI.
I totally agree, and I just want to stay with you just for a second here, and we're going to wrap pretty quick here, but the technical side of kind of, approaching this when you're trying to regulate this technology and using the technology against, that is a challenge, and if you just talk about that really quickly, just about how to kind of wrap your head around, like, we're trying to deal with this, but it's also like trying to stop us. Obviously, it isn't, the companies are, but...
So I'm sorry, I don't know.
So when you're trying to regulate this technology, like the agents and trying to get the word out and stuff, and these companies are using that very technology against you to be able to regulate it.
Right, yeah, it's not an easy thing to be able to regulate these companies with the zeitgeist of, any regulation means we're losing a war against China, right? So it's not an easy thing, but we still need to have an idea of what we would want in terms of regulation, and it's the same anti-monopoly toolkit. We've used it, whether it was the railroad, whether it was the telephone, it's always the same. Break up mergers, break up vertical consolidation, have non-discrimination rules, require interoperability, portability. It's the same playbook. It's always, the monopolists don't change. They do the same thing over and over again in every different technology. In terms of, who do they work for? I think we could be looking a bit at fiduciary duty law. Certainly once AI agents start becoming your realtor agent, you need to have protections. We can't do what we did with the first iteration where we just had all the laws that were meant to protect us offline didn't translate. You can't open my mail, but you can open my email, right? But certainly the political struggle for regulating is not easy. But we know what the toolkit is.
Excellent. And Julia, to you really fast, finding a way to dissent from tech oligarchy in an age of fear. I think you touched on this before by talking about these kind of real community stuff. If you could just maybe go into that a little bit more.
Sure, absolutely. But I also want to just pick up on what Sally was talking about, because just in the spirit of Cassandraing, I love that you're wanting an alternative vision for agentic AI, but I just personally would like to share with you that I am suing an AI company as the lead plaintiff in a class action against Grammarly because they literally created an agent to pretend to be me editing people's work. So Grammarly is a spelling and grammar checker, and they wanted to be an AI company because that's what's cool. So they basically said, people who are known writers will edit your work. And so they just created this thing that would say what I would do or what Stephen King would do. It was a huge range of people. Anyway, so I'm the lead plaintiff in that. So I think while we're waiting for Sally to develop this positive vision, I'm suing, okay?
It's a both and situation, both and.
Excellent. And just to end, Kate, I'd like to turn to you. There's obviously been the failure of imagination, I think, for our political leaders. So how can we change the conversation and push this policy forward?
I kind of want to end on Sally building and Julia suing, because I kind of think that that's perfect. But yeah, I guess I think fundamentally we just have to change the way we're talking about this. Exactly what Sally said, it's the same old playbook. We need to get out of a conversation of whether or not AI is good or bad or useful or not, and shift it into whether or not it's good or bad for these trillion-dollar companies to have complete and total control over our political, social, and economic lives. And the answer is a clear and resounding no. And so with that in mind, and that is just like written throughout the encyclical, like from the top to the bottom, it's like, we're not talking about this, we're talking about power. And the minute we do that, all of these questions become much easier to answer.
Excellent.
We have God on our side.
Yes, we do.
All right, well, thank you all very much.
Sally,
Thank
Julie,
you,
and
guys.
God. Yeah.
Stay on stage for a second, if you will. I've been doing this for a long time. I remember 10 years ago, I ended by saying, we will win. We've heard a lot of bleak things. I actually will say, this time, we're not just winning right now, we're trouncing them. Because, trouncing actually comes from seeing the pathway forward, knowing how to get to our goal, and we see the pathway forward, and we know how to get to our goal, and 10 years ago, we did not. And with people like this, this last panel with Julia, Sally, and Kate, this made me terrifically optimistic. I hope it did you guys as well. But, it's like, this was just a fantastic panel. So. Last little thing. Open markets, we have had at open markets, it's been a family affair for a long time, small group of people. I want to point to somebody who's in the audience today, Phil Longman. Phil Longman he's sort of been with open markets from the beginning. In 2011, the first two people I hired, when I got money to go beyond being simply a fellow at New America, I hired someone named Lena Khan, and I hired someone named Phil Longman. And Phil has been the foundation of the anti-monopoly movement. He was actually doing it before I hired him, but this past 15 years, Phil has been the heart and the soul and the brain behind this whole thing. And Phil's, for a variety of reasons, had to step away from open markets the last few months, but he's here today. And when we cross over into the promised land, Phil was the one who guided us there. So. And now I guess we have drinks on the first floor. So you can either go down the stairway or go down the elevator. I'd suggest the stairs.
Hey, Barry, you want a book? Do you have one?